I mean, is it? Look, you know what I find funny, Avi, is that whatever I've read some of the policies that he's been endorsing and some of the offers that he's been making, or should I say, some of the propositions he's been propounding, Mamdani. Isn't that what Ayatollah Khomeini did? He made the same promises. Really, he did. Ayatollah Khomeini did exactly what Mamdani is doing right now. He really did. That the idea of free electricity and cheaper housing and all that stuff. I mean, these are the same stuff that Khomeini did. And Mamdani's loyalties to his religious beliefs is quite out in the open and obvious. And I find it funny too. Not surprising, just funny. How people in the United States, and that's why I think this reinforces Jeff's point, that you can come up on TV and publicly say that we want to globalize the Intifada. We should globalize the Intifada. We should globalize the swarm of people and violence that ensues with it. Wow.
But the thing is about Mamdani, I don't know why none of these news people ask him a simple question. How did his parents end up in Uganda through Idi Amin's raid? Because Idi Amin deported like hundreds of thousands of Indians from Uganda, and recently his parents somehow stayed alive, and his parents are like millionaires from India. He's like a circus person. He's never had a real job in his life. His parents are both millionaires. That's how he ended up in Colombia.
Well, isn't that how they all ended up? I mean,
yeah, but I want to say something like, but the thing is, like, they talk about colonialism. How did his parents make millions of dollars if he's against colonialism? The Indians came to Uganda to be colonists, and that's how you have an Indian population.
But I don't understand.
That's how you have someone. But the thing is, like, all these socialists are all wealthy. Most people, you don't have time to be a socialist if you're not wealthy. That's all I'm trying to say. But a lot of people don't understand. So a lot of these socialists that I meet, or even my missus that talk to, I'll be like, yeah, but you don't understand how it's like to work 5 days a week because you're always wealthy. And I always find the biggest socialists are the ones that have the most money. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, isn't that how we have precedents in history too, where after all, the Soviet Union,
Che Guevara, yeah.
But this is what it is. So socialism cannot. In fact, the very theoreticians of socialism have made this very clear. Socialism cannot even come to fruition or come to existence or even emerge and establish itself without riding on the back of capitalism. And when they said, look what socialism did. It actually rode on the back of capitalism and then withered everything away. The state didn't wither, as proposed by Marx, but everything else withered. Millions of lives and suppression and social institutions.
Do you know about this girl in the university who wears a hijab, and she openly says that we are doing... I forgot her name. She was saying that, how gangster are you? You don't want to do jihad in the West? And she has a photo with Zohan Mandani and she got restricted from the college.
You're not talking about Linda Sarsour, are you?
I don't know. She has a sweet face, but she has evil intentions for the West.
Does she look inbred? Or does she look normal?
Normal. She's a college student and she was openly calling for jihad, and then she was ousted from the college, restricted from the college.
African descent or what?
No, she's a brown Muslim woman.
Yeah.
Girl.
No,
that's another room. They all look the same. I don't know who this was.
Yeah.
No, it's not Linda Sarsour. It can't be Linda Sarsour. She's not from African descent. She's not from African descent. But so, what was she calling for exactly?
She was saying, that no matter the college ousted me.
Like real gangsters, or was she just?
No. She was saying this on a podcast or something. She was saying this in a YouTube video that You know, I mean, like, how gangster are you? The college ousted you, the college restricted you, and you don't want to do this anymore? No, I will still call for jihad against the West, and I will still do this. I'm a gangster, and I'm like, what? The gangster shit that you're talking about has come from the West, and you call yourself a jihadist?
Yeah.
And seriously, what the fuck are you doing here?
Was she like a Muslim? Was she like a Muslim jihadist, or was she?
Yeah. She's a jihadist, but she also calls herself a student.
Typical.
Does she have
Typical level.
Does she
Yeah.
have big tits? Or her tits big?
No, her tits are in big.
Probably small, and then
Yo!
you never know. With these people, that's why they have like 3% in the NHL.
No. Wait a sec. How is America allowing this? She openly says that she's doing jihad against the West, jihad against America, and they're not deporting her. Like, what the fuck is happening?
She's probably already.
Why wouldn't you deport her?
Probably Biden gave her citizenship or some bullshit. That's why. You
Look,
can't
it's sad to see these people. You know what I like though? What I've been seeing lately, Avi, is people like, journalists or just people on YouTube channels have been going into the inner cities. For example, there was this short I watched. If I find it, I'll send you the link. I'm sure I'll find it. They go into Brooklyn, so areas like Flatbush and Fifth Avenue and all that stuff. So they're asking people, like people from the quote unquote hood, right? They're asking them, what do you think of this and that? And many of them don't even know what's going on. Like a lot of them say, look, bro, I don't got a house. I don't even have a house. And these people are getting that? Why are they getting that? I need to get that.
Yeah, but most Americans are dumb. Elon even said it. He said Americans are dumb.
But I'm really glad because see, when people like, and this is what saddens me, man, is a lot of the people in these congested neighborhoods, these governmentally downtrodden neighborhoods, are the ones that bearing the brunt. They're bearing the brunt of all this, and they don't deserve that. So when they come out and speak and say, look, bro, I need to get those benefits. My family have been living on this land for centuries. Okay, where's my Well, I need those benefits to help me get off the ground. Don't bring foreigners in. So I'm starting to see that trend, and I think that's great.
That's not true.
Because
most Americans need to be deported, and foreigners need to be imported to make the country great again. You gotta get rid of the
You import garbage, you become garbage.
No, honestly though.
Oh, I want to ask off a question actually. Can you tell me what's the woke right? I mean, like everybody has been talking about this topic for
Woke right? You
quite
want
some
the
time
woke
now.
right?
Woke right. Yeah,
The
woke right.
is
People like
Charlie
Candace
Kirk.
Owens.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
Charlie
that's the
Kirk?
woke right.
Bro,
yes.
he's my favorite. He's my favorite. What the fuck?
Look,
How is he
I
woke
don't
right?
hate the guy. I don't despise the guy. But Charlie
Okay.
Kirk is
Yeah.
disingenuous. He's disingenuous.
Like which one? Which exactly?
Okay, you cannot appeal to science, Charlie Kirk, when it comes to, for example, transgenderism, but then you fall back on it when it comes to the Bible. Don't do that.
Explain.
Okay, for instance, when a person says, well, you only have XS chromosomes, XY chromosomes, and secondary sexual characteristics. I agree with you. Civil biology. We all learned it in junior high school. However, since you appeal to science so much and you hold science in such a high regard, right? Why don't you accord it the same respect and regard when it comes to your policies that are based on beliefs, Christian beliefs, and morality?
Oh, so he's poorly managing the balance between science and
Yes,
religion.
sir. And that's one of the woke.
Okay.
Okay? Another woke thing that Candace Owens, now I respect Candace Owens for one thing. The
Right.
fact that during
Anti-Israel stand.
No. During COVID, she stood up. She was against certain authoritarian policies. Okay? She wanted people to know the truth. I agree with her that if you're going to claim that and this is why I go against the left here. If you're going to claim my body, my choice, you cannot turn around and in the same breath tell somebody, when it comes to vaccines, your body, my choice, or your body, no choice. Now, scientifically speaking, yes, take the vaccine. And it's not surprising that the vaccine came up so fast. It was produced and manufactured so fast because pharmacological science, with all of its erroneous past, with all of its shortcomings, we have done good progress in terms of genetics and virology, right? But when it comes to public policy, in my opinion, I would say science has no bearing on it. Science says, look, this is effective stuff. When it comes to the ethics, policy, you take it. You don't want to take it, fine. You've made a choice, you suffer the consequences. So when it came to the battle of narratives between left and right, I respected her for that. Even when, what's her name? I forgot the doctor's name who actually supported her in this too. And she's a neuroscientist. And I love her, by the way. Great scientist in her own respect. And I respected that. But when Candace Owens began towing the line of the idea of this and Israel this and the 40,000 and genocide, shut up, Candace. You're telling me, Candace.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I
You're telling
following
me that one of the judges on the panel of the ICJ that came on the BBC and said that we've never ruled against Israel. We haven't said it. You're telling me you know better than the judge? No. And you're toting the same propaganda lines that is being told by Hamas? Shut up, Candace.
Look,
Candace has a problem. Candace has a problem, along with Kanye West. Look, if you have a problem with Leor Cohen, right? Then say fuck Leor Cohen. And you should
Pierce
thank
Morgan's
Leor
murder.
Cohen. Because of Leor Cohen, Jay-Z is a billionaire. Because of Leor Cohen, DMX had enough money to do crack. Because of Leor Cohen, Russell Simmons is well off in his retirement.
yeah.
These guys should be thanking Leor Cohen.
And you know,
Okay.
Navi, Alpha. I thank you guys for, and there's very good points, Alpha. Very good points. Look, many girls have dated Mr. Jeff here, right? Many girls on Clubhouse. Many girls. They have told me personally. They
Okay.
dated Mr. Jeff.
This has nothing to do with Jeff. Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, Chief,
You want
Chief,
one of us
can
to date him
can
too?
you let me finish a sentence?
Sure.
Okay. And you know, but none of them, they're all elderly, well-respected women, all of them. And and good on Jeff. I really hats off to Jeff.
That's it?
Left, right, and center. Jeff is getting action. Jeff is getting action on Clubhouse, right? And
Was that it? That was the dumb mistake I had all night, even from the Islamists.
Okay.
If Jeff is getting action, he's getting action. Who gives a damn? Like,
Well,
nobody cares about what.
I do give a damn, Ashik, because you should have called me as his personal photojournalist. Anyway, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that. What do I say to that, bro? I have nothing to say to that. Good for Jeff. Stay healthy, Jeff. Damn, I don't know what to say to that.
You know, Anna Kasparian recently was on Berserk mode in Piers Morgan's show, and then she shouted on an Israeli official or something. Did you guys watch that episode? It was wild.
No, I hate Piers Morgan. He's a cunt. Fuck him.
He's a woke right too.
I'll say this, Avi. So there's no animosity, in my opinion, towards Candace Owens. Okay? But Candace Owens, for instance, going on... See, have you seen Candace Owens on Bill Maher's podcast? Did anybody see the segment? If
I
you
watched
haven't,
the
go on.
Jubilee video.
No.
Candace Owens versus liberals or something.
A long
Right.
time ago. She's just
Yeah.
a person when I want nothing to do with her.
Go watch Candace Owens with Bill Maher. She does not have the audacity, okay, to confront him on controversial issues. That's number one. And she does not have the temerity to make the claims that she does now. Now, when she's trying to pretend this anti-establishmentarianism that she's trying to do, fine. You're trying to be a contrarian, fine, be a contrarian. However, don't start disseminating propagandist and anti-Semitic libels against a nation, poisonous conspiracies, and I mean poisonous because they do cause mental retardation, okay? And rehash the same ones that we've been hearing for decades, if not centuries, okay? So this is the problem. But other than that, you're free to your opinion, man. She hasn't said everything that's unfactual. No, she said things that are also factual. But for Candace Owens, right, with her moralism, come on, Candace. Don't bring 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds from OnlyFans or from any cause. Don't do that. Charlie Kirk.
Can I ask what yours
Charlie Kirk is something different. Like Charlie Kirk is one of the best conservative speakers that I've ever came across. I mean, like he gives points, and I buy them, even with my own research and stuff. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk,
like, especially on the small, like small but strong governments and strong borders and abortion issues and everything.
Can we be honest though, Alpha? Candace Owens, her audience is black, right? Black male and like primarily black.
I'm really concerned about her audience.
White people follow her too.
For me, it's just to be consistent.
No, well, look, I don't think anyone watches her who is not black. If you're not black, you don't watch Candace Owens. Nobody really cares what Candace Owens thinks unless you're black.
Look.
And it's a fact.
Candace Owens has a problem. Let me
This
tell
is
you
the truth
something.
about America. This is the truth about
Candace
America.
Owens had a personal.
Nobody cares what she thinks in America unless you maybe a few black people. Even black people don't even care what she thinks.
But for me, it's really not black and white. For me, it's
No, this is the truth. America is racially.
She had a
segregated.
disagreement, and she had a very vehement disagreement with Rabbi Shmuley. And after that conversation, Candace Owens cannot speak about Israel without toting Hamas propaganda. Look, Miss Candace, you have a problem with Rabbi Shmuley. That's between you and him. But don't try to demonize a nation, okay, for your own personal vendetta.
And then look, Alpha, the only people falling for it are either the blacks or the black sympathizers. There is a black sympathizer community who is not black in America, but who do sympathize, perhaps because, very dark, insecure about their dark skin or
That's
I think that's one of the funniest things I've ever
black
had.
sympathizer, dude.
Some of these places,
I don't know what black sympathizer means.
It's like a rage bait thing from loser white guys that they say it all the time. Candace Owens, I don't like Candace Owens because she's just simply wrong. It has nothing to do with the black-white thing. If I didn't like black people, if I didn't like white people, I didn't like Jewish people, I wouldn't talk to none of y'all. But it's always like a white guy being like, yeah, all of the black people.
Achik, you came from Sudan.
Let me land, bro.
You came from Sudan to Australia.
Calm down. Let me land. You can finish after me. It's always like a white guy being like, yeah, it's a black people that care. No, actually, the people that push the white conservatives be like, yeah, it's a black woman can say everything we want to say, but we can't say it from 2016 until like 2023, when you could finally say what you wanted to say. Because for those years, you were such cowardice about it. You let like trans be in front of magazines. You let like lesbians in front of magazines. You let so many people become in magazines. But at that time, you were happy enough to be like, yeah, Candace Owens can just say what we don't want to say. But as soon as she comes out of fashion, you're like, yeah, she just speaks to the black people. No, she doesn't fucking speak to the black people. Most black people detest Candace Owens. And most Catholics detest Candace Owens. I'm a Roman Catholic. She converted to Roman Catholicism last year. and she doesn't even know the Nicene prayer. What kind of Catholic becomes a Catholic without knowing the Nicene prayer? It's just, it's detestable.
No, look, for
And
me,
it's
it's
frankly
just her
disgusting.
journalism.
So don't come here and tell me it's like a black people thing. They'd be like, yeah.
Well, I think what I'm trying to say, let me get to the core of the issue, right? You moved from Sudan to Australia, fair, right? And Australia is a great country, right? Sudan is a great country.
No. Actually, let me correct you. I moved from South Sudan to Australia.
Okay, fair enough, and thanks for the correction. However, I'm trying to get at, you came from majority black nations, South Sudan, and that region, but it's very like highly tribalized. You have all your tribal communities, all these divisions, and then you move to a country like Australia, a very cosmopolitan. Okay. Well, let me finish, Alpha. So Australia is like at least 25 years, 20 to 25 years ahead of America in terms of the racial issue. Australians like
false.
Let me finish. I've seen both countries. In America, race is a very important issue. Okay, and the society and how America works, a race is extremely important, and it's a very crucial component of how the society functions. Not so much in Australia. Australia is a little more cosmopolitan, a little more advanced. Even ahead of Canada. Canada is ahead of the U.S. and then Australia is ahead of Canada. So that should put things in perspective a little bit for you. Okay, race matters in America. It goddamn matters in America, and I don't care what anybody says. If they say otherwise, they're too much left. They got a little bit of those those horse blinders around their eyes.
But don't you think that it's time to get over racism?
I gotta go. I can't listen to the wisdom of a retard anymore. He's got about as much sense as I've slept with elderly.
I'm so sorry, Jeff.
I understand, Jeff. I understand. Take care, my brother.
I'm out of here, Jeff. Bye-bye.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Alpha.
Finally. God damn it. Yeah. I can't my son had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I get it. Look, Israel is a great country. Okay? Israeli Jews are amazing people. Alpha can attest to this. Israeli Jews are amazing people. You want to say American Jews? Bruh, give me a break. Bitch slap those American Jews. Because
you can't even bitch slap yourself. What are you doing?
They've been fighting. I would bitch slap you back to Dubai right now.
Wait a second.
I would bitch slap you back to Dubai right
for 2 years. You've never put on a single uniform. You're not
I would bitch slap you back to Dubai right now.
Because you're a wife beater. That's
I
what
would
you do.
I would bitch slap you from Perth to Dubai.
Be like, yeah,
One
I'm gonna
slap.
slap your girlfriend because they're gonna bitch slap you because they've been
One slap. I want slap from Perth to
against
Dubai.
terrorism. You've never put on any uniform ever. You're such a pussy. Like
You can't even play basketball properly.
But in
The one talent you have is
Wait a second, guys, please, guys,
He's a fucking
please.
retard. He's thinking like
Wait.
he's just gonna walk up to a random Jew and be like, yeah.
I would bitch slap you back to
Wait a second,
Dubai.
wait a second.
Armed forces are hard and
Wait a
soft.
second, let me mediate. Okay, let me mediate. S500.
Shabbat shalom.
S500.
Shabbat shalom.
You're not
Yeah.
a retard.
Sure. I'm calling you. S500. I want to talk to you.
Let us speak, brother. Let us speak.
What's your ethnicity?
So basically, my father's side is from Malawi, okay, and my mother's side is actually Pacific Islander.
Pacific Islander and Malawi. Okay. What's your religion?
You know, I was raised a Christian, but now I lean more towards Buddhism. That's my
So
preference.
you're ethnically brown or black? Like, what's your race?
Half African, half Pacific Islander.
Which type of Buddhism are you?
Theravada.
And what year did you become a Buddhist?
2009.
2009? You're old. Fucking hell. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
What year did you get
11 years
married?
old at the time. I was 11 years old. I didn't even tell my parents for 7 years, right? I
So
didn't even
did you get confirmed before you left the Catholic Church?
What do you mean? Did I get confirmed before I went to Catholic Church?
Did you get confirmed in the Catholic Church? Did you get confirmed
Yeah,
in the
when I was a
Catholic
kid,
Church?
of course. When I was a kid, we used to attend church every Sunday.
You're such a liar because you get confirmed in the Catholic Church when you're 10 or 11. So many people lie on here, it's ridiculous.
No, look.
You're such a ridiculous. I'm sick of you. Like, you can't even tell the truth. Shame on you.
You know the biggest shame?
Shame on you.
I'll tell you the biggest shame.
Shame on you.
I'll tell you the biggest shame.
Shame on you. Shut the fuck up. You get confirmed as a Catholic when you're 10 and you're 11 years of age. He's a damn liar. Shame on him.
Seriously.
Fuck that liar.
Seriously. Alpha.
Because at 10
I want
years
to-
of age, if you're born a Roman Catholic, that's when you get confirmed. Shame on this disgusting liar for trying to bring shame on people. If you're going to tell the truth, just tell the truth. It's a disgusting thing to do. Pretending you're somebody else. What a shameful thing to do. Is that even allowed in Buddhism? I don't even think he's a Buddhist. Malawi and Pacific Islander. You know how many islands are in the Pacific? It's retarded and ridiculous.
He's not here, just gone.
It's ridiculous. She's a liar. Because if you ask any Catholic woman, you confirm, they'll be like, yeah, 10 years of age, 11 years of age, this is my pope, this is the
No,
bishop.
the
that's
thing
what
is,
you
he
do.
was hardly speaking English. He can't even speak English. He was hardly doing the American accent.
He's retarded. He's
That was
not
okay.
even American. He's not American. He's probably
No.
like Bangladeshi or something. I don't even know. But he's not American or something else like that. It's ridiculous. I can't listen to these people, Abby. If you want to listen to these people, I'll make you a
No,
moderator.
I'm not. If I
I
had
don't
the
listen to
moderator,
this.
then I would have kicked him.
I don't want to listen to these liars. They just lie. It's terrible what they say.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I don't know why I have to lie to people. It's terrible.
Alpha, you there?
Look, bro, I'll make you a mod and you can listen to these people, but I don't want to listen to these people. They're just
No, I don't want to
disgusting.
listen to him. I don't want to listen to him.
It's beyond the pale. It's terrible. See, either you take the mod and you talk to him, or I'm just gonna end the room.
Look, just end the room. It's okay, fine. I've added you. Add me back, okay, brother?
Alright, let me add you back. That's a terrible
Where you
thing
from,
to do,
brother?
to lie like that, huh?
Where you from, by the way? South Sudan?
I'm from South Sudan, but raised in Australia.
Western Australia. Okay, so you're a Christian.
Brisbane, Queensland. That's why I'm Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Alright.
You know, I just hope that we get rid of jihadism in this planet, you know? That's
Bro,
my-
I fought against jihadism. There's a reason South Sudan exists, because we won.
Yeah.
We won. In
So there is no
2011.
national religion or something in South Sudan.
So the religion is Christian, about 80%. The
Okay.
rest of the 19% is animist. And then like 4.1% is Muslim, because we deported them all to the north because we don't want any Muslims in our country. It's a terrible
Yeah,
religion
yeah,
to have in
sure,
any country.
Sure. Exactly.
So-
You guys saved yourselves. Yeah.
You don't want that because they'll start
Yeah.
having babies. A Muslim woman has like fucking 20 kids, so you don't
Yeah,
want to keep
you're making 1.5 babies and they're making 5 babies. They're just gonna overpopulate you.
Yeah, they have like 20 kids. We have like 12 million in our country. And we kept Muslim men and Muslim women in our country. We're going to have like 20 million babies in like 10 fucking years or 20 fucking years, because all they do is breed and they call their kids Muhammad or Yahya, a terrorist name. So we don't want any of that. And that's the reason why we deported them to the north. Now they have a civil war, but that's none of our problem, you know. So when they say pray for Sudan, it's none of our business. It's just Muslims killing Muslims again. It's not our problem, you know.
Since you're from the African continent, I just want to shortly, like, I want to let you go, but there's a last question. I'm just curious, just because you're an African, so I want to ask you:
You can ask me a question. There's somebody called A that wants to come. Do you want me to bring it up?
Okay.
Maybe it could be one of your people.
Okay, so what do you think about Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger doing the coup? Is that good or bad?
Did you say Niger?
Niger.
I want to break up every single of those countries. I want to break up Somalia. I want to break up Western Sahara. I want to break up all those countries. I don't want any Islamic majority Muslim countries in my country.
Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger did a coup against their leaders who were Western affiliated, and then they raised the flags of Russia, and there's a revolution going on these three nations. So what do you think about that? That's my question.
I think they're all doing terrible. I think they're all corrupt, and I think they're just stealing money. That's all they're doing. They're all terrible countries. I've been to all three countries. They're just terrible countries. You can't do business with them. Every single minister's corrupt. Every single person's corrupt, and they just waited to make enough money to leave, to retire in like the Bahamas, the United States, the European Union, or somewhere else. I don't believe in those pro-African stuff. It's all a lie. It's all a joke.
Ibrahim Traore,
he's a joke. Ibrahim Traore is a joke. He's just
okay. Everybody's just saying he's the new African hero from whatever.
No, Ibrahim Traore is a joke. He's probably gonna die in the next 2 years. Someone's gonna shoot him or kill him. He's a joke. He walks around like he's a commander. He was never a commander. He was never an officer. He's a retard that happened to get into power because he orchestrated some coup, you know. But Traore is not a commander in Africa. No, he's probably gonna die in the next 2-3 years. So it's not going to last very, very long. He has no legitimacy. He's not building anything. He was saying, we're building like, what did he say that they're building? You know, tomato puree? He was like...
Yeah, the name, yeah.
He was saying that they're building tomato puree. I'm like, you don't need tomato puree. You can get that from anywhere in the whole world. Italy, wherever, you know. So it's happening,
He doesn't want to make any business with the West, so he's a Russian supporter.
I don't care about Russia. Russia is gonna bend the knee soon because Russia doesn't have the will to fight for too long. So these people that hate Russia and what's going on, I think Russia is gonna suffer very, very soon. And I just think people like Ibrahim Traore are a joke. They're like Makandu and stuff, you know, Sakote, all those leaders in Africa beforehand that, you know all of them. I don't need that to repeat them to you. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
These people are them.
But there are some people saying, like, I don't know if it's a false narrative that he's the most, handsome, brave man from Burkina Faso or something. And I'm like, oh, really? Let me talk to an African.
Bro, Burkina Faso, did you know had a dictatorship for the last 40 years? Before that?
What?
Yeah, before Traore, they had a dictatorship for the last 40 years.
Repeat it again. I didn't get your accent.
Burkina Faso is a terrorist country.
Terrorist country?
Yeah, Thomas Sankara is the first president of Burkina Faso.
Okay.
And he lasted until his best friend killed him until 2014. Burkina Faso has always been, how do I call it, a military dictatorship. It's nothing new, you know?
But he's anti-jihadist. He says like he Muslim or Christian doesn't matter. He just wants to. It's his.
Yeah, but the thing is that
Yeah.
every single week the Muslims take more territory from him. He's not winning the war.
He's claiming to be secular.
Yeah, but the problem is he's not winning the war. Are you looking at the map in Burkina Faso who's actually winning the war against the Sahel regions? He's not winning. He's losing.
Okay.
He's losing against terrorism. And if he doesn't give up his seat, Burkina Faso is going to become a full-fledged jihadist state. That's what's going to happen. I hope you know that, right?
Yeah.
Social media is not real life. If he doesn't
Yeah,
give
but
it up,
social media says that he's like really secular and he's against jihadism and terrorists and all that. Like, social media says.
they said the same thing about Khomeini. You know, you don't believe social media. You have to go.
Yeah.
They said the same thing about Ayatollah Khomeini. Like, yeah, he's secular. They're gonna call it the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's gonna be democratic. Blah blah blah. Yeah, that didn't happen. You know. Don't believe everything you see in social media. It's all a fucking.
Yeah. That's why I just verify from different sources.
Ibrahim Traore is going to destroy Burkina Faso because he's illiterate, he's uneducated, he can't even speak French properly, he can't even speak Farsi properly, and he wasn't educated properly. He wasn't even a commander.
Thomas Sankara. Okay, he's also a good figure.
Yeah, Thomas Sankara was there, but he was a socialist. His best friend killed him before he got there.
Okay. Socialist.
Yeah, he's a socialist. Where are you from originally, so I can compare it to your country, so you understand what I'm saying?
I'm from India.
All right, it's like Nehru betraying you to the Muslims. Now you have 200 million Muslims in your country. It's like that.
Yeah, our country has been facing this for the past 1,000 years. The Mughals, they came here, butchered our people, raped our women, destroyed our temples, forcefully converted them. Ask me about it. 1,000 years of brutality.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what exactly he's gonna do. Because he's losing the Sahel, and he's losing areas next to Mali, and he's losing the north part of Nigeria, and he's losing the north part of the Gambia, and he's losing Senegal, because Senegal is a majority Muslim country. He's losing everywhere. He just has a good social media campaign. There's nothing badass about him. He's a weak and a pathetic loser, and eventually he's gonna lose, and you're gonna see it maybe in 2 months, 3 months, maybe Christmas, but you'll see it. The jihadists are gonna take over that part of the world. You'll see what happens. It's gonna be like ISIS all over.
Achik, I heard that there is a famine going around, in Sudan. Is it in North Sudan? I'm not sure. Just asking.
It's in North Sudan, so I don't really give a fuck. It's none of my business.
As expected. As expected.
Yeah.
They always want handouts, isn't it?
That's a North Sudanese problem. That has nothing to do with me. I'm South Sudanese. When my people were dying and they were blowing up our churches and they were doing suicide bombing in our buses and all the bullshit they were doing, I don't really care how many people die in North Sudan. I mean, it sounds harsh, but yeah, there's a famine in North Sudan, a problem. The U.S. go there instead of worrying about Gaza every single day. Gaza. And all these terrorist organizations that work with Gaza, Humanitarian Foundation, and other ones. It's not my problem, bro.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. We also had, I am from the same place, India. And we had a chance in 1947 to, for total population transfer. They asked for a separate nation. We gave them two, Bangladesh and Pakistan. But the founding fathers of India, to be frank, were stupid enough not to, ask for total population transfer, and a lot of them stayed back.
Nehru and Gandhi screwed you guys. What they did to you guys is unforgivable. It's terrible. They gave you brothers. One was Bangladesh, a terrorist state, another border, and one was Pakistan, another terrible state. Another
And the
border.
greatest mistake that we did while our freedom struggle from the British in the freedom struggle is we created a jihadi state for the jihadists, and then we created a secular state for the Hindus, and it was like, what the fuck, dude? Just make India a Hindu country. It would have
Exactly.
been nice.
Why didn't you do
But
that?
the political party, he's the greatest bastard of all time. His name is Jawaharlal Nehru. He destroyed everything in our country.
They
From
gave
the
you
beginning.
Congress. They gave you the Congress Party, which is the worst party ever in the history.
Worst
of the world.
party ever. Now BJP is tightening the bolts. Now BJP is doing the good, and BJP is, by the way, the largest political party in the entire planet. It's doing some good, and it's also doing some bad. But you know,
But what
would you
disrespect
say?
do? Look what hand they gave him. They gave him the Joker. They didn't give him a king or a 10 or a 9 or an 8 or a 7. They gave the BJP a Joker. You started off from nothing, so it's gonna take some time, maybe 20 years, you know.
Who you are talking about?
Maybe. Like the BJP. Look what the BJP have to reverse. All this terrorism. Look what happened in Kashmir. Like Kashmir is India.
And then we retaliated, and then we, destroyed the terrorist areas in Pakistan, and we're doing, but that's not enough.
Bro, your people screwed you over, bro. I feel for you. That's why
Yeah.
COVID happened in Australia. I said, we have to bring in the Indian people because Indian people in Australia are hardworking. They're very good people. I don't want any more Muslims, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis,
speaking
and all
about-
these terrorists. I want the Indians to come back to Australia, because they cancelled.
Speaking about Australia, I really like Avi Yemeni. He has my same name, yeah? You heard about him? Avi Yemeni?
He's the best. He's the best. He's one of the best. He's in Melbourne.
He's one of the best, right? Oh my god, he's such a great guy.
No, he's a great dude. Avi Yemeni is one of the best.
One of the best. He really goes to the pro-Hamas rallies and he trolls the shit out of them, That's the best part.
I go to the pro-Israeli rallies. So right now we have one in Sydney, and my friend is gonna go do it on Sunday. They're gonna cancel it, and we don't want these people in Australia. You have so many Arab Muslims that they came from Syria as refugees, and after they came in, they have like anti-Semitism. They hate the Hindus. They hate everybody. They hate Christians. They hate Jewish people. They hate everybody. It's a terrible thing what their religion teaches them. I didn't even know what they teach them, and we're going to make sure nothing happens to our Jewish community in Australia. They're the best. We love them, and the Hindu community too. But the Muslim community, they're trying to show force and build a mosque in Western Sydney and going to go to the Sydney Bridge. And I'm like, the problem is like, you see those pictures out of like Gaza, as they call it. And the problem with Gaza is like 40% of Palestinians marry their first cousins. So they become inbred. So you see these kids that are malnourished. And they're not malnourished because they're sick or something else like that. And you look beside them, their mother is fat, obese, and just disgusting. And
It is the same thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy, go ahead.
I just want to say, you look at their mother beside them, their mother's obese. She's ugly, she's disgusting, she looks inbred. She has like those double eye chins, those double noses and everything. It's just a disgusting thing to look at. And they want to bring their old traditional pose to every single country. France right now, the reason why France wants to recognize it because they have a 10% Muslim population and they need it for the electoral votes, especially in Paris. They need it in London too. 5 of the 12 cabinet members of the UK Islamo Party, they need the Muslim vote, so they can't go against it. That's why they want to do it. Same thing as in Canada. The reason Mark Carney won, because 40% of the Canadian people didn't even bother to vote in the federal election. It's a terrible thing that happened. But no, we don't want these Muslims in any country. What they do, they come here, they marry themselves, they don't work, the women don't work, and they're just inbred. It's a disgusting thing that happens, and nobody's willing to call it out because they're gonna get killed. Like that guy in Norway, remember him? Salwan Mamalka. Remember? He used to burn the Quran.
Yeah.
And they murdered him. These people are savages, they're animals. I don't care if they come and kill him. I'm not even worried about these Muslims at all whatsoever. Fuck them.
The same problem is there in Europe. I mean, in Britain too. That consanguineous marriage, the marriage between cousins among specialists, and they won't even stop with 1 or 2 child even if they are told that if the babies that they would be having would be mentally challenged and retarded, or like physically also retarded. They actually use it as a tool to gain more, to get more social welfare. And these people are also provided, I don't remember, it's some mobility vehicle. Yeah, mobility vehicle. That is, the state pays for the hospital visits and
social
something like
housing. And I have to go to work every single fucking day to subsidize these people. It's ridiculous. Why should I go to work every single?
You know, there's this one video that I was watching that day in front of the cathedral. Okay, in front of the cathedral, these people are doing namaz. In front of the cathedral, they are doing the Muslim prayer. And I'm like, why do we need to do it in front of the cathedral? It's in Melbourne, I think. Do you follow that?
Yeah, I saw that. It's a show dominance because in their own
Like,
country.
we are here to take over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a show dominance. They're retarded.
And the cathedral responded by ringing the church bells. Loud church bells.
Yeah.
They retaliated. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Imagine Christians going to Mecca and praying, praise the Lord in front of Mecca. Imagine that. Has that happened? Will it happen?
No, the only reason it happened is the Pope said, yeah, we need to do another crusade. I mean, it took the people in Spain and Portugal 800 years to get their country back. Sometimes it takes a long time, but these Muslims are just retarded. All they do, they just come here and they just have many kids. They breed, they live on social welfare, and then they go and pray. Like on a Thursday in 4 p.m., I'm in my office working. I'm not in the fucking street because I'm not unemployed or doing some bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they're doing. And that's what they're trying to do to every country. Like in France, they threatened them. That's what the France president said. He's going to recognize a Palestinian state. It's ridiculous. Why would you reward terrorism? And I've been here. All the Muslim chicks, they're the biggest hoes. If you go to university in Australia, all the Muslim chicks, they...
My favorite is the people that always put it on their belt, and then they have it clamped there, and they just have it on the side. And look at them and going, I wonder how many times that thing has been knocked off and bumped into, just ripped from your pants and just fall to the floor. And this is why you're paying like whatever price it is for one of these cases when you could have just removed the case and it would have slid easily into your pockets.
Yes. What do you guys think of the feature, the polling feature?
We've only been asking it for 3 years.
I think it's interesting that Chatter was able to deliver it on day one, and it took Clubhouse like 5 years to make. It's crazy. I noticed that Kristen, Serendipity, and Brad have not answered the poll. Norm has not answered the poll either.
I can't make up my mind between two.
No. All four are pretty.
I think they should roll out the video streaming next, like Chatter has.
Ooh, I'm not a big fan of the video. I think audio is diminished
finished when you turn on the video. And if you were on Chatter when they were rolling it out, I think Dawn Fields uses it in a good way, like when she's doing the movie trailer stuff. That works. But outside of that, like, you get people like Dr. Catherine that'll just make duck lips at the camera and drink wine and play with her hair, and it's just, you know, and then just do these random white girl dance moves. It's I've been in rooms when they were like, hey, everybody turn the camera on. There are 300 people in the room, and like 5 people will turn it on, and it's the same 5 people. It's the ones that it's basically the older women that have Botox. It's very interesting.
I tried it once with, I think it was with you, Roger, right? Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm ugly. I mean, you don't need a live feed if you really want to know. Just
You're not that ugly.
Oh, yeah. And so, like, you know, no one needs to see that. And plus, what I find fascinating is the people that turn it on. I mean, I'm for it at times because I'm gonna be like, hey, some of you guys who, like, some of the guys out there going, I'm 6'8" and I can bench 500 pounds. I'm just gonna kind of say I've been calling Cap for a while. It'd be interesting to see if you really did look that way.
You know, I think the problem of why video wouldn't work for me is that, you know, when I changed my PTR to Mojo X, to Black Mojo, if I did that, like, on camera, people would say it's racist to go in blackface. So I think I'm safer this way. The voting's tight, man. Voting is tight. So far, the debt and Islamic extremism.
Those were the 2 I had a hard time making my mind up about, but I decided to go with the more imminent threat.
That would allow Islamic extremists, because guess what? You have a breakdown of economic factors, and so you'll influx all of that, and people will gravitate to whatever they think will get them by.
Yeah, people are kind of power hungry, aren't they? They'll join places, they'll join groups if they feel like there's more power behind it.
Daniel says communism. He changed his vote. What happened? Hold on, let me look. No, he didn't change his vote. So we now have 45% say Islamic extremism, 45% say the debt, and 12% say communism. So far, 0 people have said that white supremacy is the biggest threat. So it's fascinating.
I was just debating between the debt and white supremacy, and I'm like, I'm not even sure white supremacy is a thing anymore, especially when we have white folks crying about blue jeans, the Sydney Sweeney ad. So, yeah, I don't even know if that's an issue.
Can you explain that to me? Because I remember Beyonce, right, yeah, Beyonce, coming out on a jeans ad saying she had great jeans, right? I mean, didn't she do that? Like, she was laying down, she had a jean jacket on, like, bedazzled fucking jeans. Sorry, I'm old. My kids had a bedazzler. But I mean, you know, I recall that.
Oh, so you're saying, so you think that the ad was a nod to Beyonce, or like a diss?
No, I just think it was a fucking ad, and it put a hot girl in jeans again. I mean, do you want Hunter Shackelford in jeans, or do you want Sydney Sweeney?
Oh my God.
Yeah, nobody made a big deal about Beyonce's jean ad, but Sydney Sweeney, who I happen to think is smoking hot. Mojo, if you don't mind, I interviewed her. If you don't mind if I post a link to my Sydney Sweeney interview in the chat, because I'm actually quite proud of that. They're just jealous, Brad. It's just jealousy. She's smoking hot. She's, if I can say, got great tits. Whether they're real or fake, they seem real to me. And folks are just tripped out. We have a hot, young, blonde woman promoting blue jeans and, a pun on jeans. And you have tripped out, colorful-haired, fringe progressives angry over no reason. I'm glad the jeans sold out in response to this lunacy on social media.
Why, someone wrote like a widely circulated article about eugenics. It's like fucking ridiculous. America's become really, I don't like eugenics, but America's anti-intellectual. We should be.
Yeah, we're in the middle of an anti-intellectual swing. You would actually, Austin, you would really enjoy this book written by a dude named Hofstadter. He was a professor at Yale in the 50s, and the book is called American Anti-Intellectualism. And what it does is it tracks the tendency in our country from the start to swing. Hey,
people are kind of power hungry, aren't they?
Brad.
Join places,
Yeah.
join groups.
Brad, did you move your stuff you click out or what?
No.
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought you moved
Yeah,
something.
you went down
Anyway.
right there, but
Anyway, it's called
Yeah, I know I had a-
Intellectualism, and the whole point of the book is to point out that the anti-intellectual tendency is one that goes on a pendulum. Sometimes we are hyper-intellectual in the trend of, say, a Madison or a Hamilton, and other times we are utterly unintellectual, as in a Washington. I don't know.
I think.
I don't know if you knew that, but like Washington never had any formal schooling. He was a surveyor by trade.
Beyond temporally, I think geographically, it's even more of a phenomenon. I think these days it's a huge thing. But I want to talk about my genetics. That does not mean I'm into eugenics, but yeah, there was a widely circulated article about that. I mean, it's like we live in such a sensationalist, populist, bullshit world. Like, I'd like to be able to talk about genetics without people being like, eugenics, blue jeans and eugenics.
Just for everybody that is unaware, there is a poll feature. Some of you might not be able to see it because you might have to update your app. If you can see it, up above there is a poll. We're asking the question, what is the biggest threat to America? The choices are Islamic extremism, communism, the debt, or white supremacy. If you want to vote, you need to make sure you have the latest updated version, and then you can have your vote counted.
I don't, but it's the white supremacists and the Islamic terrorists. Yeah, they're both pretty bad.
I would say 3 of the 4 are legitimate threats, and 1 of the 4 is no threat at all. But I'll let you guys decide what you.
Hey Roger, you ought to take a look in the chat at what Keegan says about the quote Jewish influence in America. Apparently, we're controlled by the Jews.
Oh, amazing. Why doesn't he come up here?
Like being an anti-Semite.
Why doesn't he come up here and tell us about this? That'd be amazing.
Because he knows Brad's gonna rip him to shreds.
Let's hear about it.
It's interesting. The campus protest worked because people anonymized themselves by wrapping themselves in keffiyehs.
Hi everyone. Sorry, wrapping themselves in what? Sorry.
And I don't mean to say. I don't mean to say worked in a good way. I'm saying the science behind it. Very few people are proud of being anti-Semites, and they just put on keffiyehs and became raging redneck anti-Semites.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mark Rubio was just talking about this. Hi everyone, and he was saying that it doesn't make sense to protest against a government that you're not a citizen of, because they're finding that there are protesters who are on student visas. I thought that was a good point. I would not go to Japan and protest their laws, because I would consider myself a guest and not a citizen, right? I don't understand why. Sorry?
When I was studying in Republican, I was very conscientious about that.
Right, sorry.
Isn't it unlawful for a student on a student visa to be protesting anything?
Well, this is the problem, which is that if you're not a citizen, and by all means, there are people who study and become one, but if you're not voting, then it doesn't make sense to protest. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think people should just have self-control. If you're a visiting student, you should have dialogue and whatnot. But wrapping a bunch of multi-millionaire trust fund babies in keffiyehs and convincing them to be raging anti-Semites based on a bunch of sensationalist photojournalism is not like the spirit of the law. I think students visiting on student visas should be able to speak collegially and politely and list their views, and you can often tell they aren't American based on their accent, yada yada yada.
Right, but the thing is like, for me, it's not about what necessarily they're protesting. It's the fact that you shouldn't protest in a country that you can't vote in. If that makes sense?
That does make sense. Yeah, they should be allowed to dialogue and be like, oh, in my country we do this. But yeah, they should not, especially, they should never be violent protesting. Yeah, that's something they should extremely not
that
be doing.
would prevent them from, I mean, anything on their record would also prevent them from maybe being renewed, right? Their visas or their citizenship being approved or anything like that.
No, they would be deported if a student acted in a violent protest, or even if you break a law. You're not in, you can, depending on the administration and depending on the court. Like if you get a traffic ticket, they're probably not going to deport you. And more than likely. Now, if you were doing 100 in a school zone and trying to evade police, they're going to deport you. So it depends on the cases. But if you're at a violent protest and you're speaking out against America, for instance, and you're a student and you're on here on a visa, you get a list of things that you are not allowed to do and how you're supposed to act, and you get a whole book of that saying these are the rules you must follow and abide by while you're here as a guest in this country.
Right. I mean, there needs to be some basic respect and boundaries, right? Like, I wouldn't dream of going to a country where I'm there temporarily and then protest because I don't vote, right?
Well, hold on, Sabina. Speaking of not voting, you haven't voted in our poll either.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a poll on here?
At the top of the page, if you don't see the poll, you don't have the latest version of this app. So I just wanted to let everyone know that there is a poll posted to the top of the room. We currently have 4 choices to what is the biggest threat to America, and we've got some contenders on here. So if you haven't downloaded the new app, make sure you download it so you can take advantage of this new polling feature. It's very
interested in the poll, but I want to. Is it a poll where you could select more than one thing? I mean,
No, but I hate polls like that. I hate polls where you can select more.
Yeah, I like those though.
I know, but they don't make sense.
Sabina, nice to meet you. You have a really cool name. You have the same name as one of my favorite, like, alt-rock, jazzy, multilingual singers.
Oh, thank you. She's, I got it from a Keira Knightley movie where she was a psychiatric patient for Freud. But yeah, it's a nice name. Thank you. But before I was Samia, but what I was going to say was, yeah, Mark Rubio spoke about this because it's just unheard of that you come to a country and you protest, you know? Sorry,
It's not unheard of because you have protests going on in Europe right now, all over. You have Ireland, you have England, you have Sweden. You had a group of Americans go to Egypt and thought they could protest for Palestinians or Gaza, whatever you want to label them. And they thought they could violate the laws. You have protests going all over the world with immigrants.
And it's interesting, people in the Northeast, like, why don't they protest at the United Nations? Like, that's like an international diplomatic zone. Like, they could be there and protest. Not that I encourage, like, tons of protesters to be there, but it's good designed architecture. They have the gun tied in a knot sculpture, which is pretty neat looking.
I don't know. I just assumed that if you are a citizen, then you have the full rights. But some of the people, maybe they don't ever want to be American. Maybe that's why. But yeah, I just would assume that a citizen would be the person that protests because they vote and so on. I mean, if they wait a while, they probably could become citizenships, because America needs, good students and so on. So I wish they just waited, but then it becomes almost like a stain on them.
Well, so you're allowed to protest. You're just not allowed to protest outside the conditions of your visa. So that means, you can't support a terrorist group. So if you are, say, on the Palestinian side of the argument, it would mean you could say, yay, Palestine, we want these people to be safe. What you couldn't do would be, yay, Hamas, we need to keep these people safe. Saying yay, Hamas is almost always a violation of one's visa. Which you then end up getting into First Amendment jurisprudence, which I won't go down that rabbit hole because I can't sketch it out entirely.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Marshall, but it doesn't matter what they're protesting. I'm saying it's a bit odd to protest when you're not a citizen of a country. I wouldn't go to Japan and protest.
Yeah, I feel like it's a conscientiousness thing. Yeah, I feel like it's just people should just have a tact. If you're on a student visa, you should collegially express your views. Maybe you could treat your protester friends to coffee afterward.
Hey, can we bring up the twat waffle? Oh, wait, I can do this. I'm a mod again. Hold on. I'm feeling frisky today. Where is this guy? Young? Yeah, come on up here, Young. What the fuck, dude? Explain it. Kill all the Jews and send all black people back to Africa. I gotta hear this fucking weird ass fucking nationalistic fucking bullshit that you're gonna try to spin. So please tell me.
Well, hold on. Before he does, hold on. Before you do. I just want, while he's talking, everybody to go ahead and report the comment that he has in the chat so we can get him kicked off the app. Go.
That's what you came up to say, is to give us an emoji and some fucking weird bullshit comment because you're a cuck and you can't actually do anything.
So you're telling me you're not a nationalist? You don't love America?
Oh, I love America.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. You don't sound like a nationalist.
I believe my nation should be number one. I believe all the people in this land, regardless of what race, skin, culture,
how are you going to do that?
sex,
how are you going to turn your nation into a number one nation?
Well, considering that I was the one that wore a uniform and fought, I seem to have accomplished that.
Yeah, you fought for the Jews, for the Jewish cause. Good.
Jewish cause? Really? I'm sorry. Which Jewish cause was I fighting for?
Which
Jewish cause? Come on. Which overwhelming? Please tell me which Jewish leader. I'm assuming you're talking about Israel. So which Israel?
Where did you serve?
Where did you serve? Israeli? Listen to me, cuckboy. Listen, I'm willing to have this because I really want you to piss me off.
Nigger.
But
nigger. I want to know. I want to know where the fuck you serve.
Come stain. I mean, what do we got here? Your mother was a lot lizard who squirted you out on a prom night dumpster. What do you want? Fuck, I could go with that all day long.
By the way, Paola, I was looking at your profile and accidentally hit the wrong button. I apologize. That was me.
I know, no problem. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, look, it's funny. The nationalists are a weird bunch. They claim to love America, but they don't love the things that made America great. They're literally anti-capitalists. And if the guy didn't have such a foul mouth, we could have had some fun with it. But I'm not going to just let somebody with Tourette's sit up here and shout stupid shit like that. So
my issue with them is that they're not American. They're not nationalists. You can be Paula. Paula, you're Italian, right? She's a nationalist. She loves her country. She wants her country to succeed. Be a nationalist. Happy for her. Yeah, go, girl. You do it. You Italians rock it out. Spaghetti and meatballs, lasagna, all the fucking way. Have fun. Take that. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Go ahead. Have it. You rock that shit. You own that shit. Have it. Your country looks like a boot. It's fucking cool. You've got it. But that's not nationalism, Roger. That's that, like, fucking WASP behavior, that white Anglo-Saxon Protestant bullshit, you know, that these
Brad,
kids do.
trust
And
me,
somehow
we have a
they-
lot of people like that in Italy as well. I mean, unfortunately,
I understand they do, but
it's
they're
a
not.
disease that we have everywhere in the world. You know, this absolute.
But they're not nationalists because they don't
No,
want their country to
absolutely
succeed.
not. No,
They
right.
want their country to fail because, quite literally, if you pick these guys, aren't the ones that are drivers in the economy. They're not building massive infrastructure projects. They're not running for offices. They aren't governing in a particular way that is far more efficient, more accountable. They're not appropriating funds. They're not reducing taxes. They're not building homes, highways, hospitals. They're not doctors and surgeons. These idiots sit there and are fry cooks and live off of EBT. So please tell me where these so-called nationalists, they're not nationalists. Like, you can be a nationalist. It should be a proud thing. Yeah, you're damn right I'm a nationalist. I want America. I love my country. I have literally put my ass on the line more times than I can count for my country. And I'll do it till the day I die. That's great. But I love all the people in this country. And if somebody outside this country harms one fucking hair on their head, I would personally come and take them out. I would literally drink bourbon from their skull as I stood on top of the pile I left for touching one American's hair. That's the difference. That's not these guys aren't nationalists. They're just retarded fucking inbred swine that came out of the back hills of Kentucky.
What did Kentucky ever do to you?
It's a big ass fucking state with two last names. That's what it did. They need to have a diversification.
What do you guys think of the poll feature so far? You guys like it?
Yeah, I do, actually.
You know, if this was season 1 of Clubhouse, there's no way the poll would be holding up the way it is. We would definitely see a different choice that would be number 1.
I have a suggestion. Change the communism to socialism because many people think socialism isn't communism. So
no, communism is the middle state before you get to the end state of socialism.
Right, thank you, Mike.
I had good teachers in college. They showed me learn stuff.
I would say the problem isn't just communism. I think I broadened it to just be against anybody that's anti-capitalism. Like you can have whatever economic theory that you have, but if it's not superior to free market capitalism, then what the fuck is the point? Now, some are more dangerous than others, but we now got these damn Republicans running around, bragging about being anti-capitalist. We heard in a room yesterday people being, all for, putting their hand on the scale of the market, and calling for economic intervention. And, the anti-capitalists come in many forms.
Wait, did that guy come back with his friends yesterday?
No. That guy did not come back. Did not. Welcome, CEO. Welcome, Gildas. Welcome, El Normo. We have the poll feature up. If anybody wants to jump in, there's a couple things going on. If you want to submit an idea to save America, that would be great. And if you would like to vote in the poll, please do. If you can't see the poll that's posted above, it's because you don't have the latest version downloaded onto your phone of Clubhouse. We want to thank Paul and Rohan for this latest update. It only took them 5 years to get a feature that Chatter rolled out in version 1. So amazing.
Where are the 5% that believe that white supremacy is the problem?
Oh, they vote and dip. They don't stick around. Harry, what you want to do is you want to delete the app and then just just reinstall it. If you don't see an update in your phone, if you don't see the update, then just delete the app, reinstall it.
I've never done deleting the app, but what's gonna happen?
If you go to the App Store and then just click update, you'll be kicked out, but you can come right back if you have an iPhone. That's how it works for me, and it worked perfectly.
All right. Okay. So I'll go on to the App Store and.
Just type in Clubhouse and then click update, and it'll update, kick you out of the room, and then you can come back in and.
All right. Okay. I'll try it. Thanks, Brett.
No problem.
I haven't heard any ideas yet. Ideas to save America.
I'll address the debt. So you can reduce non-Medicare Social Security spending by 5% for 5 consecutive years. Increase the corporate tax rate by 5%, and you would get us close to a balanced budget. We'd only be about $300 billion in the hole, so that would go a long way in saving America.
Except you'd have to lock down the borders. You couldn't allow any immigrants in that time frame. You couldn't bring in any immigration because they would be added to a lot of those programs upon entry or upon gaining citizenship, etc.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea, CEO. Anything directionally towards an improvement is something that I would support. That being said, that in order to pay off right now $37 trillion, let's just say that interest was waived on the debt somehow. It would still have to have $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, or $500 billion surplus for 74 years. We're not paying off this debt unless we do something dramatic, and so maybe we should start talking about ending Medicare and Social Security.
Well, you don't have to pay off the debt. All you got to do is stop it from exploding. So we lose 1.7 to 2.1 trillion a year. If we drop that to losing 300 billion, then number one, you'd be within range to be able to get to a balanced budget, and number two, your GDP growth can handle the slower amount of adding debt.
Why do we accept that we should spend more than we take in, though?
So we shouldn't, but the issue is that, we dug a grave for ourselves, right? It's like when you do a corporate turnaround, if your company is losing $100 million a year, then your first goal is to reduce that significantly. You're not just going to get it to zero the next year because you've got too many sunk costs you got to deal with. And in our case, the sunk costs are even more complex and more burdensome than what a company has.
Yeah, I think the problem that we face is that not only do we have 37 trillion in debt, but we still have a $2 trillion annual deficit. The third largest line item in the budget is interest on the debt. So we're not even paying the debt; we're just paying the interest on the debt. And so then the two biggest line items that we could reduce that would help us to reduce the debt are Medicare and Social Security, and nobody's interested except for myself and Hanson to maybe Gildas in talking about what we could do to alleviate that.
I mean, if you're going to cut Medicare overall, which you could, I think shifting it to the states for a matriculation program, because we don't have, how do I word this a little better? If you cut Medicare and you cut the pay-fors, like who's going to pay for the medical bills, you're going to end up causing a lot of financial harm. It's like if we just turned it off tomorrow is how I'm expressing this, and maybe I'm not articulating it right. We would cause a financial collapse in the healthcare system itself. That's already under strain in the U.S. because, again, we only have like 9,000 hospital systems. that cater to 350 million people. So with that extent going on, if you were to turn that off rapidly, it would massively have an impact. And it would be a loss of care, loss of life, et cetera, go down the list. Could you matriculate people off of Medicare? Yes, and CEO is correct on that. You would have to find, at least I think he was going in this way, you would have to find a way to matriculate Medicare down to a level where you could cut it off and the impact wouldn't be dire in terms of the medical community that provides the service and the impact of the people. I'm for it. I don't think Medicare should continue the way it is. It's bloated. It's overpriced. CMS does not do a great job at pricing as people think. And there's a lot of issues in terms of what gets thrown around in overall into the department of the government. If you were going to build the infrastructure and invest more privatization into hospitals, more rural care, you're going to have to roll back the ACA. You're going to have to somehow figure out a way to start to reduce that one as well. And you're going to, which will have an impact on, say, other programs, which would be CHIP, like Child Health Plus. You would have to figure out a way to roll that program back a little bit. And you're going to have to matriculate people off. Now, you can shift these to the states and allow the states to do it by utilizing private and state-funded partnerships in order to provide the health care while building those infrastructures up. But you wouldn't be able to just cut Medicare off. That will never happen, and if it did, our political leaders are really fucking dumb. It just, the harm that I see is just, it would be on a scale that I would never like to see. It would, like a Soviet Union type collapse would occur in that field.
Well, we don't have to cut it immediately. We can always give it a period to wind down. Like he said, the drop in matriculation, and maybe it's even faster than that. But we got to decrease the scale. And then also not just the Medicaid, Medicare, everything has to be privatized.
Oh, I don't think the privatization is such a good idea, but if the only thing the United States government decides to do with its social programs is privatize them and get rid of the debt, I don't like the privatizing, but I do love the getting rid of the debt part.
Well, here's another related idea is you could privatize like 33-40% of Social Security in terms of giving people the option to have it invested in the market, and then the government could get some sort of management fee, just like any institution does for that, right? And it could be simple Dow Jones Index Fund or whatever it is, but that would, one, lower some costs, two, it would actually increase the amount of people are getting out of Social Security, and then number three, it would increase revenue for the government, so that would get a lot of money.
Why wouldn't we just say anyone born in 2026 going forward will not be taxed for Social Security, nor be able to receive benefits of Social Security, and when the last person that dies off that contributed to the system, if there's any funds left, we'll receive whatever is left over on that, and then that's it, and we just end the program. That one, I would just say cut Social Security and give the money back to the people.
Yeah, so the issue with that is you create a buzzsaw, right? And in 18 years, you end up having less people contributing to Social Security than you normally would, and so therefore, there's going to be sets of people who don't get it. So you basically are screwing everybody who is under 46 at the time that you put that plan together. So that's the challenge with it.
Not necessarily. I mean, Social Security is defunct now, right? It's not operating on a positive ratio. It doesn't have a 1-for-1 match. It doesn't have a 2-for-1 match. I think it has a 2-for-1 match on the inverse, right? So it's being withdrawn and monopolized for multiple uses, and the income stream that's coming into it is not being replenished. It's not able to replenish now. So my solution is just let it go, and we'll see the end of this program, And I'll put accountability back on people. Like, I'm sorry if you were expecting when you reached, what is the age of retirement? I don't know, fucking 60, 65. For it, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? You don't get this program. You're not going to, you're responsible for your retirement or what you're going to do with your life. I don't get the idea that I have to be dependent on the government to worry about certain things. Now, if you were going to keep SSI or SSDI, which would be disability for people that are like truly disabled, not for those that ate 400 pounds of ho-hos and then say want to claim a disability because they're overweight and can't walk from here to there, or they smoke 20 packs of cigarettes in a day or drink 10 bottles of booze every day. Then I would say for those that are truly disabled, yes, the U.S. government can universally apply supporting needs to help cover assistive devices, therapies, et cetera, go down the list, and also be able to help afford a cost of living if these individuals want to live in an independent environment. So yes, I think we as a community can say, yeah, you know what, that person's blind, for instance. I want to be able to ensure that they have a great quality of life. I do not mind contributing collectively to help that individual succeed. I don't want that person left behind because of a disability. We can all agree with that, right?
Yeah, no, there's no philosophical disagreement. It just ends up being the economics of it. How do you take care of the people who are 46 right now? Let's say you're between 18 and 46, and you've been paying into Social Security, and you end up deciding that you're going to have people not pay into it anymore, then whatever issue you're already saying is happening is only going to become much worse. And there's no way to pay those folks who have been paying into the system. So that ends up, now you can do things like raise the age to 70, right? That would help quite a bit. I think there's other things you can do, but the whole, we're going to pick a year and the future Americans don't pay into Social Security, you're going to slaughter most of the country with that.
Well, what if we looked at the way that that it's funded and the mechanisms that people have? Like, my biggest objection is that it's involuntary. And some will say, well, yeah, it has to be involuntary because we have to get everyone to pay into it. The truth is like we only get people to pay into it. What is it, like 175,000 is the cap or something like that? So not everybody's paying into it. It's 6.25%. Medicare, the way it's taxed, is half of it is taxed to the employer, half of it is taxed to the employee. And if you're self-employed, then you pay the full thing. And your end is 1.45%, unless you are a high-income earner. And that in that case, then you add 0.9%. I would say maybe that employers and the government can come to a better realization of how this could work. And the idea of offering a 401k to employees is to be able to allow people to to supplement their retirement in a better way. I would say let's get rid of one of those plans and maybe kind of merge the two concepts where you allow people to opt in. And whether you call it a 401k or Social Security, you allow them to opt in, or maybe you make it mandatory where you have to put 1%. Maybe that's fair, and then have the employer match 1%. If the goal is to get 6.25% in there, and for people that are using 401ks, they typically get a employer match of about 4%. What if we just had a retirement plan that was completely optional? Get rid of Social Security completely, and then the option would be mandatory. You put 1% in, and the mandatory the employer matches 1%. Boom! Then you get something that's going in there, and then you have some control over what you do when the money is in your account. I wouldn't give
ultimate control over this, because the idea is to make sure that you're eliminating some of the high risk stuff. If you want to do something higher risk, you can do that in an individual brokerage account. But if you were to open it up, instead of the way Social Security invests in bonds, what we could do is we could invest in allow people to determine that they want to invest, let's say, in the S&P, which on average over any 30-year period, you're going to get about a 10% return rather than the crap that we're returning now. I think that would be a better way to approach this, because you give flexibility to the person to determine how much they want to put in. And I think merging those two concepts to me just makes more sense.
But wouldn't it be dangerous? Because, like, I mean, if you go back to 2007, 2008, when some of us lost a shit ton out of the 401ks that we had, and the 403bs, you were kind of on the crux. You're tying it to the economic status of the United States. Then at that point, you're pinning it there, right?
Hold on. Well, did anyone drop Sabina?
No, I didn't.
Okay, maybe she swiped out or something weird.
But I got moved down earlier, so maybe that same thing happened to her as what happened to me.
I brought her up. Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
So what would people do with the Ponzi scheme? Do they just cut it off, or they let the Ponzi scheme go on for a while? How do they do that? Like last time Madoff, when Madoff was arrested, what did they do with the Ponzi scheme? The people who were in the later stage of the Ponzi scheme, did they let the Ponzi scheme go on for a while, so let them off the hook slowly, or did they cut it off immediately? Nobody's answering the question.
It's a really poor comparison.
How's it a poor comparison?
Because
Social Security.
Because Social Security represents 350 million people. The Ponzi scheme represents a set of individuals at that specific financial firm in that specific field.
Yeah, so it's just a difference in quantity, right? So aside from the quantity, the essential parts are the same. So the later coming people pay for the early coming people. That's the definition of Ponzi scheme.
When they cut off the Ponzi scheme, nobody got anything. So yes, you're right. It is similar. Like if you're going down that constraint, yes. If that's where you're trying to line the argument, yeah, that it would be the same. But to a broader point, I would let it just run out and end the program.
Yeah. So I mean, the people who later come to the Madoff's Ponzi scheme, they're also suffering. Should we also give them a kind of palliative to slowly run out and let the later coming still get more latecomers to pay for the penultimate latecomers?
Yeah, so you're so. Oops, I'm sorry. Oh, maybe I used it wrong.
And the number of people shouldn't be a factor, right? So just because you have more people, let's say Madoff recruited more people, should we also treat the Ponzi scheme differently?
Okay, hey, I'm sorry. Okay, so your solution is let's just cut it off. And so all you folks that have been paying in since you're 18, whether you're 66, 65, 58, whatever you are, good luck to you. You put everything in the system. Thanks for playing.
That wasn't my CEO.
Not you. That's the other guy. Not you, Brad. That's not you. Oh. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the other guy.
Yeah, well, so you can say the same thing to the the later comer of the Madoff Ponzi scheme, right? You still have to answer that question.
Except for there isn't a public fiduciary responsibility mandated by law. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a bad law that actually erected the Ponzi scheme. So what's the difference?
I mean, the erection of Social Security in 1932, you can take two looks at it. Number one, FDR put it in because he genuinely gave a shit that people at the end of their lives who couldn't work anymore needed to live with dignity. Or, well, three ways. Or you can look at it and say he was just a cynical SOB because the median age of life was 61 and you could only collect when you were 62. Or it's a mix of the two. I tend to think personally it's a mix of it was both good politically and it helped other people. Look, man, my mother and father have paid into Social Security for, 30 or 40 years now. If you just end it with them, they're going to have every right to be mad, and they're going to have every right to demand that the government write them a check.
Yeah, well,
if you're going to take them,
oh my God,
mad too. All right.
Oh, no, that's not the point. My point is people of my generation will not receive Social Security, but the people currently receiving Social Security, they've been made a promise, and that promise has to be kept. It won't be kept for my generation.
Here's a sample.
Clients.
Hanson,
you can just say the same thing.
Okay, so Hanson, let's make this really easy.
During a chess game, you can think a two-step ahead.
Okay, Hanson, let's make this really easy. For any idea to be useful, there has to be some percentage that it could be implemented, right? Tell me which presidential candidate, which member of Congress would support this and know that we're going to be voted out of office if not immediately their house burned down.
That's not
so tell me who does it.
People who shut down the Madoff scheme would incur ire from the latecomers. It's the same in principle.
You're so dumb. I can't talk to you.
No, you're an idiot.
Come on, guys.
You're moron.
You're comparing
You're a dumbhead.
public policy,
Butthead.
300 million people
Yeah,
to
just think
800.
about it. In principle, you can also just apply the same argument to Madoff.
No, you can't, because these people are voted into office.
Yeah, people
were voted into office.
Elected to put
the SEC auditors are not. The SEC auditors are not voted into office.
You dumbhead.
Here is a difference when you are dealing with a financial matter. It's a private matter, right? But people who make the decisions are not voted on. So it's a totally different.
They voted to put the money in his fund. You dumbhead.
You're not listening to me. I'm saying the people who decided to pull the plug on it. The people who decided to pull the plug on it. You have what you have has a 0% chance of ever happening. So why are you wasting our years with it? It has a 0% chance of that. Hanson, do you think what you're recommending will ever happen in the United States of America? Yes or no?
Maybe. It may happen.
Okay. In what scenario would it happen? In what scenario would it happen? Hanson, spell out the scenario it would happen.
All right.
Spell out the scenario when it would happen, Hanson. Spell out the scenario when it would happen. Tell me what politician today would be on board with such a thing, Hanson.
If the people are fed up with it, they will vote for people who will terminate it. You just don't have the imagination.
So this is your fairy tale unicorn scenario. Okay, when we get unicorns, we'll get it. Yeah, got it.
I think that, to an extent, Hanson is correct, but maybe there is a bit of idealism in what he's saying. But I would say that, there would have to be some kind of cultural shift for people to even wake up and think soberly about Social Security and Medicare. And until you get politicians who can articulate the problem to the public at the very least, and even that is probably going to require some kind of upheaval in education, then it probably won't happen, and we'll just hit that dead end one day, and then it'll be crisis mode, and everybody will be running around frantically trying to fix it. But if you want to avoid that, then yeah, it's probably going to take just 20 years to even get the right kind of politicians who can express it clearly to the public and make the issue even somewhat palatable. Because if you've been paying into it all your life, you're going to expect it, and you can't just turn it off like a spigot overnight. That would lead to some kind of crisis.
Yeah, and those people who lost their money would have a legal financial claim that the U.S. government owed them cash.
And they would be correct.
Oh,
because it is a governmental. Because the government has the money. That's the other issue. Like, they have a revenue source. They would have to pay it. Hanson's scenario of like, oh, you just say good luck to everyone. Thanks for playing. There's no legal world where that could actually play out.
Well, there is a legal world. Okay, that's what the Madoff funds were treated, and unless you apply the same principle that they have the same, you can apply the same argument.
Okay, we can apply
to the Madoff's clients.
Okay, great.
They also deserve that, right? They also deserve. There's a contract, and then they should be. Let it off slowly. I mean,
great. Let's apply it, Hanson.
Consistent. You should apply.
I'll be consistent.
You can also
be okay.
Same thing. I mean, every fund should have that mechanism. I'm not saying that we shouldn't let people down a bit slowly. But we should be consistent. We should apply the same principle to all these cases.
So, Hanson, let's be consistent. Are you saying that in the scenario with Bernie Madoff, if he was generating an extra $1 trillion a year, he wouldn't have to pay back everyone in the Ponzi scheme?
What $1 trillion a year?
If Bernie Madoff kept generating revenue,
it's also making some revenue. It's just because it's far short of the payoff.
But
bankrupt.
But that's a disconnect. You want to be consistent. The consistency is this: is that if Bernie Madoff kept generating revenue, he would have to earmark that to the people in the Ponzi scheme. So the federal government, if you're going to cut it off, it would be responsible to reimburse those people because it would have revenue to do so. You can go with any court of law ever.
Assets were confiscated, right, and distributed to however many people they were. He was responsible, right? So it's the same principle should apply.
So you're saying all those people should get their Social Security then? You're in agreement with me?
Well, within the bounds of the asset that can be confiscated.
Well, the U.S. has, I don't know, 40 trillion worth of assets or so. So there's a bunch of things. And then we have other revenue. And then we have revenue coming in annually. We have a couple trillion of revenue coming in.
So let's say the Madoff's kids' asset, they're not seizable, right? So the whatever's seizable, that should be distributed.
Well, yeah, Hanson, but it sounds like you're agreeing with the perspective that oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah, what did I say? I said that what should be treated like a Ponzi scheme should be treated just the same to the Social Security, right? You have to wind down, but then these treatment should be the same. What do you find objectionable?
One also deserve that.
I didn't hear the middle and end part of that. Sorry.
Oh, I said because both are Ponzi scheme, they should be treated the same. Just like how you would treat Madoff's Ponzi scheme, you should treat the same with regard to the Social Security. So, what do you find it objectionable?
Yeah, so the U.S. has assets that can be seized. So you want us to cut off Social Security, and then U.S. assets to be seized, liquidated, and to pay off everybody? Is that what you're proposing?
Well, with what bound? Within the bound that can be seized, just like Madoff's asset can be seized, but not his kids' assets, right? So that within the bound that should be seized and distributed.
Sure. So you've made a case that like you shouldn't be able to seize future tax revenue. Okay, so I'm on board with that. But that still leaves all the current assets the government has at the time to be seized and liquidated for this purpose. So we're talking like federal buildings, land. I mean, like we got to just sell stuff off and pay people. That's what you would go.
Yeah, if within the bound of the seizure, yes.
Why am I going to sell off? Why am I going to sell off U.S. assets when I could just continue to pay out of the fund?
Responsibility, because whoever sets up the Ponzi scheme, and that will be a warning for the future.
You're missing my point, though. Why should I liquidate assets when I can just raise the FICA cap and the retirement age and continue to pay out of the account without liquidating any assets?
Well, can you do that, or do you have to?
Yes, okay. Congress is fully capable of raising both the retirement age and the FICA cap.
One thing though, if you already know that's a Ponzi scheme, let's say the Madoff's Ponzi scheme, and just to do the same analogy, right? So
it's not really a Ponzi scheme. What actually happened was in the 1990s and early. Hold on a second, Hanson. What happened was in the early 2000s and the late 1990s, Congress borrowed out of the trust fund to the tune of about $4 trillion. Both the Republican-controlled Congress and the Democratic Congress borrowed $4 trillion out of the trust fund. Now, trust fund gives the impression that it's some sort of protected financial fund. It's not. It's just a column in the government ledger. At all. But the point kind of stands.
And Hanson, I
haven't finished the point.
Well, here's a tied in.
The floor, and then you didn't state what your point is.
Well, here's a tie-in to Marshall. So, Hanson, your proposal would cost about $80 trillion. Would you want this $80 trillion to all be paid out in 1 year, so the U.S. government is doing like a fire sale, or should it be paid out like over a certain amount of time? Like, how would you handle this $80 trillion expense that you just created?
Well, that's a different question, right? You're talking about how we execute it, how we do this, and that's a different question. So long as we agree on the principle, these can be resolved.
Hanson, I think my point overall was part of the reason there's not, like, the fund is solvent isn't because it's a Ponzi scheme. It's because Congress took money out of the fund.
No, it is a Ponzi scheme.
Congress and both parties said,
taking the money off of people who contributed. And what's the difference?
I mean, I think the difference is, one, you have to liquidate assets, and the other you don't.
So
I don't understand why you liquidate assets.
Grabbing the straws. You're just grabbing the straws. I mean, you're saying on the one hand, you're saying that it is a Ponzi scheme, and then on the other hand, you're asking me what should we, what should we grab some line items, and you're just like finding excuses.
Well, Hanson, I think Marshall actually shared something interesting with you. You could look at this differently. So it's only a Ponzi scheme because of what Congress did. So what if there were a law that you can't pull any money out of Social Security for any other purpose, and that you have to take, with that $4 trillion or $8 trillion you took out of it, you have to put back into it? Then it's not a Ponzi scheme. Well, what's the issue?
It is still a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, even if you don't embezzle the fund, it is still a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme all the same, but it made it even worse when you steal it from the Ponzi scheme.
I mean, technically a Ponzi scheme is you pay out with later contributors' contributions.
Exactly, that's the definition.
And that's the definition. And the big problem with Social Security is the population and growth and so on are not as high as they were. And so we have less and less. This Ponzi scheme model works as long as you always have more
it's actually
contributors.
Just like Madoff. So long as they're more latecomers.
So how's it different than an annuity? How's it different than an annuity?
Well, please hear me out, okay? The way that this was designed to work is based on growth in population, and as long as there's always more latecomers, then there will always be more people to pay out with. But this is a less and less valid assumption. We have falling population growth all over the world. And you're saying, how is it different from an annuity? I mean, there's many different kinds of annuities, and some of them are backed with investments and some are not, and there's all kinds of stuff to that. But Social Security is really just investing in the population of the United States, if you want to view it that way. And that's the kind of the fundamental problem, is that's not the kind of investment that it used to be.
So, help me out here. To create a Ponzi scheme, like in the private market, is illegal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if it was illegal or not, or if there's a way to do it where it's not illegal if you're in a private market. If you can just change the definition of
well,
it. Well,
technically there is. Yeah, technically there is. Never run out of money, right? I mean, because like if Bernie Madoff never ran out of money and people just kept getting paid and everything,
right?
We wouldn't know anything about him today. Yeah, so the answer is to keep it going.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. And I can understand Hanson's, view that it's a Ponzi scheme, And if it's going to become insolvent in 10 or 15 years, well, how do you prepare the American public to recognize that fact?
Well, it only becomes insolvent if we don't cut our annual deficit. If we could cut our annual deficit, then it won't be insolvent in 10 or 20.
Well, we have until 2034 where the system goes from 1-to-1 payee to 1-to-2 payee. And at that point, we're going to run into some serious trouble if we haven't. And I'm a fan of doing both of these things, and I think you have to. You have to raise the retirement age to 70 some odd, and you have to raise the FICA cap. Otherwise, the fund itself won't be solvent. Congress then needs to pass a law which says that it can't dip into the fund it can't dip into the Social Security fund whenever it wants to, because that's how we got here in the first place.
I agree.
I think the best option is to wind it down, but gradually. So it will gradually pay less and less in your retirement. You'll gradually pay less and less. Future generations will pay less and less for it. Sure, some of us, like me, will pay a lot into it and get nothing or almost nothing. But, future generations will be less burdened, and that's what good policy is about.
Can I just interrupt real quick? This poll is interesting. We're now up to 12% of the respondents saying that white supremacy is the biggest threat to America. 12%. It's amazing.
But where are they? I only see one person down in the audience.
I wonder if this person will come up. His name is Chad. Richard C. Caldwell. Let's invite him up.
And I know there's plenty of people who would be willing to articulate why it's white supremacy. It's just, I don't know if they're just doing a drive-by and coming in and voting and leaving.
I'm going to throw an idea out there. I want you guys to tell me if you think I'm crazy. I would overhaul the entire taxation system. I would get rid of the income tax. I would get rid of the corporate tax. I would get rid of Medicare tax, Social Security tax. What I would replace Medicare and Social Security with is a mandatory spending match by employers. I would give employees the ability to save anywhere between 1% to 15% of their pay. And the employer would then be mandated to spend to match 1% to 15%, whatever the employee decides to do. You might think, well, that's crazy, but keep in mind we're also getting rid of the corporate tax. So instead of them spending money on this ridiculous tax, they would be investing in the employee's future. It would also give the employee the ability to pass down what they make to their heirs. I would I would give the employee the option to have a low risk, medium risk, or high risk plan. Right now, the government guarantees Social Security. I would institute where the low risk plan, they map it to T-bills. The medium risk, you could split it 50-50 between T-bills and the S&P, and the higher risk tier, you could map it 100% to the S&P. Then, in order to offset what you lose through the income tax and these other taxations, you would then institute a federal sales tax at 20%. I've ran the math, and basically we would eliminate Medicare. We would eliminate Social Security completely as line items in the budget. We'd massively reduce the debt annually, and the budget would remain somewhere about $3.4 trillion per year.
So you're 80% of the way there. The two issues is, what do you do with Uber drivers, and what do you do with small businesses who can't afford to do that?
What do you mean they couldn't afford to do that?
They couldn't afford the match, right? So like you mentioned some match, and if you're a small business that does, I don't know, $3 million a year, you aren't currently obligated to provide health care, for instance, or things you're not. So what about the mandate you're giving them? You're increasing their expenses significantly.
I don't know if you are or if you aren't, because you're also reducing the taxes and fees that they would otherwise be paying down to zero. A lot of companies offer some sort of benefit anyways, where they're doing a 401k match. So you get rid of the concept of a 401k, and you're kind of blending it into this. And so instead of the traditional cap of matching at 4%, you're eliminating all of their other taxes and fees. And if the employee chooses to go above 4%, up to a maximum of 15%, then the employer would match it. I would love to see a business model in which they wouldn't be able to afford.
What do you do with the Uber drivers and the shared whatchamacallit economy, the shared economy?
Yeah, I think if you're in the gig economy and you're a 1099, we'd have to figure out a carve out for that for 1099s. I put this together in the last 20 minutes, so I'll have to think about 1099s and how they would be in.
Roger, I agree with all you said, but I'm surprised that you want the employer to take on the burden of for the retirement plan for the employee. Why not just let the employee do their own things, and just let the employers concentrate on making money?
I think what we're accommodating here, I'm not saying it's a perfect plan. I'm proposing this as a thought experiment because it would offset the money that corporations are already paying in taxes and invest in their employees. Now, I can understand all of your criticism, and I would probably agree with it. I'm just offering this up as a thought experiment. It's definitely an improvement over the current system in my mind, because it makes everything becomes more voluntary, with the exception of the mandate of the employee match, which, by the way, most companies choose to do an employee match anyways, and the companies are already mandated to pay 1.45% for their employees for Medicare. We're eliminating that. I think when you add it all up and you compare them side by side, you would see where I'm going with it. But I could understand your fundamental philosophical pushback on it, that why would the government put any of the burden on the corporation? I'm with you on that. I'm throwing this out as a thought experiment.
Yeah, I mean, the corporation wins because they're not paying a 21 corporate tax.
I wanted to say, I guess one question I have for you, Roger, is what's the transition plan like? Let's say in the steady state, this is going to work great. But in between, what do we do? And then the other thing I wanted to say is, like, to Hanson's question, I think the reason you want to mandate contributions like that is simply to ensure that people have pensions, because people may make bad decisions. And in some cases, Big Daddy government does know better. And one of those cases seems to be forcing young people to save for retirement.
Okay.
Otherwise, there'll be a burden on the public later. But that's a policy reason. That's not such a principled reason. It's a pragmatic reason. But to my question.
So the drawdown, and again, just a thought experiment, totally open for pushback on this. Year 1 through 5, the new workers into the system, Social Security and Medicare still pay full benefits to existing recipients. Government borrowing likely increases temporarily. Years 6 through 15, entitlement spending levels off, then gradually declines. More workers in the system equals fewer new obligations. Years 16 to 30, as current retirees pass, entitlement spending drops sharply. Budget pressure eases dramatically. National debt levels off, maybe even shrinks. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, okay, I see. So, like, the idea is to do it by cohort. Is new people enter the new system, old people are still in the old system, but new people don't go into the old system. It's not
correct. We have a legacy system that will slowly transition out through death.
Awesome. And if I wanted to, like, maybe if I wanted to buy into the new system, I'm like, hey, I'm done with Social Security. You know, I don't believe in it anymore. Maybe you still need to pay into it, otherwise that would be a problem.
Again, it needs a lot of work. I put 20 minutes of thought into this, but definitely needs some work.
I mean, the one thing to it, Rod, is like at some point this will have to happen because the U.S. population is declining, and so at some point a solution like this will be, the politicians will be forced to think of something like this.
Listen, federal workers are already taking buyouts. I mean, there's 150,000 employees sitting on their asses getting paid till the end of September. If federal workers can take buyouts, Social Security, citizens who have been taxed and paid into Social Security and are expecting benefits or already receiving benefits, they should be offered a buyout. And we wind down the entire agency, terminate every employee, and get rid of it. It's a Ponzi scheme, and it's unsustainable.
You know, a Social Security buyout actually is an interesting idea. That is interesting.
Yeah, I would take very little money to just, like, not have to pay the tax anymore.
It's an unfair system. If it was actually protected, and let's say all the money you put in was invested in some S&P 500 vehicle or some type of index, okay, well, that makes sense. But it's not. It's just a fucking line item budget. It's a non-existent system. It's all tied into the overall debt system. So it's illegitimate to begin with, and we're lying to ourselves. This is a fraud and a deception.
Well, it's not illegitimate. It was passed by FDR.
Wait, hold on. Well, it was passed by FDR, but here's the point that I think a lot of people miss when they think about Social Security. The Supreme Court's already said that this is not a guarantee. If the government at any point in time decides to not pay it, there's no recourse for the American people. Period. This is not a guarantee, and the Supreme Court's already ruled on this.
So the average American contributes $400,000 over her lifetime, which the companies match. So if you offered buyouts of $250,000, I wonder what percentage of the public would take that. I bet you would be a significant portion.
Yeah, I mean, how much does that 400,000 matched by 400,000? So $800,000. How much ends up being paid out at the end of their lives? Like, I guess you could say that's what it grows to. It probably doesn't grow to very much.
Can I run some ignorant ideas that I thought about Social Security when I was younger?
Go for it.
Yeah. When I was younger, I thought
you put this money into Social Security, they would put it into a place that they protected and would gain interest. And those of us who didn't make it to the age of where you'd get it, that money that they didn't make it would go into the fund. So I thought it was like an insurance type thing where it was guaranteed as long as they didn't invest it in stuff that lost money. Like a bank, for example. You get whatever interest back in the day, whatever that interest was. So you put your money into this holdings, and it was guaranteed when you got to a certain age that you would get that back, plus some, hopefully, with interest. So I know I'm ignorant on that whole concept of it all, but I thought the variables, insurance-wise, like the people that would die and the people that would live, and granted, people are living longer, right? So the less into the fund, it's all confusing on so many levels, but I thought it was a guarantee, especially for some guy like me who's been working for many years, but into this fund that is supposed to be like a savings account. And it always blows my mind that people are manipulating, like investing in ways that aren't safe. And why are they investing in it in the first place when it's supposed to be like, in my opinion, and I'm wrong, I guess, because I don't know enough about it. I just put it in year after year after year. My time has come where I should be getting it. And apparently, for the most part, it's not as stable as I thought it would be when I was a younger kid. So I'm ignorant on the whole matter of it all, obviously. But
I think, Mark, for your generation, I think you get it. I'm not. When FDR created the program, it was not intended to be a savings program. His pitch to Congress was that it was a program for dignity at the end of an elderly person's life. Because there, at that point, post-Depression, there were a lot of older folks in America who were food insecure, who didn't have adequate housing, who, for lack of a better
But Marshall, that's not where dignity comes from. That's not where dignity comes from.
Please just let me finish. I'm not saying my view. I'm saying what FDR advertised to Congress. His advertisement was that those people deserved a pittance at the very end of their lives so that they could live their last 10 to 20 years out in comfort. It's become a retirement program, which it was never meant to be. It was only
It's not a retirement program.
Edmund, for the love of Christ, let me finish. It was not meant to be a retirement program. It was meant to be a program for, quote, dignity, as FDR said. And if we treated it like FDR treated Social Security...
It's a taxation program.
Dude, stop, for the love of God. Then we would not be paying out to so many people. Edmund, if you want me not to get mad at you, please don't interrupt me in the middle of it. Fucking fears me off, bro.
So can I just say, because I've been listening to you guys, and someone mentioned the buyout. When you do the buyout for Social Security, because it's an interesting plan, my question then goes to the other social programs that we have. Are you going to scale them down? Because what I would say is that we will see a significant portion. Obviously, I would take. I would be like, yeah, give me my money and I'll invest it and do things that I want to. But what are you going to scale back, say, SNAP benefits? Or are you going to expand SNAP benefits to actually include those? What about the various HUD programs, the housing assistance programs, HEAP, the associated various utility configurations that are out there for social programs across all the states? Are you going to then reduce those? Because what I would see is a significant jump on reliance of those services, and what we will have is a very dynamic political spectrum that will broadly expand those, thus massively increasing taxation for all of these different programs. And they would actually raise taxes, saying, don't you want to keep people's heat on up in the north? They're dying.
No.
Hold on, Hanson. I want to just get you guys clear on what the Supreme Court has already said about some of these programs. There's three really important points. Social Security and Medicare are tax-funded government programs. They're not personal contracts.
Number two, you have no legal property right to the money you paid in. And number three, this is the most important part, Congress can legally change, reduce, or even eliminate benefits at any time for any group.
Yeah, that's all the reason for not having all of these, none of these.
Before we can agree on what gets cut, can't we agree that spending $2 trillion that we don't have annually and borrowing it has to stop, and then we distribute the cuts based on $2 trillion that we're no longer borrowing? Isn't that a good place to start from agreement?
That seems to be... Why don't you get the fat from the top, the third-party management company that makes billions of dollars, right? Why don't we do that?
Well, Don, because what you just said was you were addressing billions of dollars, and what American Party indicated is that we have a deficit annually of $2 trillion. What he's saying is, why couldn't we restrict our spending to what we generate in terms of tax revenue? So if we're pulling in, say, like in 2024, $5 trillion, do you think it would have been a bad idea to say that spending should be no more than $5 trillion? I mean, we already have $37 trillion in debt. Moving forward, what would be a valid argument in support of adding additional debt? I think common sense would dictate that within your own budget, you would stick within your means. Why is it that we're allowed to, at a government level, spend $2 trillion more than what we take? It makes no sense. And the only way that it makes sense is if the government is literally saying, we don't care because at the end of the day, we have no plan of repaying this debt. And maybe there's been talk about looking at past models of debt jubilee, and just erasing the debt and just saying, okay, hey, things have gotten out of control. We need to do a reset. We're just gonna ignore all this previous debt. I'm not smart enough to calculate what the unintended consequences of doing such a thing would be, because we live in different times from hundreds and thousands of years ago when this was actually a common practice.
I would hate for the conversation to move too far beyond like the point Brad raised before we come back to it, I guess, because I think he raised a serious question, which is, if we eliminate Social Security, maybe for reasons of public policy, not because we're obligated to, but just pragmatically, we may end up having to increase SNAP benefits and other things. I'm not sure that's true, but I think it's a legitimate question. Like, if we remove some elements of the social safety net, well, what is going to prevent us from having to make it up through other elements of the social safety net? Maybe we just need a society, maybe that just needs to be our steely-eyed, glare and like hardness and tough love. Maybe that's what's going to prevent it. But then we need to be prepared to do that.
Jason, my point in bringing that up is because I'll also add the dose of realism into the political fray that we have. So if the success is to say, hey, we're going to offer a buyout, but the Social Security program is definitely ending, so you can get your buyout now, collect your money, move on, and then we'll focus on the debt. I think it's an interesting one. I think you'd have to work on it, but I think it's a good rabbit hole to go down, and it could be fruitful. But my concern is then on the political spectrum, because remember, we're not the only ones in charge. We're not the only ones that are focused on the debt, because there's massive amounts of other people that don't give a shit about the debt. That political spectrum will absolutely, in this day and age, will increase. Like, there will be a Democrat, there will be somebody in there that will just massively increase all of these other programs to an extent that we haven't seen. It will basically give them a doorway. And the argument against that, to say, hey, we're in debt, and then they will sit there and put people up like, hey, 100 people froze to death because they couldn't keep their heat on. That you're not going to win on that argument in a political arena. I don't see a winning scenario in that area, unless you're going to also cut those down
and then start to figure out a way that you can incorporate more opportunities for people to take accountability and actually manage their finances going on.
Yeah, Brad. So if people, I understand what you're saying, because that scenario would say that if you're negotiating and then you cut this and then increase that. So the thing is, I would think that if people have come to the census that these welfare programs are not sustainable, then they would do or cut the cuts all around. And if they had acceded to cutting the Social Security or just outright terminated, but with the same mindset, they would have agreed to cut all other programs as well. I mean, this is the same. It would be built on the same principle, right? Cutting welfare, not just Social Security, as a bargaining chip.
Yeah, but SNAP isn't where we get most of our debt from. It's Social Security, Medicare, and disability insurance. Disability insurance actually makes up a hefty portion of mandatory spending.
Listen, these are all wealth redistribution schemes and debt creation scams. Again, stop the borrowing, stop the spending. If we stop the spending at the federal level, the stock market crashes and we lose 50 trillion there or 100 trillion there. There's no easy way out of this. We have to stop the artificial economy and get back to a real economy. This is one huge debt scam. There will be no debt jubilee. There will just be an implosion and everyone is going to get fucked. And that's the truth. I am complete.
Well, then you don't chop off the arm and let yourself bleed to death. Your argument is essentially, hey, we're probably going to bleed to death when we chop our arm off, but let's go ahead and chop that fucker off anyway.
Well, look at in realistic presence. So right now, like we'll just take work requirements are under these programs, right? You know, volunteer work. What is it? 20, 40 hours, whatever it is. That is receiving massive backlash from the population. That's just to add work or volunteer requirements. So if that is such a hard pill for the majority of the American populace to swallow, if you cut Social Security, you better have a way to politically, in this environment, you better have a plan to alleviate what will actually occur. And like Jason, I think understands what I'm getting at. But just cutting the spending, you have to govern people. That's the equation you're not accounting for. This isn't a stock ledger. This isn't an Excel spreadsheet. You have to govern people. And if you add the people equation, you have to figure out how to get them convinced that Social Security is a defunct program. It's not really viable. It doesn't help promote us. It hurts us. You have to show that. Then when you cut it, you have to ensure that people are not going to crash and burn in massive ways, which will occur. So how do you prevent that?
Can I run a thought towards that? Universal income doesn't necessarily have to be a handout. It could be a way where people are working to save all the stuff that's negative in the planet. Quick example, a dump truck can come to my house every month instead of once a week. So all that energy that these big trucks are making, moving this to the landfill and stuff like that, what if universal income, I got paid for the stuff that I do. I compost everything. Nothing organic leaves my house. What if, and I'm talking about residential, granted, in residential areas, but I contend we could do it in the cities too with a little bit more thought on the subject. But universal income, we all get paid a check. Because we all know that technological unemployment is happening. People are going to be losing their job. There's going to be more and more of us wondering what to do with ourselves. And they're going to find themselves at home. At the very least, what you can do is stop organics from going to the landfill where they do no good. That's the biodiversity lost in our outdated growing system. So if we...
We're talking about getting rid of Social Security because it's too expensive. It's like $1.5 trillion a year. And you're talking about adding like an additional $5 trillion in spending. Like where are we going to get that money, man?
It doesn't grow on trees. Where does it come from?
You're not getting rid of Social Security because people have paid in for decades, and that's not going to happen.
Can I go? Could I ask my question?
Please do.
Mark, I think you were
Of
going
course.
to say something, or at least I thought you were going to say something.
No, I think Marty's going to jump in.
So, I think the last speaker really is emphasizing my point when Social Security is like it should be like a piggy bank. You put a little, you work hard, and you put a little to the side for the future when you want to retire. But I feel like if you actually want to start cutting something, it should be food stamps, because the current system that we have, it can make $1 more than whatever limit that they give you. You could lose your food stamps. So people start actually not taking that raise because they have so much involved to lose for that little dollar that they're gonna gain. And I feel like that's actually something that keeps Americans down. Rather than giving something for free, you work and you could get that benefit of a food stamp type of program. But if we're gonna cut something that's spending and
Oh no, that was totally my fault. I was friending him. I'm so sorry.
Marty, you're coming back up.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, Kristen moved you. Kristen's
Marty,
a woman.
I'm
She
so
doesn't know how to work
sorry.
the tools.
This is why I'm terrible at modding. I was friending him.
No,
and
you're fine. Look, your specialty is making sandwiches, not modding rooms. We get
Wow.
I thought it was crocheting.
Marty, so I looked it up. The Supplemental
also-
Nutrition Assistance Program makes up 1.5% of overall U.S. spending.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Let Marty finish his statement, Marshall, if you could, please.
So I don't know where you last heard me, but if a program that actually starts causing harm, it's like a sinking sandstorm. I think we should start focusing more on that, or making it better for people who are on it to not always have to depend on it for basic necessities like even housing. These are types of things that I've even heard Democrat Congress politicians basically talking about it. And rather than going towards Social Security, where it's just basically you put in for when you're actually working for retirement, I feel like there's actually benefit there. So if we actually want to cut spending, we should cut it in a way to make food stamps not something that you're always gonna have to depend on, and it could be programs where that could end up making us save money and not have people go hungry.
Yeah, Marty, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program in fiscal year 2023 was $115 billion, made up approximately 1.84% of the entire federal budget. Fiscal year 2024, SNAP was $100.3 billion. That represents 1.5% of overall U.S. spending. It's like getting rid of foreign aid. Don't get me wrong, I understand the concept of you start small and you work your way up. But if we're being real about the drivers of our debt and the drivers of our expense, SNAP is not among those drivers.
It's about the principle, Marshall.
Marshall, if I may, Tucker Carlson just had a guy on that says that banks make the money. They have no tangible, yet it just comes out of nothing. For some reason, they are able to make money. So why can't we just make a ton of money and feed everybody? How come we can't do that?
I'm confused. What do you mean make a ton of money and feed everybody? Like, I'm not following.
These people believe that you can create an infinite amount of fiat and that it will have no repercussions. They're delusional and low IQ.
They do, but let's try to explain to him why, okay? And Mark is correct that banks can make money. How do they make money? By issuing loans on existing money. And that's why banks have what is called a controller, which is some kind of government officer installed there to control what they're doing with the currency. And so they do have a currency making power, and there's some obscure paper on this, so I'll have to go see if I can.
So how come they can't do that with Social Security?
So the problem with making more money is that the value of money is backed by the value of the exchange of goods, okay? And that you cannot increase the value of the exchange of goods by increasing the number of units of money in the world. So it doesn't solve the problem. You don't create more food by creating more money to buy it with. So the real question is, how do you get the food to the places where it needs to go? And how do you get this surplus of food that you need to give to unproductive people and so on? That's not a problem that's solved by making money. So by manufacturing money. So this is the basic misunderstanding of what you're talking about. You're saying, let's devalue everyone's money, basically, so that we can take this extra money we created and use it to get the food and whatever. Then you are basically taxing the whole economy in an extremely uniform way. And then you have to ask yourself, is this the right way? You still have to ask yourself, is this the right tax policy? That's an extremely regressive tax, by the way. And I mean, is that the right tax policy? And you don't get away from asking and answering that question just by saying, let's make more money. You're saying, okay, we're going to tax everyone a uniform rate and then give that to people who don't have food. Okay, that's a proposal, but that's not like a hand-wavy solution that does away with all these questions we're asking. So that's still taxing and then spending. That's what that amounts to.
I'm curious if we're going to talk about, so obviously the debt was number one here in this poll. I'm curious if anyone's interested in talking about what was the second most voted poll of Islamic extremism, as in what is the biggest threat to America?
Do you all still believe that Islamic extremism is the number one, that's just a question, is the number one threat to America?
According to the polls, it's, at least according to this room, it's number two.
The U.S. defense establishment doesn't believe that. When they do their annual threat assessment and budget assessment to Congress, they rank Islamic terrorism third, I believe, in the list of priorities. It's first China, then Russia, then either Iran or terrorism or both. I can't.
Sabina, do you think that there's a Muslim congressman or senator that ever voted to be a fiscal conservative and to be prudent with spending money? Or do you think Muslim senators and congresspeople have no problem borrowing and spending on behalf of the American people? What do you think, Sabina?
Spending money doesn't have anything to do with whether one is a Muslim or not.
Yeah.
I think
Marshall, quick question. Sorry, Sabina, super quick question. I just want clarification. So, Marshall, do you know what the criteria that the government bases these threats on?
They come under the National Defense Authorization Act, and it's a combination of internal research and external research. Would you like me to? I'm in a pharmacy where I'm kind of able to do it. You want me to pull up the 2024 defense estimate for you? I don't mind.
No. I mean, I guess maybe I'm not wording my question correctly.
Marshall, just get your prescription and don't worry about the Defense Authorization Act. We want you healthy and happy, Marshall.
Could you just tell us? Make sure you have enough for us. So I rewatched The Sopranos recently, and towards the end, there's Tony Soprano's FBI buddies that were first, of course, watching him. One of his FBI guys got reassigned to Middle East affairs, and so he's not hawking Tony anymore, but as a favor, he says, we know that there's there's works that are being taken against you because they're bugging. They're bugging phones and such of the New York family or whatever. So is it that kind of level where our CIA agents are gathering intel and they're basing the level of threat on bugging Al Qaeda or whomever might be the threat?
Intelligence, signals intelligence, and financial intelligence all go into making up the Defense Authorization Act, as well as the National Defense Estimate. So it's National Defense Act.
Yeah, the NDAA is $1 trillion line item a year. $1 trillion a year.
Look, people, it's just analysts estimated.
Yeah.
There's no signal intelligence that's going to tell you
these guys are 10% threat.
That's not my point. He was asking what all they use.
Right.
They do use signal intelligence to write that.
They use signal intelligence to produce their estimate, but they take a bunch of analysts and they say, analyst, give me an estimate. Analyst 2, give me an estimate. Analyst 3, give me an estimate.
Right, I get that, Jason. I get that. But what numbers, what factors do they change from year to year? Is it the conflict in Israel?
They may look at that, but there's not like a number that says if there's a conflict in Israel, there is a 70% chance or something like that. There is not something like that. They just have estimates.
Yeah, I would argue that Islamic aggression in the Middle East would be a threat to America's allies, which would include Israel. But I'm not sure if it's like a direct threat to America. But Mark Rubio was just recently talking about mass migration from South America, and I would assume probably that's more of a immediate threat to America.
We spend $2.7 billion a day on a security force to defend the United States of America. $2.7 billion a day for a police department?
No, but Marsha, I would assume that you would agree with that, right? Because there's a difference between, just real quick, if I could just get my question across, right? There's a difference between genuine immigration versus like migration, which is what Mark Rubio talks about, which is mass migration. And one of the few people I heard about that were talking about that was you, Marshall, and the need for a more secure border in the South. So you don't consider that a threat? Okay.
So look, I see the necessity for the border to be controlled, and I see the necessity for people to come legally, provided we are able to update our legal process in an efficient manner. I would see nothing wrong with large portions, like large groups of people wanting to apply to come to the United States. They may not get in, but I don't have let's put it this way: if 10,000 Hondurans tomorrow wanted to follow the immigration process and come to the United States, I'm not going to stand in their way.
Absolutely, yeah.
Law, but I'm not going to stand in the way of somebody who's doing the right thing legally.
Okay, because the reason I asked you is because before Clubhouse, I wasn't aware of the level that was coming from that region. So my thing is that unless America gets involved in fixing the issues that are not fixing, but collaborating with South America to not all of the countries obviously, but the ones that do create a problem, unless they fix that, then it's going to continue to be a problem. So and that would be in the Texas border with Abbott as well as California. But I was just answering American question. I would say the Islamic aggression is more of a threat to American allies, which would include obviously Israel or other countries. But my thing is that I think there's a difference between legal immigration and mass migration.
Yeah, we heard that already. Sabina, stop repeating yourself. These are the top 25 U.S. federal agencies we should abolish to save America. Number 1, Federal Reserve. Number 2, Department of Education. Number 3, EPA.
Jump in and ask
jump in.
I think this is an interesting thing.
Wait a minute. Who in the fuck moves people off the stage? What's going on here?
Not me.
I don't know. I wanted to,
I did not do that.
So
Hold on. Listen, I could go back to solo modding. I like it's not a big deal, but dude, don't remove somebody just because you didn't like what they said.
Yeah, I'm just interested. It's a great poll. I like this feature. Islamic extremism, biggest threat to America. For those who picked that, just, kind of what does that mean exactly? What does that look like? Is it what Sabina's talking about with our allies? Is it in this country right now?
It's JV.
Maybe cells or something like that? Is it the worry it's going to change the cultural fabric? Just, curious.
That's a great question, P. I mean, I was amazed that immigration is not even on here, but yet Islamic extremism is on here, but not immigration. Amazing.
So can I answer?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Marty, if you want to answer, because if I answer, people are going to say that, I don't know, I've got some sort of problem. Go ahead.
So it wasn't that long ago, 9/11. Let's just act as if that doesn't exist. I think also people really also are glossing over the fact rockets hitting your American air bases is a direct attack to America. These are types of things that we don't discuss when we talk about what the radical extremists actually do. Do I think attack in America? Yeah, if you listen to the FBI, Homeland Security, for the past not only 3 years, they're saying in America these are attacks that could easily happen, and they're monitoring, and it's gone wild. When extremists, they don't care if you're Jewish. Like the extremists that went into Midtown, shooting up the place that was previously marked by radical Islamic extremists in America. That building that he targeted was on that list, and we have to fully understand he shot the Muslim guy in the front, and it doesn't. These extremists in all over the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, UAE, all these countries actually mark them as extremists and considers them terrorists. These are types of things that they don't do it just because they are anti-Islam. It's not how it works. It's because these are the types of people that would kill each and every and anybody that they see. They have no shame in their game. You could be Muslim, they'll kill you too. But to gloss over the fact that a terrorist attack in America isn't very possible is actually just not reading what the FBI or the Homeland Security openly says, especially in the last 3 to 4 years. So it is something that Americans should work. It's everywhere. The levels that it's on, it's not even comparable to what we've seen in the past.
No, you're missing my entire point, which is because we're American, people want to use us and attack us. Being king of the hill comes.
Yeah, but you never heard Australia. You never heard Australia killing the president of the United States, trying to kill the United States.
Being king of the hill imposes a great deal of benefit. It also imposes a great deal of cost.
Marshall, you know there's a reason for that, right? Why people want to attack America? I hope you know that.
Well, if we could...
Depends on which group wants to talk about America. They all have different reasons.
Sure, but I would say it's a bigger threat to the UK. Are you guys aware that America moved a bunch of nukes to the UK? But it's yeah.
Wake that up, Sabina. Wake that up.
Do you know the U.S. has nuclear, biological, chemical stash depots all around the world, Sabina?
No, they moved. Go ahead, Jason.
Edmund? And yeah, I ultimately have to agree that Islamic extremism is a great threat to America. I mean, Islamic extremism is organized and is present all over the world and is clearly a threat in other first world countries. To the degree that it's less present in the United States, that's in part because of very active intervention on the part of the FBI and other security agencies. And that's just realistic. That doesn't mean that, we can take that too far, and I don't think that we should. But is it a serious threat? Yes. And are Guatemalans illegally entering this country to work in our gardens a similar threat? No. Is the porous border a problem? Yes, but in part it's a problem because terrorists come across it. So that's something we have to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying we got to be balanced here. Border security is a big issue, but Islamic extremism is a super organized thing, and it's a huge threat to Muslim countries, to be totally frank. I mean, Sabina talked about our allies like Israel, but the harsh truth is that it's a big problem even for Saudi Arabia and a bunch of Islamic countries.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. The nature of my question was not any type of gotcha or leading question. I wanted to understand where people's minds were at and what they meant when they said that. And that's absolutely, true. I agree with that. So it's more of something that is imminent, and very dangerous. And like you said, our intelligence agencies are quite good. I think to Sabina's point, also geographically speaking, we have different types of immigration that floods in here. So I was wondering, kind of like maybe she alluded to, if we're comparing to other Western countries and their issues, where we would rank that on the list.
You know what's a bigger security threat than Muslims? $37 trillion in debt and $1 trillion in annual interest payments. A $2 trillion Medicare Medicaid program. $1 trillion Social Security program annually. These are the top 25 agencies we have to get rid of to save America. Number one, the Federal Reserve. No, Jason, please stop. I'm going to say this list. Number 2, Department of Education. Number 3, EPA. 4, IRS. 5, Department of Energy. 6, HUD. 7, HHS. 8, USDA. 9, Department of Labor. 10, SEC. 11, FTC.
Hold on. And you're going to continue. I just want to say this. People saying that they're leaving because they don't want to hear a list, like, people have to listen to other people's bullshit. I mean, like, so what you're really saying when you don't want to listen to that, which is fine. You can go ahead and move yourself. You can remove yourself from the room. You do whatever you want. But when you feel the need to say that, oh, I'm out, what you're saying is bullshit, is that you think that your ideas, your thoughts, your words are supremely important and nobody else's are. I mean, honestly, like, and then the mob catches it. One person says it, another person repeats it, and then another person, then another. I heard one person make a comment, and I heard 3 people add on. You guys are such fucking followers. American Party, please continue.
Okay. SEC, FTC, these are the agencies we have to get rid of to cut the debt, stop borrowing, stop spending, and save America. FDA, CFPB, OSHA, NLRB, SSA, CMS, FBI, CIA, NSA, Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, SBA, and Exim Bank. The name of this query was, based on Mises Institute, Austrian economics, emphasizing free markets, sound money, and minimal government, here's my ranked top 25 U.S. federal agencies to abolish, prioritized by economic distortion and intervention. That was a question to Grok and Representative Thomas Massey and the Mises Institute. Thank you. I am complete.
Okay, so you want to chop off your arm to save the patient.
Hold on. For those of you that think that this is unrealistic, I just want you to look. Everyone that thinks that this is crazy, go and look at what Javier Milei has done in Argentina, and go look at the results of it. I get that in the United States of America, with our checks and balances and whatnot, it's a lot more difficult to do it, and it's a slower process. But there's no questioning that when you get rid of these agencies, the government actually works better. Go look at what's happening in Argentina. I know it's hard because some of you don't even know what's going on in our country, but if you go look at what's happening in Argentina since Javier Milei was elected, it's fucking amazing.
I meant specifically look at what happened with those, and they're barely cutting any of the federal programs. People lost their mind. Number one, you have to be able to sell it, and number 2, you have to be able to retain power to pass the legislation. Part of the problem with Edmund's analogy is that while he's right, you need to get rid of those programs to balance out the spending. If you just chop the arm off, you're gonna lose power, and you're not gonna be able to make the corrections you want to make.
Look, Marshall. So what you're saying? Let me translate what you're saying. You're saying I can't get elected or reelected unless I go with the status quo. The status quo has us $37 trillion in debt, and it's climbing $2 trillion minimum per year. And so what you're saying is that, hey, this is just not the way it works here. We like the big spending, and you're unelectable. I'm saying that somebody needs to go and be the advocate to say that this is fucking a problem. Because here's the thing. Maybe today you can't get elected or reelected for telling the truth. But tomorrow you may be able to. Because maybe it hasn't hurt you enough, Marshall. Maybe it hasn't hurt others. But I will say this. There is going to come a time in this country where people are going to look back and say, Why didn't we listen to Ron Paul when he was talking about this? Why didn't we listen to his son, Rand, when he was talking about this? Why didn't we listen to Chip Roy? Why didn't we listen to Thomas Massey? There's going to come a time when people are going to say, why are we now fixing the problem and talking about the problem? And then there's going to be people like myself that are going to go, well, guys, we've been talking about this for quite some time. You didn't want to listen. And in fact, when it was brought up, we were said, oh, well, you'll be unelectable with those policies. I say that we need to address this. We need to
an idea.
So that really wasn't my overall point. Yes, you are unelectable. But again, the fundamental problem with Edmund's prescription is if you did that tomorrow, you would have any number of problems and any number of federal courts that would require us to bring people back to work, as has happened. I'm not opposed to the cutting of government, Roger. I'm opposed to chopping off the arm while not thinking that you're going to bleed out because you sliced your main vein. If we're going to do it, let's do it in a way that is...
Marshall, what do you think we're doing now? We've already sliced the vein at $37 trillion.
We're not slicing. Our president put forth a $6.7 trillion budget.
Mojo, quick thought. I mean, we have the ability to change our government. We're part of a country.
Yeah, you and I have had this argument before, and I don't agree with you in any way, shape, or form. Taking Congress and making it all digital, bad idea.
You know, Marshall, why don't you try to listen to people? You're kind of smug, Marshall.
Because he has made this argument to me before.
And I have. Marshall's right about that, and you don't agree with it. I get that. You don't agree with that idea, but I contend that it's a valid one still. That we have the technology now where we... I'm not speaking, Marshall, if I may. We have the technology now. We don't need to send people to Washington to speak for us anymore. We could set up a system of government where we, the people, are finally in control, like our founding fathers wanted it to be initially. We have the technology now. And so...
Wait, do you want all of our stuff to be done by government referendum?
With all these congressmen, we don't have to pay anymore. And it's all about a room like this where we can talk about it and how we set something up like that.
Wait,
you gotta think outside the box.
You want the United States to be led by referendum?
I want the United States to be run by we the people.
No. Referendum means that you vote on everything. So you're saying we should have a United States in which all 220 million eligible voters should vote on every single thing the government does.
Okay, I'm just going to pass over that ridiculous statement. Rand Paul just wrote on X, the Fed has been cloaked in secrecy for years. My Federal Reserve Transparency Act would mandate a full audit of this powerful organization.
Edmund, he was in the middle of talking to me. Come on.
Can I just pause you guys for a second and just say that I don't think this poll feature works very well because I'm counting up the math here, and 30 plus 12 is 42. Plus 40 is 82. It just changed. God damn it. I was counting and you guys voted. Weird. Anyways, it was adding up to 102%. Just wanted to say.
Breaking news. The Federal Reserve Transparency Act has been put forth in the Senate by Rand Paul.
Edmund, we're literally in the middle of talking. So the reason I asked if you wanted everything done by referendum is because one of the cardinal things our founders warned us against doing was having mob rule. Mob rule is people vote on everything, and you go with the wisdom of the crowd. That's a bad
Marshall, we have a borrowing and a spending problem.
Me and I are in the middle of talking. We're not talking about spending, we're talking about governmental style.
Allow me to speak, Marshall. I hear what you're saying. I get that. I get what you're saying, but there's a way we, the people, can figure out a system where martial rule isn't even a problem. You know, when I say I'm talking about a system of government, and we have to sit down and talk about it, the beauty about America is we have a right to change it. It's not only a right, it's a duty. And when you talk about martial rule, I get what you're saying, and you might be right, but what if we set it up a little different? And that takes some time to talk about.
It's not martial rule, it's not martial law, it's called mob rule, and it's what happens when you go with a pure democracy. It is the evil of a pure democracy. Mobs in America have been responsible for some of the most heinous mass murders in our country's history. That is what. No, I'm not
talking about mob rule.
That is what happens.
You were talking about. You turned what I said into mob rule. And that's
sounds like
that's your own
Democrats to me.
interpretation of what would
Are the
happen.
Democrats a mob?
Direct democracy is literally mob rule. Every founder argues that. Every person from the Enlightenment argues that. Every Roman argued that.
Gentlemen, there's other people in the room. Maybe we could open up the conversation. Does anybody else have any ideas to save America?
Artificial general intelligence. And everybody's predicting, what the prosperity it's going to bring. So that would change this whole situation, right?
Transhumanism gets my vote.
No, I don't mean changing our bodies. I'm just saying that how it will affect the economy. But they're talking about having everybody losing their jobs but getting on basic income or something. I mean, all that stuff, if it happens, it's going to affect this whole discussion.
Listen, robots building robots. AI and robots is a utopian hypnosis nonsense. We have a borrowing and we have a spending problem in America. We're spending $20 billion a day. Do you think that's enough? $2.7 billion to fund a military daily? We have a borrowing and a spending problem, not a robotic AI problem.
No, it's not robots. Don't you know how they predict that the whole economy is going to be changed from this? People will be losing their jobs. White-collar people will be losing their jobs. The whole economy is going to shift, maybe for the
Well,
worse.
if we do UBI, we just add to the debt. We go to 40 trillion, then we go to 50 trillion, then we go to 60 trillion, 70 trillion, 80 trillion, 90 trillion, and then $100 trillion in debt. Where will we be then?
Yeah, well, the whole economy is going to have to adapt to that, and I don't know how you can even predict without adding that in as a factor.
I think it's an important one, and I think universal income, not as a handout. Again, I must say it. It's not a handout. It's a payment that we all should get because we're stopping a lot of the nasty stuff that happens with the environment. If we all understand, it's a learning curve. Don't get me wrong. If everybody understands the art of making soil, the art of turning organic waste into soil on an individual level without having machinery do it, people know how to do it, especially, again, as I said, in residential areas. We definitely could do it in the cities, no doubt. It's a little harder, but that's another conversation. But here in the residential areas, if we could stop this heavyweight from going to the landfill, people make a lot of money moving that weight to the landfills. Imagine if that money came to we the people, to the system. What if I get paid universally income?
What if we could cut your income tax by 80%? What if we could cut your property taxes by 80%?
No. Universal basic income is a denial of fiscal reality. You fiscally can't support 350 million Americans with money. If you erased every amount of money the federal government spent, if you took all the $6.7 trillion we just spent, it still wouldn't be enough money to make up a universal basic income.
Marshall, if we get rid of all these congressmen that we don't need anymore because we the people
you're missing the point. Congress
because of a whole system, then we don't need them.
No.
Think of the money we'd save by getting rid of all these
salaries
that do nothing for us.
Less than $1 trillion. You need more than $6.7 trillion to do what you're talking about.
If we talked about it more, we could easily solve the problem by not having
money
Congress people
finite. You cannot just spend
of course you can.
without
Are you saying you cannot, by the way? To say you cannot, Marshall, you are trapped in a nasty fog of fate.
I look at history in other empires, and when other empires decide they're going to wantonly spend, they collapse. You know the fucking terror in France? That happened after Louis XVI was told by 6 successive finance ministers that he was fucking broke. And you know what he did? He spent anyway. And you know what happened to him? He got his head in a bucket. Because governments cannot just spend. It is a modern monetary theory farce. It is impossible. We have $6.7 trillion. What you're talking about would take over $6.7 trillion. We can't, on a yearly basis, run a $15 trillion government budget. we don't
If
have
we
the
get
tax
the people
dollars
who
for
are in
it.
charge with today's technology, I can
It's
tell
not
you,
about the tech, it's about how much money you bring in taxes, bro. It's basic math. You want to live in some sort of fucking utopia. It is never going to exist because it is a utopian foundation in which money grows on trees and there are never anything scarce ever. And that's just not the fucking world.
Are you saying
is
that
scarce.
Marshall, are you saying there's not enough on this planet for everybody?
I am saying your theory is not mathematically possible. You are inclined to believe in whatever airy, fairy, utopian, crazy idea you want, but I don't have to believe it with you.
But Marshall, flip it around. Mark, you are the expert now. How is AGI going to substantiate? Like, how is it going to sustain the American public by just making money? How?
Why'd you say I'm an expert? I don't get that.
No, but you're the one proposing this.
Why'd you say I'm an expert?
But you're saying this is going to solve everything. So how is it going to solve everything?
Yeah, first of all, AI will most certainly help us on so many damn levels, and it's going to show it. But it's going to take a lot of jobs.
Yeah, but it's going to, and if it takes those jobs, what does that do to the economy?
Right, but it leaves us open to experiment, taking care of the planet.
Yeah, but who pays you to experiment?
Universal income.
Yeah. Okay. So
this is a circular argument.
No, it's not necessarily circular, guys. First of all, the title of the room is Ideas Save America. I contend that with today's technology that's getting ready to happen, even the white collar, somebody mentioned it, doctors and lawyers, they're going to lose their jobs because the computer, obviously, is a lot smarter and faster. We all have been talking to AI right now, and the answers they give are pretty amazing.
Yes,
on so many levels.
I agree, Mark, but this is the most boomer take ever. How is it going to generate money?
The money first of all, the way it generates money is...
You put it into fermented poop in your backyard.
Well, that's not it, guys. When I can't believe you make fun of that, but, hopefully this room is recorded, and one day AI will look into it and say, wow, Mark, you really started something here.
Yes,
but you guys...
Why don't we just do a simple math equation instead of talking about composting? Because what we're doing when we talk about composting is talking about what the Democrats and the Republicans and the U.S. government has done to your dollar, to your well-being, and to your future. Do you realize that $50 trillion in debt and over $2 trillion in annual interest expenses, that's when we go into a critical mass death spiral. The relationship with the Federal Reserve is being questioned. If Donald Trump and Rand Paul and Thomas Massie and other patriots make a move here, it's possible to shut down the Ponzi scheme and save the American people. We need good ideas, and we need forensic accountants, and we need mathematicians in here running financial calculation simulations on X, on Grok, on ChatGPT, and we need mathematicians, not composters, Mark.
We need oh my God, American, we need composters for sure. But that aside, because there's money to be made in rich soil, the biodiversity lost in this outgraded growing practice that we're all a part of, and we're getting pissed off about because of all the pesticides, herbicides. That's not the story. I'm saying that for we the people, the average person who loses their job because they can't drive a truck or Uber anymore, the doctor who can't, that doctor that's not specialized in certain things will lose their jobs, that high-paying job. They're not going to find another one. What do these people do all day except contemplate their own existence and their purpose in the world? And what will that be? It'll take, how do I take care of everybody? How do I take care of the planet?
You talk a lot about
Let's talk for America, who dogs composting like it's not some
I
kind
do
of
have a question for you in regards to the environment, Mark, that you need to address
it's
here.
Pretty wild how people are dogging what he's saying as if he's saying something that's just mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, exactly. No, but Mark, your namesake,
Mark
Zuckerberg.
That's amazing. Who just said
Mark,
Mark Zuckerberg is currently contemplating spending hundreds of billions of dollars building data centers the size of Manhattan. How do you think they are going to power that, and what impact would that have on the environment, do you think?
I think Mother Nature, I think we're getting closer to many ways to create energy out of nothing. When I say nothing, the sun, solar, thermal geo, there's so many ways we could. Guess what? The reason why we don't go that way, if I may, Alex, the reason why we don't go that way is because there's no money to be made.
Hold on. The lack of knowledge, the lack of creativity. I feel like we deserve the problem that we have. When I look now at $37 trillion of debt, and I hear what's happening in this room, and the things that people blame, and the reluctance that people have to even solving the problem, I think we deserve this. I actually think that the government and their stupidity and their corruption is not a them problem. I think they're a reflection of what the American people are.
This is what George Carlin said.
Mojo, don't talk about yourself like
He said, did you ever think maybe it's not the politicians that suck? Maybe it's you that sucks.
Maybe it's
Are you talking to me?
You, the people, the citizens of America. Why do you think we got a problem in Congress and the Senate? Maybe it's we, the people, that suck. Maybe it's you that suck.
America, chill out, bro. You know what I recognize about Americans, bro? It's like everybody loves just pointing the finger, but nobody solves no fucking problems. All you guys do is sit on this app.
Great. So, hold on. So solve the problem.
Let me
talk.
Shut
your fucking mouth, bitch. Listen. No, I'm gonna ask you a question. No, you can't. You got it. And you said then offer a solution. Offer a solution, you faggot retard. Go ahead and offer a solution. Go ahead and offer a solution then. I bet you he doesn't offer a solution. After all that shit talking, I bet you he doesn't offer a solution. I bet you this faggot retard doesn't offer a solution. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're like the motherfuckers.
Where's your solution? Where's your solution?
Like the motherfuckers in WWE.
Where's your solution? Okay, I'm gonna bring this retard back up. He says that the problem with Americans is that they don't talk about solutions. And then he goes on this fucking faggoty retarded rant. I'm gonna bring his retard ass back up, and I guarantee fucking tell me your solution. If you don't get to your solution, I'm just gonna fucking move you into faggot retard.
Stop sucking your own dick, dude. Stop being gay and sucking your own dick. Trying to stroke your own ego because you run in a room where you get attention.
Correct.
Get in a room.
Correct. So don't bring him back up. Nobody invite him back up. If you guys invite him back up, I'm just unmod all of you. I will invite him back up, and he will have one chance to get to the solution. He wanted to say that nobody talks about solutions, so this is a guy that has solutions. I'm gonna bring him up, and if he doesn't mention solutions in the first fucking 30 seconds of what he has to say, I'll just move his faggot retarded ass out of the room. He's obviously not interested in offering a solution. We'll bring him up and we'll see.
Mojo, if I may, I have a great solution that nobody wants to touch upon.
I don't know if it was so great, but we can touch upon it.
Here's the deal. Before we
I'm going to bring him up. Hold on, respectfully.
Wait, Mojo, before you bring up, can you ask him the question, if he was president of America, what he would do for we the people?
Yeah, that's the question that's on the table. I'm going to bring him up, and I'll bet you what comes out of his mouth is a personal attack on me rather than a solution, which is what he said he was here to provide.
You guys done painting pictures? The way you have to paint pictures just to get information out of people is fucking sad. Like, seriously. You literally painted dog the shit out of me and think I'm not going to say anything about all the bullshit your ass just said. Nobody can come up with a solution because of dumbasses like you, bro.
Okay, what is your idea? Give us your top 3 best ideas, Marv. It's pretty simple.
What you want, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and.
I'm just asking you a question, sir. What would you do for America? What's your ideas, Marv?
Idiots, bro. Because I'm not giving you my fucking ideas just for you guys to still play stupid. You guys sit on the stage just the same way Mark said a bunch of practical, logical stuff, and you're literally trying to just troll everything. This is how I know.
Who keeps modding him?
That's what I'm like. He's not even a member of the House. Why does he?
I kept modding him. I like what he was saying.
But he's not a member of the House.
Mark, he wasn't saying anything.
It was just word salad. That's what it was.
So, do you think, I really like that quote from that movie with Cool Hand Luke where he's like, what I think we have here is a failure to communicate. So what I'm trying to say is, I think in America, we may have a failure to communicate. And that could be because...
Everyone hold on. 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 Everyone just hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Everyone relax. Everything's gonna be okay.
Do not release. Do not release.
Everything will be okay. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make some improvements. We're gonna make sure that you don't make the mistakes of the past. Some of you get the moderator badge and think that you want to rewrite the rules, and this is personal to anybody that I moved, but it is a reflection of the problems that you guys were causing by moving people. So I will bring people back up, but I will not be modding you guys. In fact, I'm no longer going to mod anybody just because people misbehave. You guys decided to mod the guy that came in to tell the room that you don't want to talk about solutions. Okay, share your solution, and then he doesn't share a solution, and then you guys want to mod him. It's fucking weird. Raise your hand if you want to come back up. I'll be inviting my favorites back up. Let's see. Crazy. I will be bringing some of you up here. Just give me a moment. That's crazy. I don't know why Mark thought he should... he said, I like what the guy was saying, and all the guy was doing was making personal attacks and didn't offer a solution. And when given an opportunity to be called out directly, hey, what's your solution? He had nothing to say. He literally had nothing to say. So, anyways, we are now back to a world where Mojo solo mods. The downside of that is, like, if I have to, like, eat or walk the dog or take a shit or whatever I might have to do in my life, I might not be here to properly mod, and so sometimes there can be chaos because of a lack of mod.
Good God, can you just stop? Just stop.
Well, what's your solution?
Yeah, that's my point.
What's your solution?
Shut the fuck up and don't repeat yourself like a mockingbird.
What's your solution?
I would tell you if you stop repeating yourself like a mockingbird. It's like literally you was ready to say that when I got on the stage and said one sentence. Well, what's your solution? Let me do them real quick. What's your solution? This faggot, you know what he's going to say. He doesn't like, bro, how the fuck can I get to a solution? I thought I could even introduce and say one sentence before you start fucking.
You said 30 and you're still not saying a solution.
Yeah, you know why? Because we're not. What is the point of me saying anything when you faggots?
Okay, then why did you come up?
Because I'm hoping to break through the trollism so you guys can get real, but it's like people lie to this.
Just say the fucking point, dude. No shade. Just say the fucking point.
Oh, what? She's like,
yeah. So, even though Mark's gone and you guys want to troll, and I probably won't get anywhere with this, I'm going to just go ahead and say it.
Bro, shut the fuck up. No one give a fuck
about Mark right now. Just make your fucking point, bro. I got a picture for y'all. My profile picture fucking loud. Comments about myself. Shut the fuck up.
Just say the fucking point.
Yeah, we got a dog on the profile. Shut the fuck up. You're not hard. You're not tough. Your dog's tougher than you. All right? Chill out. At the end of the day, my whole fucking point is, I agree.
You look like a metrosexual from 2004.
Everybody knows what I look like, pussy. At least they know what I I look like, pussy? Shut up.
I know what you look like, and I know that.
Yeah, you look like a late 90s R&B album. And you look like a fucking faggot who beats off in his room and probably lets his dog lick his balls with peanut butter. Shut the fuck up.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Just because you're on some fucking toasty with the ass in the fucking room, don't mean to eat them to me.
Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Listen, we're gonna let one mic on Mark.
Yeah.
Mark.
All right, bro. Look, at the end of the day, I'm
hold on.
because it's not going to get respect.
Listen, if I move you down again, we won't be able to bring you back up. I think that's what you're hoping for because you don't have nothing to say.
Right? Yeah, I have nothing to say. There's the condescending attitude. That's why no politics off in America.
Awesome. Okay, got it. So that was your last chance. People do this on. This is like the same thing as suicide by cop. People like come up on the stage, and filibuster themselves, hoping to get removed because they actually have nothing to say. He did that to himself purposely. He was given multiple opportunities to speak and chose not to. He is a faggot. He is a
That motherfucker, you look like Francis Ngannou on opioids, and you're trying to talk to him.
I hate bullies. I hate them. I attack them. But yeah, I hate this stuff. But yeah, he should have got on topic after he let himself explain himself. He did explain himself. He should have just went on topic. Because y'all gave him enough time on that. But yeah, I do see people. I know, and there's also some. I feel like solutions. So ideas to save America. One of the biggest things would be the microaggressions towards humans. Just in general, I think America has this mindset of like, I don't hate that group of people only. I hate everybody. And so, and this comes from America becoming a non-slave type of world where they're just like, okay, no, we don't want them to be slaves anymore. We don't want no subhumans. We don't want that. We want them all to be equal. And now the people who actually think subhuman, they think, they think racist or they're prejudiced. All those words that come with that, those people are still left behind in the woods wondering, oh, dang, what am I going to do with my racism that I was taught? And now that's fading out. So now, okay, forget it. I'll go in public and I'll just say that I hate everybody. So I think that's what happens, especially like when I observe a lot of rooms and atheist rooms and Muslim room, whatever type of room it is. There's always I pay attention to how some white people pay attention, how some white people treat black people, and I'd be like, okay, they're just a cool person. Okay, whatever, that's cool. All right, that's just what's up. They have an issue somewhere else. Then you got people that just like they're so on fire because like they got like a thing for black men. They hate black men, so they just like, oh, I gotta keep them down in some way. They gotta know their place, which those are the people in the woods too. So anyway, that's my. So I feel like being aware of that type of stuff, these microaggressions. I think that kind of helps, so you can know. I was an anti-bully ever since I was little, and I think anti-bullies, we need to be able to be aware of that, and then also just help each other out, and just like, because here's the thing. That's the last thing I'm saying. I think obviously in every room, people will. If you treat a person bad, no matter who it is, they're gonna act crazy. But if you treat them right, like no matter what they are, they'll try to treat you right unless they're trolling like as a hobby, and then you can shut them down by getting on that level. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to what you said is a focus on microaggressions as a problem ignores the progress that mentioning microaggressions obviously points out. If we've gone past the macro problems and we're down to measuring microaggressions, I think that we've already made some significant progress. I actually think anyone that is focused on a microaggression is purposely missing the bigger point. There are challenges and big things that we have to figure out. The threats to America you guys are voting on, it's funny to see out of 52 votes, 39% said that debt is the biggest threat, 29% say that it's Islamic extremism, 22% say white supremacy, although the people that say white supremacy, for whatever reason, they vote and then they leave the room. And then communism at 12%. I don't know if this is the exact order that would reflect a larger sample size, but I am happy with the idea that the debt is recognized as the number one threat to America. Hold on. What is Marv saying? Marv is saying, no respect from the jump and wonders why no solutions can be talked about. He's the guy that I asked multiple times, what's your solution? And he decided to not do it. Still gay, staring at another man's profile pic. I don't know what that means. White people love acting like they never cause problems. Well, yeah, I think a lot of people cause problems. I mean, Marv caused a problem on the stage and doesn't want to own up to it. No accountability. Let's see. Joss is saying microaggressions don't keep me from getting the bag. Gilda says put your solution in the chat, Marv. Elizabeth says Islamic extremism. Check. Okay. All right. On that note, Elizabeth, I don't think it's a religion. I think it's a cult. Matter of fact, I think it's a pedophile death cult. The Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile, married a 6-year-old girl, fucked her when she was 9. But some of you guys think there's no problem with that. Baseball card curmudgeon says need to act black fatigue to the poll. I only have 4 choices. I would have added more. Marv says all lives matter in quotation marks, and he's laughing. I don't even know who he's fucking speaking to. Dr. Adams says noisy white women cause the most problems. If they're progressive, that's probably true. Marv says everyone causes problems. Ducking once again. Yeah, some problems bigger than others. Elizabeth says legacy of conquest. Yep. And then Cowboy Honest says, hello, I'm from Africa. I need an honest woman from Western countries. Well, that might be the most interesting thing I've seen in the chat all day. Cowboy, please come to the stage. Young Zealous says, our presidents have, I think he meant to say pedophilia. I don't know what he's referring to there. But George says, dysgenics. Marv says, America based off slavery and racism, but yet white folks cause no problems that need fixed over other minority problems. Hurts your feelings too much to open that can of worms. Actually, no. I think the problem is that some people will ignore that the origins of this country, we did some diabolical shit, and that should be called out. I think you're right for pointing that out, but I think also people like yourself that don't recognize the progress that this country's made, specifically when it comes to race relations, if you don't recognize the progress, then you're a part of the current problem. And we did a room on are race relations better in 2025 than they were in 1960, and you had some really ignorant people that said, no, they've never improved. And then I would ask, well, what about if we compared 1860 to 2025? And they would say, no, it's always been bad. And so if you can't acknowledge that there's been improvement in race relations, then you are literally the biggest part of the current problem in race relations.
Because they're over skeptical, I guess, towards things they don't recognize. But if you make the vice versa, like towards some of the Americans or white Americans or whatever, towards Arabian countries or different other countries, they're over skeptical towards those countries, and they're more favored. They favor themselves. So it's like a yin and yang, and like a alternate universe type of situation thing. Because like obviously, but I like what you're saying, Mojo, because actually we do need to take notes. I said this to on my Facebook. I said, yo, pay attention to neighbors are not blowing each other up. They're not assassinating each other. They're not offing each other. This is not even happening in the wide scale. So like, we should be celebrating over the things that we've accomplished, Mojo. And so a lot of people, they don't do that. We should do that and go through that list, Yeah, so for sure.
I think with the risk of becoming too meta, Mojo, I think whenever you're having a discussion, you have to kind of leave your ego at the door, right? Or you won't be able to have a productive discussion, regardless of your background, what you work in, whatever. Like, you have to kind of take that aside and then you stick to the issue, right? So we waited for like at least 10 minutes for Marv to give us an explanation or a solution to the current issue with the deficit, right? And all he wanted to talk about was, my this and my that, the fuck you, and it gets boring really quick, okay? So anyway,
to provide a solution, actually, I think that's still kind of interesting. I think we should end the Fed. And I say that as a non-citizen, but I'm also affected by the policies of, the Fed. So ending the Fed would be the utmost priority, or at least
the what? The Fed?
The Federal Reserve, Jan. They need to stop what they're doing, because I'm actually even more black-pilled than most people in here. I think we've passed the monetary event horizon. So what's going to happen is they're just going to keep printing and then hope to God that all economies crash before the American one. That's what they're doing. They can't do anything else. It's not like, even if Trump tomorrow slashed everything, it would still be too late, because the interest payments alone are $1 trillion every 100 days, right? So they have to do something radical. Most likely, it will require some sort of restructuring, where we either use gold again, and then people will say, well, gold is inefficient. Well, okay, maybe we have to do something, because this paper system that we have now is not sustainable, right? So tangible assets. So maybe we can tie it to land or commodities or like productive real estate or something, But there needs to be a strategic shift from paper promises to real world collateral. That's what needs to happen.
Okay, hold on. I want to read the latest from the midwit in the chat. He said, capitalism and Trump and America got the whole world blind to who really is the problem, due to everyone speaking English and our U.S. military threat. So, first of all, Marv, Trump's not a capitalist. Trump actually supports tariffs. Trump actually is an economic interventionist. He's the opposite of capitalism. And so, Marv, if I were able to bring you up on the stage, I would. It's clear that you don't understand Trump's policies, which I don't support, by the way. But more importantly, you don't understand what capitalism is. You wouldn't be able to define it. And this, now I understand, with your lack of intellect, why you chose not to engage on stage when somebody asked you repeatedly what problem are you looking to solve. So you can continue doing your shit, but I think I'm going to shut this room down. I'm going to open a new one. Hold on. Marv, you're welcome to join the house, unless you have an aversion to being in the muff. Some people do. We call those faggots. So if you don't like to be in the muff, you don't have to join. But I'm going to end this room. I'm going to restart a new room. Those of you that have followed the house will get you get a little notification if you have those set up. So I'll be looking forward to seeing you guys here in a minute. And Marv, you're welcome to join. I will pull you up on the stage. Matter of fact, I'm going to title the room so everybody can search for it. I'm going to title it Marv versus Mojo. And just come on in and we'll have some fun.
Marv versus Mojo.
I will be bringing people up here in a second.
Yeah, that was kind of funny how, I mean, if the room title is Ideas to Improve America and everything is always about microaggressions, racial identity politics, gender, race, or climate change, I don't know. It's pretty elementary. I mean, use Grok to run some forward calculations and just look at, at what point. See, the thing is, how does the Federal Reserve, how are they going to even go along with it? If Chairman Powell is balking about what they're wasting the money on, but he says, it's stable enough, but it's unsustainable. They know. So it's like, again, I think it does go back to status quo. But anyways, this is what I believe is an important issue as somebody who's running, to communicate with people. But I need to do more work outside of Clown House for the campaign. But I thank you for what you're doing. And the comedy that you are bringing, the controlled chaos and the controlled comedy is what I appreciate, because the sound wall, as you call it, nobody likes banging their head against a sound wall. So I thank you for, doing what you're doing.
You're welcome. If anybody knows Marv, please ping him in. I want to talk to Marv.
I want to make it clear, I don't associate with him. He's not on my side. He don't represent my beliefs against capitalism.
Hey, if I have to own Astro, you have to own Marv.
Listen. You can call me and my reasonings for not liking capitalism retarded, stupid, faggot, whatever you want to call it. Just don't associate me with Marv's positions. And you know what, Brad? I'll do you the favor. If you don't associate me with Marv's positions, I won't associate you with Astro's positions. How does that feel?
Oh yeah, we got bipartisan agreement there.
Perfect.
So, Brad, are you a Yankee or a Confederate?
I'm a Yankee. I would have fought for the North, and I would have gladly took those Confederate gray little fucking twats, and I would have dragged them out, and I would have ass raped them with a bayonet.
Damn. That's sick. Yeah, we would have been homies straight up. Back to back.
You would have fought for the North, Brad?
Hell yeah, I'm a Northman.
Oh, okay.
That's a healthy laugh you have there, young.
Yeah, I don't know. I just give it my all. I don't know why. It's crazy.
You know what? That kind of surprised me. I'm proud of you, Brad.
Fucking slavery is one of the most horrific things that has existed in history, and the idea that somehow I would never have sided with it, which is really on the basis of like what conservatives is, but it's like in the foundation principle, and nobody should ever be enslaved. No one should be forced to bend a knee to somebody because they think they're superior in any class. And so I think people should, those little Confederate bastards.
Wait, you just said in any class?
For any class, yeah. Like if you're
so like for example, should I have to bend the knee to my boss at work? Should I not be able to reap the rewards of my own labor?
Yes. In a practicality sense, yes. You should. Perfect. You should be able to take a paycheck. But if you sat there and said, my services are worth X, and you made a contract with that employer who said, I will pay you X, then you need to live up to your end of the bargain unless you want to.
I agree with that too. I completely agree with that too. And if you want to change that contract, go ahead and get some other people and start bargaining collectively.
Yeah, that's one thing. But that's basically what happened with in America and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, people are doing good. But I would say it's not the same topic as what it used to be. But the other topic or whatever, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If the world, I think, my God, there's so much to say about this, but I'm gonna keep it short. If people just
it's okay to take a deep breath and think about what you're gonna say and then use words.
It's okay. I got it. I was there. I just canceled it out. But I was like, if people just do what's right, people do what's right. Not just right, but like virtue, like what you call virtue. If people would take a virtuous type of mindset, not just only morally, because morals are subjective. But if you do a virtuous moral check, then the world would be better. If we just do that first. But America, not exactly America, but as far as like the Confederates that are still in America, they are dragging us along. I believe that this is a setup. I think the old brother called the Confederate is still here. Like John Butch Booth. I think he's still here. And I think that thing is trying to make America look the worst in all aspects. In every ethnical relationship, yeah, you believe it. You better believe it. We come to ruin it. Because I think that old brother, that old ghost dead brother, he doesn't want to see any unity with anybody. Because it's like, we couldn't have unity. I don't want to see anybody. So if I see you doing good, Mr. Lincoln, I'm gonna assassinate you. And so in fact, while you guys are doing good, I can't stand you because what happened to me was so bad, right? Like he didn't treat other people bad. God gave them a chance, to actually show that they're not hypocrites. When it came to the British, right? The British, like, they was trying to enslave them. What is it? Yeah, I'm about to conclude. So this is the hypocrisy that I see. But versus the Yankees and the Confederates. That Confederate spirit was the hypocrite. That thing.
I'd rather talk about the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Okay.
The Red Sox win next.
Yeah, let me just finish it up. Listen. Okay, so basically, they were about to be put in slavery by the British. They got free from it. Some of the Native Americans and African people worked together who were actually African and Native indigenous. Some of those people knew the land. And so they took. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is that they could have proved to God, look, we're not hypocrites. We're not gonna put these people in slavery because we just got free from freaking that thing. But so that's why the Confederates they were just hypocrites, and it was God showing them, hey, look, you're not gonna have this land if you're doing all this other stuff. So many things happened to like show them, hey, look, this is not good. It's the Dust Bowl and all that other stuff. But yeah, Yankees for life. So.
Personal eye, silence is the best way to be. I just want to say, as an American, having worked with African Americans, Black people in America, I've had good experiences and bad experiences. But even with the bad experiences, in retrospect and self-analysis, it was a me problem who didn't know how to deal with conflict. And those women, those African American women, those beautiful women, those relationships, it was definitely a lack of maturity and maybe even lack of wisdom. I think that was probably the biggest thing, is because I think after enough time, now this may sound ridiculous, but I think this American experience has to be based on Enlightenment type of principles and philosophy, because there is no other way to explain or rationalize some DEI encounters that I've had in my professional career. But nonetheless, through great psychology and great wisdom and great philosophy, in retrospect, I see it was a lack of wisdom on my part and why I got angry over those exchanges of communication. It was a me problem.
So you have beef with Black women on the job? Is that the gist of it, sir?
I'm just saying, as a fresh lieutenant in the Army, coming out of a military academy and having gone through infantry training, and meeting a Black female major in the Army intelligence, business unit of the Army, as you would call it, it was like watching Oprah in a military uniform, but a meaner and nastier Oprah. So it wasn't it was an eye-opening experience into my lack of esoteric wisdom.
So the experience helped you build a little character, some self-reflection? Is that it? That's probably good.
No, the only way I can rationalize that experience is based on esoteric philosophy, because any government or any organization that allows people to obtain ranks of power, prestige, and authority based solely on gender or race display, as opposed to intelligence or, earning it, or even purposeful function of the organization. The military is a fucking police force that is used to kill our enemies and protect our country. And to spend $100 billion on it, because what I've realized after working in the federal government and in the Army for many, many years, the whole thing is one giant jobs program. No one ever loses their job, even if they don't show up. So it is a giant bureaucracy, and it is a parasite on the American people and their well-being. The people are the host. The government is the parasite. I am complete.
Well, actually, I kind of agree with that a little bit. My wife said that. She said that she worked with there was a gay guy who was just wasn't doing anything like there. He was just lollygagging around. And I was like, man, it's crazy you just said that, because she told me that story, and I was like, oh, I never. But she said, yeah, it was annoying. And then there was people who stole stuff, and they was like, okay, don't report it, whatever, because something about insurance. I don't know. There's some different stuff. And I was like, huh. So I kind of get what you're saying. Like, yeah.
I mean, when you get a federal job and you realize that it's like having Social Security for the rest of your life, you're never going to leave it. But the fact of the matter is, if America isn't run like a business, then we are not capitalists. We're not a republic. We are a communist state. And I don't care if you think the Federal Reserve is separate or there's a secret union. We have become the Soviet Union. And we are this kind of, on my wall, I have rubles. I have $100 ruble note and a $50 note. It's this same economic system. It's fiat. So
no, it's not the same system. It's actually, it's the World War II Italian system. The infusion of the corporations with the government is exactly what Benito Mussolini had advocated for. He called it corporatism. The critics of of capitalism will call it crony capitalism. What we should refer to it is economic fascism. I don't think it's capitalism. I don't think it's communism. It's economic fascism. It's broken, though, for sure.
Well, when I say communism, I mean a jobs program. But anyways, you're absolutely right. You know, I don't think anything's going to change. And I don't even find that disheartening, because I think, that it's a giant, it's a global Ponzi scheme. It's because you could look at, the debt of Japan and China, etc. Every country is doing central bank planning and fiat currency. So the system is already in a great state of equilibrium. And, Forex and the currency markets, I mean, that has to all reflect this like perfect, parity. I mean, you could look at the dinar in countries that have fallen and look at their currency. But anyways, the whole point is, this is the Mojo Show. And where is Marv?
Yeah, I think it's clear. Let the record show that Marv, who identifies as an anti-capitalist, I shut down that room to be able to open a room that would be more inclusive, bring him to the stage so he could articulate his views. He decided not to show up. I wonder why.
It's probably smart of him, too, because, there's secret societies. And you know what's crazy? Okay, so in America, I think things that...
How did we get to secret societies?
Okay, this is what I think. Like, if you conceal your information, your deepest thoughts, you stay protected. If you give all your thoughts away, people can target you. Not people, but I feel like there's intelligence behind a lot of things that we don't even know there's in secret societies. And so when they get a toll of information, or poll of information, whatever, the analytics on how people think, then they come up with plans behind the closed doors. I feel like a lot of us who have good thoughts, we let it out, and it's good to let it out to be understood that things need to change. But there's people right now that are either Freemason, Illuminati, or some kind of Scientology, different, many type of things.
Young.
Yeah.
What type of medication do you have?
There's none, brother. You just, that's probably what you're on.
Young, Young, I live next door to a very large Masonic hall here in Chicago. Do you know what they do in Masonic halls or churches or any religious organization? Do you know what they primarily do?
Wow. So there's two things. There's different degrees, and then what do they do on the front of anything?
No, just give me one word, a summarized word about what these organizations do. Thank you.
They form together. They come together. I don't know.
Oh, it's education, dude. They're in the education publishing business, the communication business. It's information. What's the problem with it?
So you see what I'm saying? So look, so if you study, you need to study the testimonies of people who used to be Freemason or whatever. And this is
Hold on.
Yeah. Come on, brother.
I want to look. Let's pretend that this stage is a bowling alley, and let's just pretend that you've like rolled a bunch of gutter balls, and now as a friend, I'm lifting up the bump. Hold on. Listen, I'm lifting up the bumpers. You're gonna knock down some pins if
If you're with them, that's why you're acting this way.
Well, yeah, I have no problem.
I was gonna talk to you.
No, hold on. I have no problem with the Masons, but it sounds to me like you're someone that doesn't understand what Masons are.
No, I haven't explained it yet, so I don't think that's what you're saying is a full assessment.
Okay. So walk me through. Okay, what are
America through it?
What are the two things that you do not discuss in a Masonic hall?
I wanted to stay on the topic because this is gonna knock.
I was just asking what those two things are because it sounds you're an expert on this subject, so I want
an essential question towards what he said.
Well, I'm illustrating that you don't know what happens in a Masonic hall.
That's part of your bias because you're trying to protect it. That's okay.
But you don't know what happens in there. Tell me the two things you can't talk about.
Now, it's the thing that I could talk about, right?
What are the two things you don't talk about in a Masonic hall?
If I was to talk to the Mormons, I can talk to them about certain things, and I don't have to know every secret.
And now we're talking about Mormons.
No, I'm saying because some of them are Freemasons, right? And you can be many things.
You can be any religion.
Yeah,
you just.
Hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Hold on. What are the requirements to being a Mason?
Brother, I'm not getting into all of that right now because that was my point.
I don't think you know is the point.
But you're cutting me off because you're triggered by it.
No, I'm asking you to. I'm qualifying your expertise on the topic.
I don't know exactly. I probably do remember. I would remember if it wasn't under pressure. But you're the moderator right now, so you don't have that pressure. You only have heat towards being the leader right now. That's all the only thing you have right now. I'm trying to pinpoint on what I know. What I do know is what I'm mentioning, and so that's a safe place to be. You know what I'm saying?
Got it. Okay. So for the record, you don't know the requirements to being a Mason, and you don't know the two things that you don't discuss when you're in a Masonic hall, but you're an expert on Masonry. Go ahead.
Are you talking about religion that you don't discuss or whatever?
No, it's one of the things.
Oh dang! I happen to be right. I don't even. That came to me because of the lack of pressure. So that's what I'm saying to you. The human brain works different. If you make it safe, they'll be able to get rid of.
I agree. Your human brain is working much different than mine. Go ahead.
But I appreciate it, Mojo. But that's good to even say that though. For some reason, you saw that. But let me see. America. This is what I'm saying. On the point, there's degrees, right? There's many degrees. So if there's if you're a higher degree, you would know the deeper things. That.
How do you obtain the different degrees?
Brother, I'm not going through a questionnaire about it. I know it sounds good. Sounds like it's essential. I'm trying to get to a point. This is the end point that I'm trying to say. Get it and get it out the way. And it's not even so much about Freemasons exactly, because I want to pinpoint people as if they're all evil, because they're not. That's not the point. I'm saying Freemasons existed before America, and so therefore, if it existed in another place, and now it comes over here, that means that wherever it came from, those people have power over many other places then. And so that would mean, damn, we're fighting. It's like we're trying to get order in chaos. And these people are, some people, the people who are hidden in the deeper parts of it, the people who have the deep degrees, who hide a lot of things because they can't tell it, whatever, those people, I don't know how to explain it, man. There's a statement, I don't know if this is Illuminati or the Freemasons, you may correct me, but it said order out of chaos, meaning you can get order over the earth or order in many situations globally, in many places.
Yeah. Hold on. I know. Look, it sounds like you've read like a Facebook post about this. Orbo de Chao is translates to order out of chaos. It's interesting how you have these basically these headlines, but you know nothing about it. Do you know how to obtain first degree Masonry?
I claim no knowledge.
Got it. Okay, but you know that there's degrees, and somehow you've got an opinion on Masonry.
The Holy Spirit actually leads me in a lot of stuff. Some weird stuff that happened. It's some weird stuff that happened. So I had dreams about entering a Masonic place. The doors were open, and it was like I walked in there. So, anyways, so after that dream, I'm gonna fast forward after that dream, after seeing the satanic stuff that I saw and the presidents and different stuff. But when I got out of the dream, a couple days later, when I was living with my roommate, I walked down the street, went walking for a jog or whatever, and then I went to this Elks place. I'm probably giving too much information, but I walked down there.
Elks
and
Lodge?
This was important, and I'm stopping.
Elks Lodge?
Are you talking?
Yeah, I think
Are you talking
so.
about your phallus? Are you talking about your phallus?
Okay, so look, so then I walked in. So this is gonna be short. It's very short. I walked in. I knocked on the door or something like that. I was like, okay, hey, I just would like to learn a little bit about the Elks or whatever. And then then they said I can't remember what it was. They said something like come in, and they said normally we don't let people in, but I'll let you in. And they let the door. The door was open, and so the dude said what is he doing in here? I mean, like not to be a.
Are you on SNAP benefits?
What are you doing in here? That's what he was like basically saying in a sense. And because you don't supposed to come in unless you're like a member and stuff. And so
you want cash assistance?
God's leading me into certain things, and it's like deeper things, just like the Apostle John saw things about the countries that were going to.
Young, when was the last time you read a book?
Just recently. I read the Bible a lot, but also I was reading Romans. It wasn't a specific book.
Yeah, let's talk about the Bible. We finally found something we both know about. So, can you give me your interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
What is it? What is the verse, brother?
It's when the prophet Elisha was being mocked by the kids, and Elisha prayed to God to do something, and bears came out of the woods and mauled 47 children.
Yeah. So are you like an agnostic, atheist, or whatever? What are you?
No, I believe in God. I'm a deist. My question is, what are we supposed to learn from that? Are we supposed to say that if children are mocking other children, that violence is the answer?
I would say there's times where God is close. There's times where they're paying attention a lot, and then there's times where there's anointing on a person, and then things happen. And then there's times where it's like the opposite. So
you weren't familiar with 2 Kings chapter 2?
Yeah, I was familiar with it. Yeah, I was.
Oh, you are familiar.
I was diagnosing your belief. That's why I was like saying agnostic almost. But what you do, but deism is. That's why when you came in to like to ask questions, I knew that you were part of something. That was
part of something, huh? Actually, I dedicated to be not part of something. But
deist is like attached to a lot of the presidents back then. How they used to be deists. So Freemasons.
Do you know what deism is?
Yeah, it's like when God doesn't have any involvement, but he's the creator though.
Yeah, it's so the only thing that I reject is the truth claims and the origin stories that some of you people subscribe to. But I believe that there's a God.
Oh, and somebody just mentioned this at a church that I went to, and he said something like, "Did you know George? I think it's Jefferson, who he took out the miraculous things in the Bible."
George Jefferson was the star of was the lead character in the TV show The Jeffersons with the theme song "Moving On Up." That's George Jefferson.
Okay, I must have that wrong. So, what was it, Jefferson? Okay, what was his name then? What was his actual name?
I think you're thinking of Thomas Jefferson, but I can see how you get those things confused.
Thank you, Mojo. That is funny as hell. Thank you, bro. That's just Jefferson. I'm sweating right now. 30 calories burned. Thank you, Mojo. But no, Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson. He took out the miraculous Bible verses in there because he's like a deist, but he just didn't believe in that supernatural stuff. But I think that comes from them conquering so much. They conquered so many other people's land. They couldn't believe that God could let something happen to so many people. That's why when you brought that bear thing, I knew that was coming from that type of spirit in a sense. Because it's like, okay, all right, God, you're good. You have to be good to be making all this good stuff for us to partake in. But where are you? Because literally I can do this, and I don't see no repercussions. This was the mindset of a lot of the enslavers too, because they're watching. They're like, okay, God, I just offed this person, and you're not doing anything. I'm reading the book of where Elijah's at, says, I caused the sun to rise on the good and the bad, and I caused the rain to fall on the good and the bad. And so he said,
Young, look, you're all over the place. Let's put the bumpers back up.
You have intelligence. You're denying it, even though that could have made sense. You just
I want to put the bumpers back up and focus the conversation. So let's get into a scripture. I want to get your opinion on Leviticus 18:22. What do you think?
Clarity. Okay. Let's see clarity. I guess. Okay. Let's see. It's all good. You got a good spirit. Let me see. Leviticus. I'll just look it up.
18:22.
18:22.
And depending on what version you're reading, it's if a man lay with a man the way he lay with a woman, that's detestable, saith the Lord.
Yeah, I got every version, brother. Let me look at it. Let me see. Let's see. I'm gonna look at the actual Hebrew here, and then we can actually see what's there, not whatever. All right. Let me see.
What the fuck was that? Were you ordering something?
It was my Latin spell. I'm joking with you. I'm just joking with you. I was joking with you. No, I'm Christian. And with a male, not you shall lie. Obviously, it's going to read the opposite. But as with a woman is an abomination.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
So you don't like faggots?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't hate them. But yeah, I don't hate them. Let's put it that way. Yeah. But I don't agree with the sect that have laying down with the woman, laying down with the man. You know. Yeah. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Look, to each their own. All right, I want to pass the mic around. This has been fun. You feel free to tap back in. You've got a contagious laugh. I think you've won over most of the people in this room with your spirit. There's definitely a kindness about you. So yeah, you're welcome in the muff anytime. Matter of fact, the only people that don't enjoy being in the muff are the people that were referred to in Leviticus 18:22. But that's a whole other story. So, yeah. Brad, Serendipity, Nye, Don Lopez, my favorite person ever. What do you guys want to talk about?
I know, right? Thank you.
Marv was a no-show, so I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves.
I want to discuss. I want to find out, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find the name of that fucking third-party management company for DCFS that the LA Times informed everyone about back when Gabriel Fernandez was murdered. Poor kid, but yes. And people don't know about it. That we're wasting all that money on a company like that. People knew about it, they'd be like, get it out.
Is that the little boy that there was a Netflix documentary made about him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't watch that. It's just I've heard about it, and it sounds horrible.
It was horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch that. Everyone felt that child, the parents, the system. Yeah.
Right, even the welfare system, the DCFS, yeah.
But yeah, defending, they'd rather be, they're more worried about that than actually defending like our laws and values, and kind of, they stay silent and supporting it, and yeah, it's really putting the country's future at like serious doubt. It's quite concerning.
Well, it's because the average British citizen does not have any values.
further back. I didn't know that. And an 18th century Scottish philosopher and economist, in his book, The Wealth of Nations, Smith argued that free markets and competition could lead to economic growth and prosperity. It's the last paragraph here. As for Adam Smith's religion, I asked him what was religion. He was raised in Presbyterian Church, which is a Protestant Christian denomination. However, it's worth noting that the relationship between capitalism and religion is not complex, and different religious traditions have been had varying views on the subject. Anyways, yeah, that's what my wife is here, so I won't be able to chime in. So. That's what you would go.
Have you ever opened up a pizza restaurant or created a website to sell a book or maybe listed something on eBay, Young? Have you ever worked a job where you had a boss that had investors or a management team that, was in a chronic state of disarray? Young, what I'm trying to say is we've got crony capitalism.
You ever watch gladiator movies?
Yeah.
You've seen a grown man naked?
Young, that was a great example of capitalism, by the way. I've heard it. I was down below. Somebody invited me up.
Mark, let me ask you a question, Mark.
The epitome of capitalism is what Young just talked about.
Mark, if everybody in America had a compost heap in their backyard, how much do you think we could knock off the federal national debt in 10 years? Be honest.
Oh, my God. That's a room in itself, my friend. But guess what? If everybody knew the value of organics, the farming, it would change so much on so many levels. So when you make fun of me on these different venues that we're talking on, you have no clue the value of organics.
You think farmers don't know the value of organics? You think people
I'm saying we the people, individually.
No,
have
you
no
mean
clue
you
how
that
important
live
it
in a
is.
suburb or a city environment or an urban environment whose biggest decision in terms of your consumption or products is whether you're going to have which Uber driver you're going to have deliver your food. That's a different talk. But if you're talking about the actual farmers and people who work ag and those that live off of the land, they actually know. They know a lot more than what you're probably about to espouse. No, you don't. No, you don't. You get fed by people who live off the land, who live, sweat, die, bleed by the land, who raise their children without so much as a you offering a nickel of support. You critique them, you pass laws, and then you sit there and cry when your gold-wrapped Fuji apple exceeds $5 at your fucking, what is it, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, or whatever fucking fucking market there is out there.
Amazing you can be so rude. You have no clue who I am, what I'm talking about, but yet you can just throw me under the bus.
Please enlighten me. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm saying I contend that we the people could easily stop, first of all, the waste. It's all about education, in my opinion. Understanding the value of organics. And any urban farmer, or not urban farmer in general, realizes that truth.
And also that I think is weird
What
is
truth?
like, is it just
You still haven't answered my question. You haven't done anything. All you said is that we could save money by doing organics, like some other billboard ad.
I contend we're going to save the world with organics and how teaching people how to turn organics into soil. I mean, all this
You think farmers don't know that already? You don't think that if I take a banana peel and throw it in the ground and
I know
apply
they do.
nitrates
I know
into
they
it?
do. I'm talking about regular people. But I know farmers know how to do it. But the regular person doesn't, and they don't realize how simple it can be.
Well, thank you for elaborating my point. You proved my point. You in an urban environment or suburb order pizza on Friday night.
Go get a Mars bar.
What the fuck is a Mars bar?
running America, we have...
What the fuck is a Mars bar? I don't even understand. Like, you're all over.
Mars bar is a candy treat.
Wait, gentlemen, let me interrupt your candy bar conversation. Okay. Mark, do you think at $37 trillion over the next 10 years, let's say we get to $50 trillion, do you think, paying $2 trillion on the interest is too much? I mean, what would you do to manage the budget, Mark, and the money supply?
So trapped in this system, you are going to be the last person people go to change it all. You, America, have no clue. American.
No, I'm asking you, what's your solution to the budget crisis, to the borrowing and spending crisis? What would you do if you were president of America and you had absolute control and you were Mussolini? What would you do, Mark, as a fascist or a communist or a socialist? What would you do? Or a capitalist? You tell us, Mark, what would you do if you had snap your fingers? What would you do?
Yeah, first of all, I would live by example. I would take all the interests we have in war. I'd bring us all back and apologize for the nasty stuff we've done on so many levels. I'd bring us all back. I'd put all that budget into figuring out how we, the people, can set up a system of government that is sustainable, rather than putting these politicians, these people who have, these Congress people who have.
Wait, so our government isn't sustainable? Hasn't it been going on for 250 years?
No, I would.
And then your blanket apology, you're just going to stand there up on the podium and go, you know what? We're sorry.
Yeah, but we're good. Well, listen.
We didn't mean to. We didn't want to show you that how the sun sets twice on Japan.
Mussolini. You called me Mussolini. How cool would it be if you said, "Listen, I apologize for all the stuff we've done. Now we're going to come back and try to figure out the founding fathers, Thomas Paine especially, of course, the key founding father." Because nobody's read
founding father.
Of course.
Actually, hold on.
Paine, of course.
Mark, shut the fuck up. The fuck are you doing? You just said something. You said nobody's read Thomas Paine. I literally had a Thomas Paine book club on this app. And we went through Age of Reason. We went through Common Sense. I mean, what are you even talking about?
You didn't invite me? Wait.
You might not have been on the app at the time. This was back in 2022.
Probably. Well, next time you do it, you need to have me on the app with you.
Yeah, it was
fun. Are you the authority on all Thomas Paine? No one else can have it?
I'm his person that is resurrecting him to the founding father,
Mark, I asked you about the debt and what you would do to address the debt, but let me ask a different question. Does anybody here have any revenue ideas or business ideas that America could get involved in to generate more income and more revenue?
About everything American. You ever hear the Venus Project or the Zeitgeist Movement, Free World Charter, American? I know you haven't because you're so trapped in this nasty system that's destined to fail. It's destined to fail.
Wait, hold on. It sounds like both of you reject the current system, but you just have different ideas of what that would look like. Why be so adversarial with each other? Why don't you guys just have a calm, collected conversation about it?
I'm hip to that.
Yeah.
All right. But American was in the last room that I was in.
Yeah, no, he could be a little trollish, but the question he asked I thought was a fair one. If you were king for a day and you could make these changes, like what would you do that would reduce spend? What would you do that would reduce spending, that would reduce the debt, and then would make Americans more prosperous? Like, what are your ideas?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, we're getting ready to get into where AI is going to be taking many of the jobs, right? So we have to know that that's a fact. Not just blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, jobs will be gone. These people are going to wonder what to do next. In a job where no matter how you figure it out, AI is going to do it better than you. And a corporate entity is going to always hire AI. Always. Because you know why? They do it far better.
So that doesn't answer any of the fucking questions.
All. But how do we make money if money is the standard? How do we make money at it? Maybe money doesn't need to be the standard. Could you imagine that? What if we could all figure out the equal standard of living, where everybody has food, shelter, and clothing? What if we could figure that out? What if you didn't need as much? What if all people need, the youth I think are getting this anyway, is just information, where you can get the information and be able to walk the planet peacefully, no matter where you go on planet Earth.
So schools that already, you haven't even answered the basic question, but we already have that system. It's called schools, high school, college, elementary school. You have pre-K. You have tutors. You have other institutes.
Brad, if everybody understood that information is at the click of the button, all these executive type school board people, we don't need to pay them anymore. They're gone. Bye-bye. You know why? Because I can get information at the click of a button. I don't need any of this bureaucracy bullshit. How cool would that be?
Yeah, that's actually deep. What you're saying, because it's, yeah, you're not, yeah, you're on point with that actually, because everybody's teaching in some way. If you're doing something, you make a proclamation, you're teaching. If you do something over and over again, you're teaching in that way. There's so many things that people are teaching without even being asked to teach. So everything that you do is a teaching point, and everything that you say is a teaching. It's a proclamation. It's preaching and teaching. So yeah, that does make sense, bro. If we can figure out stuff from there.
Well, Young, let me ask you a question, and Mark, too. What is the difference between subjective and objective? Can anyone tell me maybe what the difference is between objective and subjective, or subjective, objective? Anyone?
Hold on. Bill Gates got tried to be obsolete
Subjective is based on opinions and feelings.
Whoa, beat just jumped on my chest. Okay, no. So he asked for his opinion, and it shouldn't be offended unless you think that your opinion doesn't matter, right? And I think that's not the case. And I think we should learn the unity. How do you deal with diversity? Because America, we haven't dealt with diversity as good as in the past or whatever, but we have today in a sense, right? But sometimes so this is what I'm saying. School of thoughts. Okay, how do we deal with somebody that has the opposite opinion as me? If you look at those private societies, right? Like what I was mentioning earlier.
The private societies. Young, what's the difference between objective and subjective?
I'm not attacking any.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on.
See, look, it's always the ones who actually
Hold on. What question are you asking, American? Are you asking just the definition of subjective or objective?
I'm asking what's.
Well, hold on. Are we referring to objective reality? Are we talking about objective morality? What are we trying to get at?
I'm trying to get at that the objective is more important than the subjective. Stuff in the real world, like my refrigerator full of stuff, my house full of stuff, my car full of stuff. The object is better than the subject. So all I'm trying to point out is that, we are once again deflected, and we are not focused on the problem, which is the debt.
Well, hold on. And Young, I'll call on you when I'm ready for you. Mark, I'll call on you when I'm ready for you. Mark, I'll call on you. Mark and Young, I'll call on you when I'm ready for you. I promise. Okay. Is there anyone on this stage that believes that reality is subjective?
I feel like you practicing something on us.
I'm just curious if you think that reality is subjective or objective.
I think that the publishing industry is subjective. I mean, you can't have one without the other. Without subjective, it's so boring. There's no content. So I'm just saying.
This is true, but here's the thing. I think when people talk about this subjective reality, I don't think they're really even thinking about what these things mean. I mean, to be objectively real, it means that it exists without observation. And so if somebody believes that reality is subjective, then that would mean that if they're not looking at a tree, that the tree isn't there.
Yeah, I don't believe that definition is right, what you said.
So you believe it's objective or subjective?
Reality is subjective once someone else is involved. When it's one person, it is. If it's the author of everything, then it is objective. You have the objective, which is like, what is the goal? What is your plan for everything of what you created? You have dominion over it, and it's objective from the beginning. When you involve another person, then it becomes subjective, stuff like that.
So wait, if the Federal Reserve is the Federal Reserve a subjective organization or an objective organization?
Subjective.
So if you believe in infinite linear growth of debt, you're a subjectivist, correct?
Yeah, I would still say, yeah, you're still part of the bigger. You're not, even though you believe in infinite, doesn't mean that you are the infinite. So therefore, yeah, you still believe in it, in infinite resources and all that stuff like that. Doesn't mean you're the infinite, which could make you the objective.
Okay, yeah. One more final question for you. Let me ask it. What's 100 times 1,000, Young? What's 100 times 1,000? Go ahead. What's the answer?
I don't even know, even though I'm not even going to give it too much thought because I wasn't even good at math. But I would know it, like if I actually challenged myself to do it. But I'm not even in that mode right now.
Actually, the answer is in the question itself.
Okay, so Mark, let me ask you, Mark, what is 100 times 1,000? Go ahead, Mark. 100 times 1,000.
I wanted to say 1 million.
Yeah, I want to say
100,000.
That's what I wanted to say initially, but I'm not good at math.
Oh, hold on. Listen, no, everyone mute up. If you have 1,000 and you multiply it by 100, you have 100,000. That's 100,000. This is not hard.
That's good. Yeah, it's just But yeah, education system, right? If somebody would have taught that, I would have already knew that, right? But you got so many subjective educational systems, so it's like,
I'd
we got off topic for that thing that I was mentioning earlier too. Crazy.
Why don't we make room for Dwight Young? He has not had a chance.
That was the goal.
He's not had a chance to speak yet. Let's hear from Dwight.
Thanks. Yeah, I think one solution I would propose, assuming that we're keeping kind of the main system in place and trying to reform it. I think reducing medical costs is probably like, in my mind, and I'm no expert, but it just seems pretty obvious to me that that's like one of the most obvious things we can do, because we spend it's something like 3 times more in medical administrative costs than any other country. We spend more on medical costs in general than any other country, despite not actually having the best health outcomes. So I think reducing that spend, like if we were to actually attack that, it would do multiple things. One, because we spend so much on Medicare and Medicaid, this would help to reduce the amount of spending, which can kind of get us going in the other direction. Because right now we're spending more and more, and the debt is growing as opposed to shrinking. So I think a couple things happen. One, you literally reduce the amount of money that you're spending out. Get rid of some of these fucking administrative costs. Get rid of some of these fucking outrageous prices. And there's.
Yes, and
I'm
blue.
aware that there's some nuance to that.
Yeah, but
by focusing on that
like
and
in the
reducing
color,
that cost,
okay.
it also.
Yes.
I thought it had some other kind of meaning. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
You never know with Norwegians. That's the thing.
Yeah. One thing about Norwegian, we don't know what's.
Actually having, nutritional standards for our country that aren't a joke. And this is one thing, like, I don't agree with RFK on a lot of shit, but I can see one good thing coming out of it, which is if we actually focus on health and we actually focus on reducing medical costs.
So, Dwight, here's the thing, right? The cost thing is one thing, but something you said is just patently false when you were talking about the healthcare system having bad outcomes. We actually have really good care in this country, really good care.
And the other piece of this that people leave out of health outcomes is that a large amount of the outcomes around health are hereditary. The pieces that are not based on heredity are based on lifestyle choices. When you start factoring in the things, so you have things that are out of your control, which is, like your predisposition to certain things, and then when you factor in the things that were in your control, like the lifestyle choices, do you eat healthy, do you exercise, do you get enough sleep, do you get enough water, all those kind of things, those have a much bigger impact on your overall health than whatever healthcare system you might be in. That being said, where health outcomes do come into play when it comes to the system that you have in play is if you do have something where you need some preventative care or you need to solve a problem, let's say you need a surgery or something of that nature, you want to be able to have access. You need to be able to afford the care, and then you want the quality of the care to be really, really good. And when you think about those three legs, access, quality of care, and cost of care, you can't have all three optimized. The best you can do is two.
Mojo,
you're not going to interrupt me, Mark. That's not going to happen. If you're going to have high quality care, and you want to give access to everyone, it's not going to be low cost. If you want access for everyone and you want it to be low cost, it's not going to be high quality. These are trade-offs. We make trade-offs with pretty much everything we do in life, and when it comes to medicine, it's no different. And so anyone that's promising you a system that is low cost, high quality, and access to everybody, they are plain and simply lying.
Mojo,
I hear you on that. Well, Mark, let me before you, if you don't mind, because we were kind of having that back and forth. No, I 100% agree, and I think that's why I was saying, like, I think the RFK thing, the RFK Jr. thing, even though I think he's like a fucking idiot, I think like that could work out because I agree, like our lifestyles are a huge factor, and I think that is probably more tied to our health outcomes than we probably give credit for. I mean, the fact that we have so many people obese and have all of these conditions that put this burden on our healthcare system, and then on top of that, we have all these other exacerbating factors like administrative costs and that sort of thing. My only thing that I would say, I get you, and that may be right. You've got to choose that put this burden on our healthcare system, and then on top of that, we have all these other countries that we can look to take ideas from. We don't necessarily have to emulate them, and it's not that other countries are necessarily perfect, but we can definitely do it better than, like, I think most people would agree we can do this much better than how we're doing it. We can be much more efficient, and with that being the largest, if I remember, I think that's like our largest governmental expense, fucking Medicare and Medicaid, and like all of this huge burden of medical expenses for our citizens.
Yeah, Mark, jump in.
Yeah, if I may, real quick. With today's technology, I go to the doctor. I go and he seems to leave the room all the time. I always think he goes, like I tell him what my problem is, I think he goes and he leaves the room and then I think he goes to the internet and punches in what I said to him, which I can do myself. And I think all of us can do that. With today's technology, we can punch in our symptoms and make. The only thing we can't do is prescribe. We can't prescribe certain drugs for ourselves. But if we could, that would be kind of cool, I think, in my personal opinion. But we don't need, with AI, we don't need any of that baggage either. If all of us are in tuned to our own self. Like, whatever I feel, I have pain, fractured, like a broken arm or something like that, that's different. I gotta go to a doctor. Somebody's gotta fix my arm. But when it comes to being sick or something, I punch, this is my ailment, I gotta go to a machine, right, that more and more these machines they're coming to us. To where anybody could run them. Right?
Well, Mark, I hate to interrupt, but do you realize if we could cut borrowing and cut spending, the medical industrial complex, the health insurance companies, would have to adapt to the new financial reality that they're not going to get as much in billables as they've been getting because the budget's been cut. Would you be okay with that, Mark?
Yes, most certainly.
So out of $2 trillion a year, what do you think is a fair cut? 20%, 30%, 10%, 50%?
I don't know what it is, but I know technology is happening, and the more we as individuals understand because nobody cares about our individual status than we the people who care about ourselves, right? So when we're going, I'm going to Google on, and it's getting better, by the way. Meta is getting better, and they will send you down a path that you can discern way more than a doctor. That it's got a few thoughts in their head that might be good for you. I contend that the shit's going to hit the fan, and those people will lose their jobs as well. And that's a big deal.
Mark, let me ask you, I'm sure you've heard this. Bill Gates has stated that in about 10 years, maybe less, maybe a little bit more, the AIs will replace the doctors, the teachers. You won't even have to leave your house to get a diagnosis, get treatment. Well, you'll leave your house to get treatment. It'll be the robots operating on you if you need a surgery. So what's your take on that? Do you think that there is some that we have something to be worried about, or is this a hopeful future in terms of medical advancements that in 10 years time, maybe 20 years, maybe longer, maybe less, doctors will be obsolete? I mean, it's kind of frightening when you think about the young folks who might want to go to medical school and then they not have a job when they come out of college, right? So what's your opinion? You think the AIs are going to be our future doctors, nurses, and surgeons?
I think it's amazing. And I think, especially through COVID, which the AI has helped me immensely. Well, not just COVID, real people working with AI. I think of Clubhouse. I think of reasons why I never got the vax. I'm so grateful that I never got the vaccination for COVID. This nasty freaking setup that was. So I'm grateful for it, my friend.
Mark, I gotta jump in here. Mark, do you think the government should immediately fund medical AI technology? Do you think the government should continue funding and spend as much money to figure out medical AI? What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, but if the machine can do it better than us, I want the machine to do it better than us. It frees us up, on so many levels, where we the people can do other things. Imagine, I always get I go to a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, and you got somebody, and I did the jobs back in the day. I'm an older person. I did all the stupid jobs that really slowed me down in life, I think. With AI, is going to change so much stuff, in my opinion, better if we don't blow ourselves up in the process. If we don't, all these political nasties that think they run everything, they do run everything. Not that they think, they do run anything. But when we the people grasp the concept of AI, they're part of it too. All these political people want the same thing we want. By the way, everybody wants the same thing. We want.
No, that's not true. No, we don't. We do not all want the same thing.
Yeah, I think we do.
I think we don't.
Well, what don't you want that a rich man doesn't want?
I will tell you. I will tell you that I hear a lot of people say that they want equality and equity, and I don't give two shits about either of those two things.
Why would you say that, Mojo?
Because I don't care about those two things. I think they're irrelevant.
Equality?
No, I don't think that we are equal. Is my point.
I know. You said you didn't care about it.
Yeah, I don't care about it. I don't care about it. I think that the pursuit of equality is.
That is.
Yeah, well, it's a statement that you disagree with. You prove my point. Thank you.
Mark, there's a Native American expression that says, "If you can say it, it is not true," and everybody doesn't want the same thing. A lot of people really don't like America. A lot of people want to see this country's legacy destroyed because they have bad political positions and maybe they're immoral or unethical. So that's all or nothing thinking, Mark. That's all or nothing thinking. That's called a cognitive distortion.
Well, and hold on. I want to illustrate this. Hold on, Mark. You're gonna have to get better at the listening part of these conversations.
It is Congress, right?
So
he talked to me.
Mark, do you hear my voice? Thank you. Jesus Christ. So you said that all people want the same thing. There's a death cult, a pedophile death cult, that wants to be able to fuck children. I don't want that. I don't think we all want the same thing.
Well, that's a stupid analogy, but whatever.
It's a cognitive
Wait, hold on. If it's a stupid analogy, then you tell me, are you with them? Do you want to fuck children? Or maybe you want something different.
You've turned the conversation into a rude conversation.
No, I'm proving the point. I'm proving the point.
You should already know the question. The answer to the question you asked.
So I'm proving the point that you want different things than I want, and you made the statement
that all people want the same thing. And I think that that's categorically false.
And when I said that, I meant food, shelter, and clothing. Everybody wants a healthy way to live through life.
What about nudists? What about nudists?
So stupid that you have.
What about nudists?
You gotta go. What about nudists?
Okay, nudists choose to not wear clothes, and homeless people choose to, in many cases, they're choosing to not have a shelter.
Yeah, like this idea of everybody wanting this.
Wait, hold on, Dwight. And furthermore, all three of those things you said food, shelter, and clothing. People can choose to be on a hunger strike. Shout out to the people in Ireland. You can choose to not have shelter. Shout out to the homeless people. And you could choose to not have clothing. Shout out to the nudists. So I think you're wrong.
Mojo, you're a classic.
Wait, could I add one more thing?
Why life is so damn hard, no doubt.
Mark.
We have people like you.
Wait, stop.
Wait, could I?
It's hard. Hold on. Like, I've been listening. Sorry, Lord. You know what? Go ahead. That was rude of me. Go ahead, Lord. I apologize.
No, Brad, go ahead. When you're done, I'll go next.
Okay. Mark, life is hard. I don't understand this concept where you don't have to put in energy, you don't have to put in work, you don't have to put in creativity, you don't have to have critical thinking or rationale. Life is hard. This is why, if it wasn't hard, everybody would be fucking alive carrying on like bumbling idiots. People wouldn't fall off a fucking mountain, wouldn't die from starvation or die from cold or die from disease. Life is a fucking hard thing. It has been hard. And people like you want to espouse that life shouldn't be some utopian. It should be easy. And nobody should have to go without food, shelter, or clothing. In the United States, nobody is going without that. If they want it. If they choose to go onto the street because they want to feed a crack addiction, or if they go on the street because they just don't want to partake in society, or they disappear into the wilderness because they think they're the fucking guru of the moment, that's on them. That's a choice. It's personal accountability. What you want to remove is accountability and nobody having any purpose in it. And I find that so weird from people on the left who think like you that everybody shouldn't have a purpose. Your purpose is to live, thrive, beat the world, survive it, raise your children, and then you die. That's the only thing you're supposed to achieve in life. Everything else is
make it a better world for many people. And
I don't give a stop talking when other people are talking. I don't care about the rest of the world. I don't
care about yourself. I get that.
No, I don't care about the fucking world. If you actually told me you gave a shit about somebody in Dubai, some kid living in slumdog fucking shitholes, no, you don't. Because you know why?
Of course I do.
You're not over there digging up and washing off this shit. I don't give a fuck what you got in your profile. I don't care what charity you have. It probably is a fucking bullshit.
Brad's about Brad.
So again,
go get a Mars bar.
Jesus, dude, you are retarded. Yeah.
So Brad, you're weeding yourself out too, also. So you talk about all the idiots. If you're talking that way, you're weeding yourself out too, morally.
But it's not good. But hey, life. Who told you on the day you were born? What doctor here, slapped you on the ass.
Brad,
You know what?
We have a chance to
Jesus
change the world.
Christ, dude!
Hey, hold on, guys, hold on. Listen, hold on. There's not going to be a couple of rules here. We're going to keep the shares short, maybe 1, maybe 2 points at the maximum, and absolutely 0 interruptions. You know the 0 tolerance we should have for illegal immigration? I'm going to have a 0 tolerance when it comes to people interrupting.
All right, Brad, I'm sorry for interrupting. I did interrupt you, sorry.
No, go on. I mean, I'll give it to Lord after this, but you've got the answers for everything. You can solve it. You said AI take over and cure everything. It'll do all the jobs. You won't need a purpose for that. You said, hey, everybody will just have to get food, clothing, and shelter, and we can just go back to organics. You said a lot of dumb shit, so you've got all the answers. I suggest you put those answers to the test, put it on the world stage, run for a political office, and see if you can convince other people. But I'm willing to bet that you can't do it, and I'm willing to bet that if we actually went deep dived into your at least one policy position or one idea and actually went further, it would fall apart really fast. Really fast.
I beg to differ. I think if you looked at the work that I've been doing, growing vertically, using soil, composting everything, and getting everybody psyched about life, nature, and the universe, I think you're wrong, Brad. I think we, the people, could easily change the world yesterday if we weren't a part of this nasty economical system that you seem to embrace. You like it, but we can't change it. According to your mindset, we can't change it because that's the way it is. It is what it is. And so that's a bummer. But whatever, that's your mentality. But guess what? As an older person who's been on this planet a long time, who's constantly thinking about how I can change the world collectively, not just America, globally. And go to my stuff, go to my work, go to my YouTube, Eve Growing, go to DS Reality, go to what I've been trying to do to help the collective hold of everything. Granted, I don't have any freaking sponsors or anything like that, but guess what? I'm still working at it. And guess what? It brings joy to my life to know that I could make a change. And hopefully, I might, if there's something more to this very real life that's over, that I'm a part of, maybe I can make it to the next realm. If there is such a
Mark, do you think that the now is all important? I know he's still talking. I'm asking him a question. Is the now all important, Mark?
Roger just said no interruptions.
Guys, listen. There's 2 parts to this rule. You got to keep your shares short, make 1 point, maybe 2 at the most. That way, people don't feel the temptation to interrupt, and there will be no interrupting. So please, guys, we can make this happen. All we have to do, if we do the first rule, the second rule will usually sort itself out.
All right, look, let me just say this one thing with Mark. But how are we going to get to, let's say, allowing everyone to have homes and food and all that, right? I mean, obviously, we're going to pay for that in the future. So really, it's not going to happen here, but probably on a different planet, for sure. For sure, your ideology would for sure happen on a different planet, but not here. Same thing with mine. It's not going to happen here. It'll happen on another planet. I'm done.
Yeah. You do know there's many people talking about this thought. Venus Project, Peter Joseph, Jacques Fresco, Roxanne Meadows, with the Venus Project, the Zeitgeist Movement. We've been talking about this for a long time, hoping for people to embrace it. But of course, nobody's necessarily embracing it right now. But they're valid claims that we make. And on the possibilities, we're giving examples of how we could change everything.
No, but Mark, that's the thing. We don't want to be paying for people's housing. We don't want to be, everything comes at a price and all that. We're not going to do all that in this society or on this planet. So, I mean, if you want your ideas to flourish, it might just happen on a different planet.
Or maybe a different grade. Who knows how that would... I hear what you're saying. Because it hasn't
from my experience, from whatever been studying with the plant, nobody's really. Maybe there are people doing it. I don't know, but we're still trapped in this capitalistic mentality where you have to.
What's wrong with capitalism, Mark?
Well, you have to make something to justify your existence. You have to make, even how stupid it is. I'll tell you what's wrong with capitalism, Mojo. Go this time at Walmart at Halloween time and all the stupid stuff. People, you look at all those toys that people made, those boxes, how it got to you, and the machinery and all that complexity to bring these boxes to us, and the kid opens it up and they throw it off the next day and it goes to the landfill. Capitalism is a nasty concept on so many levels. If you understand,
I don't think you know what the concept is.
Why not?
Well, because you're
stupid stuff, no matter how silly they are.
Hold on. Here's what you're wrong about. All that capitalism is that the means of production is owned privately. You can own the means of production publicly or by the state and still have stupid shit. The reason why you're less likely to have the stupid shit is because things are so fucking inefficient that you have shortages of the things that you need, and then so you don't have the resources to make the stupid shit. But the bigger problem that you create when you go away from capitalism is the important shit that you do need, you're gonna have fucking shortages of.
Mojo, every corporation is working against each other because they're trying to get their competitive edge. All these cords, I'm looking at all these cords I have right here. Whether they're whatever, we only need one cord to electrify any device. But yet I have a freaking million that are being thrown away. You know what it takes to make a cord of wire, the copper? That's capitalism. It's a nasty system that we have the engineering.
Wait, how is that capitalism?
Of changing it.
Wait, because making a cord of wire out of copper is not like that doesn't correlate.
Capitalism is.
Well, hold on, Mark. Are you saying that in a socialist country there would be no copper wire?
No.
Then make it make sense, please.
I would say that. Maybe, I don't know, do they have one? I've never been in this associate, I've never been.
Have you ever wired an electrical outlet?
Yes, of course.
Then how do you do that without the cheapest material and conductor, which is fucking
No, but I was talking about cords. I was talking about all the different cords we have to deal with. Well, we all know that one cord could do the same thing. One cord, but of course they make different cords so they can keep their devices, whether it's Android or Apple, to
make it charging cords?
Yeah, what he's talking about is like when Apple fucking decides, okay, hey, we've got the consumer base, and we'll make sure that the new cords are not backward compatible to the old phones or the old laptops, and then basically what they're doing is they're creating a sense where you have to adapt and buy the new products. They're creating a way to influence your buying decisions. That being said, you don't have to buy Apple products. There's other products that you can buy.
What I'm saying is,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but what you're doing, and the weird mistake that you're making is you're blaming capitalism for a business decision that's geared towards trying to increase profits. And I think that you think that the pursuit of profits is what capitalism is. And I have news for you: 9 out of 10 businesses fail. And so in a capitalist society, the vast majority of companies do not turn profits. In fact, they turn losses, and profits are much better than losses because you're not going to sustain yourself much if you continue to have losses, unless you can find somebody to continue to fund you the way that we do today with corporations that will go ahead. The government will fund these corporations through subsidies and bailouts and things of that nature, so it doesn't matter if you have a successful business plan. Perhaps that's what you would prefer, is that you could have a failed business and then the taxpayers would just pay for it.
But Mojo, I went on his website, the Venus Project, and I looked at their financials. Their last statement was 2022. And they received about $200,000 in grants, and they got $400 in revenue. And then they're sponsored by a company called Accept, or whatever it is. And this company wants you. This is their sustainability growth model. They want you to basically buy. Let me emphasize this. Buy new materials in order to build a sustainable house. So they want you to purposely have to do what Apple does, force you to buy the new charger or whatever it is. They are actually utilizing fucking capitalism to their extent while couching it under this glorious revolution utopia. So this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about on the various organizations that he's supposedly working hand in hand with the 4 fucking founders. That, oh, by the way, has been around for, like, it says 100 years, but oddly enough, they haven't existed that long.
Brad, what do you mean by 4 founding fathers? What did you say? 4 founding fathers?
It's on your fucking website, your Venus Project. Go to Founding Fathers on your own goddamn website and look it up. Your tax records are there. I can look this up. I don't have a problem. I went to it.
At the click of a button.
Oddly, capitalism gave me the information.
Yeah. But is it capitalism, or is it just people sharing information? I mean, the Venus Project, granted, they're a part of a system that has to make money. And should they be doing roofs or whatever the worst job you can possibly think about? Or should they be promoting their own understanding of a system that could possibly heal all of us?
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just bitching and trying to do an appeal to emotion.
Well, let me tell you something. Do you like the system
I don't think you... Yes, I do. I like it. I like capitalism. I enjoy the fruits. What I get pissed off about are people like you who want to fucking tear it apart with that actually no understanding of how economies work, how resources are garnered, how even your own word, sustainable living, you don't even know how to sustain living. You talk about global...
Brad, please be careful when you say that.
Shut up. Dude, I'm talking.
Be careful.
Mute the fuck up. Mute the fuck up. You don't know about sustainability.
Are you getting angry?
Yes, because you're an
Why?
idiot. Because again, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, dude.
We're just talking about what is capitalism. I can't believe I touched it.
You know what? I would literally knock those fucking glasses down your fucking eye hole. If
you could, you would.
I would.
Be careful.
Yeah, or what?
Or you might be surprised. I might be able to kick your fucking ass.
I doubt that.
Whatever.
So again, when we look at this whole thing about
I can't believe you brought me to say that, Glad.
So we'll look at this whole sustainability because you can grow a tomato out of a fucking 5-gallon drum, and you think somehow you're going to be able to teach everybody how to do the same, which isn't fucking hard. That isn't sustainability project. That isn't resource management. It isn't allocation of resources or the ability to build that shit. You don't know what it's like to have sustainability in the air region like Brazil, or in the Amazon, or in the desert, or up in a mountain, or in a flooded zone, or in a fucking cold ass climate, or in a tropical climate, or a temperate climate, or any of that shit. You don't know how to do that because I can tell you're retarded. You cannot articulate it. It's not fucking simple, you idiot. If it was so simple, everybody would do it. Ethiopia wouldn't have went through 50 years of a fucking drought starving. In many places wouldn't have it. So again, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just doing the appeal promotion. You're a leftist, and that's all you care about. You're a Twitter fucking goddamn person who learned how to fucking plant a marigold in your front yard, and now you think you own it.
You have no clue how to compost, and so you say that I can't.
I bet you don't. You're right. I don't know any clue how to compost. Like composting is some fucking point. You fucking moron. Do you know where salt ash comes from? Do you know where potash comes from? How about those two things? Do you know where the salt licks are? How do you develop that? How do you get potash? How do you get potash, dude? Because that's the majority of nitrogen food and fertilizer that we need in the country to actually grow shit. So you don't even know where that comes from. You don't know how to find it. You don't know how to mine it because guess what? It requires mining. And I bet you,
the average person,
you don't know how to fucking mine. The same way I don't know how to fucking mine. So you sound ridiculous. You don't know. You don't.
I know how to turn organics into soil.
Oh, Jesus
It's
Christ.
not that hard.
I don't give a fuck about your little hobby on your fucking patio. You idiot, you fucking moron.
And you're getting mad for
Holy
nothing.
shit. You know what? Everybody else has
Why
it.
you
This
getting
guy,
so mad?
if you're listening to this guy, you donate to his organization, you're better off giving it to the grifters on fucking Clubhouse. At least they'll use the money. These guys will fucking sit there and just scream about growing tomatoes in fucking garden pots and think somehow they're saving the
If
world.
you can do it, tomatoes especially, but if you can grow tomatoes, you can grow hemp. Think of if the average person can grow hemp and what we could do. So many possibilities.
Time in a 40-hour work.
If you know how to make soil and grow food off of organic waste.
Dude, nobody can have a conversation with you to actually learn this shit because you can't shut the fuck up.
Be a fucking farmer. Like, get with the fucking program. Unless what you're saying is we need this, like, sovereign citizen-esque idea of how to rule the world, no fucking thank you. Most of the people in this room say no fucking thank you. Your vision of the world is utopian. And the problem with utopias is that utopias never take into account practical challenges. Your comparison on a small level forgets the macro level issues of growing food.
I never said utopia, by the way, Marshall.
Your suggestion about Congress leaves out the human element in making laws.
All I simply said was, we the people...
These things are happening either because you are ignorant of them, or because you are choosing to be willfully ignorant of the way that works. Either one is not good for you.
I think you missed the point of Thomas Paine, the father of democracy.
I didn't miss the point of Thomas Paine.
You did. You have no clue.
What you want is a
You're going to tell Marshall about Thomas Paine? Out of all the people on the app, you're an idiot.
What you want is a mob of people controlling shit. I say no thank you to mob of people. Everybody else says no fucking thank you to mob of people. The fucking French Revolution says no thank you to mobs of people.
But Thomas Paine...
Your idea is this utopian fantasy in which every action the United States takes is voted on by every voter, and they're super diligent about it, and they grow their gardens in their backyard,
you're just
and they
trapped
help
in a nasty
participate in society.
capitalistic
What you are
mentality.
forgetting are the macro
I feel
level
bad for you.
concerns in running a society. Because your idea is utopian, you fail to consider
Why do you keep saying utopian? Why do you keep
one.
saying utopian? We're just working. We're working for.
Your idea.
Isn't that your idea? Wouldn't you like utopia?
A citizen referendum and that it will lead to a positive outcome is utopian thinking.
So what?
Every right
So what?
on democracy
Marshall, so what?
Greeks to now.
Why
say
don't
the
you want
idea
a
of
utopian
people
society?
making decisions is dumb.
Why don't you want a utopian society? Is what I want to know.
It's different from
Because you can't live in a utopia.
Wait, Marshall, my utopian society, hey, we'll take my version of what a utopian society is. You want to take that one? You want that one? Oh, yeah, because you would be the first one I would go to. I would do the Vlad Impaler shit, and then I would take everything you had, and that would be my utopia. Because I would get away with it.
Exactly, which is exactly why utopia
usually means collectively. By the way, Brad, how ignorant was that freaking statement? What you just said, Brad. Utopia is usually everybody. So you just said you take my...
Utopia
Bob, I'm in the wrong one.
nothing goes wrong.
I contend I'm in the wrong
There are no
one.
medical conditions. There's never any sickness.
Marshall,
You have to be loony to believe because the world isn't.
We're almost
like
there.
that.
We're almost there.
No, we're not. Somehow
we are.
Possessed of extra special powers, and that you're literally fucking Superman shitting gold, then we're gonna make some of the same mistakes as our predecessors.
I have a lot of solutions to the problems at hand. No doubt.
Idea of government
that will come to
all
fruition.
Of the writing,
no doubt.
Thinking, the philosophy of at least 2,000 years of Democratic and Republican rule and shits them out the window because you have no practical idea of how to run a fucking society. I would be willing to bet you don't even practically know how your town works, which is why your damn idea is so fucking utopian. It's not wrong to want people not to suffer, bro, but you can't create the utopia. You are not shitting gold.
that doesn't fucking work. 10,000 years of human history.
I beg to differ. With the right idea
No,
of things.
you can't beg to differ. There's literally
With
no
the right
on your
idea of
side.
things, Marshall,
It's like
I think
the idea that you can get communism into a place that
I'm
makes
not
some
talking
fucking sense.
communism.
They're both
I'm not
dumb
talking
utopian
socialism.
ideas.
I'm talking all the isms,
Small-minded,
including
dumb ideas
deism.
over
No.
how fast the people move.
Mojo, can you kick Mark? He will not shut the fuck up.
Crowd, despite the fact that large crowds of Americans have lynched people in our country for hundreds of years, despite the fact that in Athens, where this very thing was practiced, people were then shunted, killed, murdered. And you think somehow we're going to be immune from that?
Totally, we're going to do it. It's going to happen.
Crack, are you smoking? And please sell me some.
Marshall, it's happening. We're going to be forced to do it anyway, because they've been telling us technological unemployment is very real. You're going to have a lot of freaking white-collar people who don't have jobs anymore. They're going to wonder what to do. They're going to panic. They're going to do some crazy shit. They're going to kill a lot of people.
Says the motherfucker that
Mark, what we're close to is my ideology, okay, not yours. We're not even close to yours. Even if you think that, something's going to control our minds to the point that we're going to do your ideology, no way. That's not going to happen in a million years. It's not even going to happen on this planet. It's no way. It's not going to happen on this.
What are you talking about?
Because I am a true anarchist, all right? What I believe in, we're close to that shit. All because of what's going on with the nations, with the world, U.S., the political divides and all that. Overall, the point is, we're not even close to your ideology because it's not going to happen on this planet. It could happen on a different planet.
What are you talking about? Why are
Mark,
you saying that about me?
Bro, let me jump in, because goddamn, bro, fuck. First of all, you're making the leftists look bad. You won't shut the fuck up. You don't have actual ideas for why you want to do shit. I just want to propose an idea to you and other fucking leftists, because I swear to God, I'm so embarrassed to be one.
I can't believe you're calling me a leftist.
Whatever.
I'm more conservative.
Bro, you see what I'm talking about? You see how you can't just calm down and just let me fucking talk? Like, bro.
Alright, so why are you calling me a leftist?
Bro, have some decorum, bro. Have some self-respect. Like, goddamn. Listen.
Alright,
just disregard all that. Just listen to my fucking point. This idea that you're proposing, where you're saying, oh, we need to do this because it's right. Oh, we need to do this because of equality. Listen, they don't give a fuck, bro. Nobody gives a fuck. Do I want equality? Not really. That's made up. But do I want, a more fair, equitable society? Yes. Do I believe that we should get rid of private ownership of the means of production? Actually, yes. But
you've given up.
Bruh, goddamn!
You've given up on society in general.
Mark, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Are you really this? But like, you look older than me. You can't fucking chill out for 5 fucking seconds.
A lot older than you, my friend.
So what I was saying is, if you want to actually propose solutions and people take what you're talking about seriously, it needs to be an actual solution. You need to be able to explain how it would fucking work. You need to be able to break down, okay, the current system works this way. Here are the problems with it. Here are the ways that we can make my solution economically feasible. What you're doing, and what a lot of people do, is, we gotta come together, bro. We gotta grow some fucking organic food or whatever, bro. We just gotta rethink it. Okay, cool. Come back to us when you've actually rethought it and can propose a solution. Because all you're doing is if you actually want this, right? Like, if this is something that you actually give a fuck about, and you just don't want fucking flap your gums on the clubhouse with people, and you want people to take it seriously, you want this to actually take place, maybe do the fucking legwork of reading up about this shit. Look at some of the solutions that people that are more intelligent than us in this room have proposed, and throw those out. This kumbaya shit, the capitalism is bad. Okay, so what, Mark? They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about equality. Trying to get people to agree with you on the premise of equality is fucking stupid, because as you've observed, they don't care. Some of them won't tell you, but Mojo is at least fucking honest about this shit that he doesn't fucking care, and I can respect that more than people on my side, which is the disingenuous fucking leftists who think that they can make these arguments with people that are clearly more fucking read up on this recognize when you're out of your league, when people are a little more read up on you. When I come across somebody that has these ideas and they oppose with mine, what I do is ask questions. I asked Mojo the other day. I'm like, yo, why can't, we do X, Y, Z? And I was talking about fucking ratios of CEOs. And some people thought my idea was fucking retarded. That's fine. I want to learn. I want to actually get to solutions. I don't want to do this stupid fucking kumbaya shit where we're trying to have this idealized version of how we're going to achieve some shit with completely nebulous methodology. We don't have a plan, bro. We just got vibes. We just want better for people. Everybody wants better for people, bro. They have different ideas. So if you don't have an actual reason or you don't have an actual mechanism for how you're going to propose these solutions, you're making this so much like you, specifically you, and people with this type of take, you are specifically making it much harder to accomplish because it just sounds dumber and dumber the more people start talking about this shit and have no fucking idea. It's so fucking annoying. And then you want to sit here and argue and go back and forth with people like they're the fucking stupid ones. What the fuck?
Yeah, Dwight, I hear what you're saying. And you're right on so many levels. I hear you.
Look, Mark.
Really, I mean that sincerely. First of all, every idea I have, there's no real money to be gained from it. Like solar energy, for example, there's no real money. Once you get the solar in place, there's no money in this system that we're a part of. It's hard to make money off of free energy.
There are literally people all over the place selling solar energy, and not every place can use solar energy, Mark. Sometimes wind energy is more efficient. Sometimes gas energy is more efficient. It depends on the region of the country you're in.
No, but it would be far better if there was real money to be made on it, like real capital to be made. They'd be investing in it. But in the end, when you do solar, wind or whatever, thermal.
Mark, you're speaking of a solar punk society, and that's not good. That's not That's not even the technology in that type of society isn't progressive at all. Like, you're for technology, and that type of system of technology and all that isn't progressive at all. Because then if you know how the progression of technology even works, it works through wars, through tension. The evolution of technology improves over time through tension, wars, and all that. And I mean, going through the route that you're talking about, it's not improving technology. It's gonna stay the same route it is right now, or just wherever it's gonna be at. If we were implementing this ideology. Go ahead.
Also, since we have a lull, apparently, another thing that I was going to say earlier was in reference to the idea we all want the same thing. I cannot stress enough how untrue I think that is. I think that when you think of the concept of liberty and what it actually means, it's not something, it inherently can't be that we all want the same thing, because I may want for there to not be a private ownership of the means of production. Mojo may specifically want us to have a society where that's possible. Hold on, let me just finish my statement, and then if I'm wrong, shit, tell me. I don't give a fuck. I'm here to discuss. What people's idea of liberty actually is subjective, because liberty for you may mean that all people have a fair shake at XYZ, but that, in my mind, could be the opposite of liberty, because in order to accomplish that, something has to be taken away. Everybody is going to, obviously everybody can't have all things all at once. So, to suggest that we all want the same thing is one of the most flawed premises that you can start with, because if you're doing that, then you're deciding, okay, let's try to make these unilateral decisions and as a society, not unilateral decisions, but let's make these decisions as a society that go one specific way, which we will never all agree on. So if you're coming at something with that premise, I think it needs to be rethought and come to terms with the reality of kind of what I was talking about before. Look, they don't give a fuck about equality. They don't give a fuck about equity. what are the things that we actually agree that we need in society? Most people are against suffering. Most people are against pedophilia. Most people are against, like, there's certain shit that we do agree on.
Wait,
So,
I think you need to read the common sense by Thomas.
10 seconds. A better framing is what can we all do as a society that optimally achieves the least suffering for everyone. Anything outside of that, I think you're going to have a hard time getting, like, people to have a consensus.
Isn't that what we're talking about, though? Isn't that what we're talking about? I mean, many of us just want food, shelter, and clothing, right? And how hard is that in a system that has everything? Could have everything.
Very hard, because you have to distribute this stuff. You have to compile it.
If I may, is it right for Oprah to have a whole island, or Zuckerberg to have a whole?
Yes.
Is it right that they have that? Just because they came up with one freaking idea, and all of a sudden they're freaking faking?
No, Mark,
the dollars coming their way.
And we shouldn't take shit from people that we don't want. How about we take your shit and leave you with a mattress? Are you willing to trade in your shit for the better good? Turn over your possessions,
Marshall, that is
your private bank account?
Ever. Why would you?
That's exactly what you're asking.
You are espousing an idea, and I'm asking you to put the faith you're saying other people should take into your own idea. If you are suggesting, that people who earn their money, which is theirs,
Marshall,
don't have the right to use
all
it,
the families,
then what you in fact are
You're racist, Marshall.
is making a decision for something else. Says the petty fucking
Marshall,
mind.
so all these families.
Wait, you just called Marshall racist as if that somehow like elevated your argument. It just showed you that you actually lost everything you didn't know what
I like Marshall. I think we're friends from other companies.
No, I think you're retarded, Mark. I honestly do, because you immediately tried to pull out a race card.
No, wait. He brought up about Oprah having an island and shit, and you're saying that Marshall's racist? Okay, really?
Well, he agrees that Oprah should be able to own an island.
Yeah, and you're saying that...
I believe in the concept of private property.
That's racist according to all the other people
I
who
want to protect my
want to live on that island.
Protect hers. And if you do not believe in private property, then I encourage you. No, stop. Then I encourage you to get a tax form, sign over all of your savings to Uncle Sam, vacate your fucking house, and live on public assistance. Until then, don't fucking lecture me.
Marshall, really? Come on.
No, this guy is like dumb. I mean, you had people to go to your fucking Instagram photos and all of your research, and you know what? I've decided that like you're growing tomato pots, like I said.
But not for me. You're saying everybody else needs to give up.
Marshall, he's got a nice home. He's got a nice pool. He's got tomato plants growing out of buckets around his pool, and he thinks somehow he's got the answer to society. That's what this guy is. He said, go to his website, go to his links, and you know what? I went to them, and you know what?
Stuff is people stuffing.
I think we go party at his house. I think we go in, eat his food, live at his house, kick his ass out. We'll enjoy that pool that's like crystal blue, apparently.
Guys,
like,
we're on an island called Vancouver.
So, I mean, we can just go in and do that because he believes in shit.
And why are people got a better seat than other people?
Kumbaya. It's not hold hands. It's not
a lot of times
when you actually own something, then it's yours. You are suggesting, without losing a thing, that people who have massive amounts of money should not be able to do with their property as they please. All the while,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
You will never have to give up a meal. You will never have to give up a
saying.
car, your house.
Marshall, is it right for a person
the point
to own
is
beachfront?
You are again on
yes
the
or no?
utopian track.
Yeah. So
society somehow super extra special, and we can avoid all the pitfalls of past societies.
Just because, let's say, family,
that's what every fucking country in history ever fucking thought. They thought they were special. You know what they got? Jack fucking shit because they thought they were special. Because it's not about being fucking special, but doing the work you are unfamiliar with. As I can tell, I'm fucking listening to you in more than 6 rooms.
Mark and Marshall.
Trying to speak, so let her. Mark, shut the fuck up, or I swear, every time you open your mouth, I will fucking come unglued on you. Let her speak.
Okay, nobody can hear either one of you because you're talking over each other. how about one at a time? Start with Marshall, and then Mark, you can respond.
All right. Marshall, I love you, buddy. I think we're on the same goal. That's what I want to say. I mean,
no, we're not on the same goal. You live in fucking Utopia, and I live on Earth. You can have a Darien fucking house land all you want, but I am not on that.
You are on
I
the
think
same.
this demonstrates how liberty is not. This is what I'm trying to say to Marshall and to some others in the room. That is liberty. That Oprah can own an island. To
Of course.
We may not view it that way. We may see it as liberty is the ability of people to share the I guess the spoils of whatever the success of a company or whatever. What we view as liberty is going to be subjective. So again, for you to try, like, what you're trying to do is you're trying to present a subjective ideology to people who have already rejected it. You are offering nothing. All that you can offer people who have fundamental ideological differences with you is solutions that, okay, so you say, okay, we want the same thing. Okay, I would agree that we do all want some of the same things. So wouldn't it be more effective to focus on how we can actually accomplish the things that we do want in common, rather than saying, hey, your whole way that you think of shit, your whole way that you conceptualize liberty is wrong. You should abandon your ideology, take up my ideology, even though I can't present like any sort of mechanistic way that my ideology would trump what you're proposing. Like, bro, it's silliness. It's foolishness.
But your problem is that you said liberty is subjective. And liberty is essentially, it signifies a freedom to act without any external constraints, period. There's nothing subjective about that.
Oh, I like that, because I agree. However, what if what I want to do is to restrain you? What if I'm a corporation?
Then you don't want liberty. Then you don't want liberty. Liberty is not subjective. It is what it is. Like there is no subjective definition to liberty. You can say, I don't want liberty, sure. But you can't say, I want liberty, I just want to define liberty differently, because that's just not how reality works.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree that the definition is not subjective. What I'm saying is what people view as fitting that definition will vary from person to person. If I'm a business and I make, sneakers or some shit in town B, and another company opens up and they want to sell sneakers, okay, I want the liberty to sell shoes, and maybe company A is better. But what if company B starts to make a little bit too much money and they're taking some of that market share, and I'm company A and I've got the means to squash out this company and prevent them from actually selling shoes? That, to some, is going to be liberty. Like, some people say, well, they worked hard, they made the money, they established market dominance, so if this smaller company gets swallowed up by them, that's liberty. But some people may say, well, that's not liberty, because now they've artificially prohibited my ability to act in the way that I want to act. You see what I'm saying? So that it's not that I'm arguing the definition. The definition is objective, but people's interpretation and what they feel fits that will vary.
We're on a planet that is.
Oh my God.
Whatever. Forget it.
But here's what you're equating, Dwight, when you say that we should take something that's hard-earned from the rich and give to the poor. You're basically saying, okay, I'm the shoe owner of Company B that is not doing as well as Company A. I think Company A needs to share his profits with me so that I can do better. How is that fair?
Oh, no, I agree. Because that's not like a position that I hold. I agree that would not be fair. I think the difference.
But that's what Mark is asking Oprah to do.
Right. Well, I think where a lot of people are maybe confused, like people are saying, oh, you want to take things from the rich. I wouldn't describe it that way. I would describe it as if I'm contributing to a project or whatever, and you know what I'm putting into it is constantly, you know, being undervalued or whatever. And let's say one person from that project takes all the credit, they amass all of the, you know, accolades or whatever the rewards are for this project. Well, then I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I should get some of that because I contributed to this. So this is like the conversation that we were having like the other day, because I was talking about like CEO pay ratios. I'm not gonna like go down a whole rabbit hole with it, but just to like kind of put it succinctly, the premise is, or should be, in my mind, whether or not people that are amassing this much wealth actually earned it, quote unquote, to speak, because to say, oh yeah, they're so much more valuable of a person. I agree. Like everybody's not equal. Some people are just fucking smarter. Like we have to accept that reality. Some people are more motivated.
Right. Many people are billionaires.
But hold on, let me land real quick, Mark. Let me land. Some people are just fucking better. All right, I don't like that, but it's fucking reality. But at what point is it? At what point does your success start to be exploitation of something that you've gotten from me? If I put in 20% of the work, I should get 20%, or something. You know, we should be able to work out something reasonable. But that's not what's happening.
That's what free market is all about, is you as the worker bee negotiate your contract for employment. You negotiate what the fair wage is for your employment.
Right, ideally. But under the way that we have things set up now, your ability to do that is still somewhat limited. Your value as an employee, as Mojo pointed out the other day, maybe yesterday, I don't know, is actually driven by the market. If I can just replace you easily, and there's 100 of you on the street that I can...
Robot will replace you. So then where do you go? That's what we're talking about here. What is capitalism? Capitalism is going to use robotics. If they don't use robotics, they're going to lose their competitive edge. So where does the average person who just wants to live on this globe that we were born into naturally, and we're forced
to go back to the land and become a farmer? You take up the position that only 1.5% of the country holds.
Marshall.
But that means moving, and I doubt you want to move.
Well, why should I have to move?
Because to participate
why should I have to move from where I was born?
Because to participate and feed yourself, you may need to be in a place where you can grow mass pieces of produce.
Because of the system we're a part of.
No, because the on-time delivery doesn't always guarantee you what you want. If you don't happen to like the system, man, that's fine. But everybody here has said no thank you to the crazy fairy La La Land. We're not interested.
I've not said crazy la la things right now.
No, it is crazy La La Land that will never fucking happen.
You've assumed a lot of stuff that I said, but
no,
wait,
all right, I listened to you talk about utopia.
Oh, wait. Can we go down into how he's going to accomplish this? Mark, how are we going to give everyone free homes and free meals, huh?
I hate to say it, we're a part of a system is going to force people, unless you want to have homeless in front of your door.
Wait, no, he's answering it. He's saying to force people to produce the products, right? Right, Mark?
What's that?
He's asking like mechanistically, like what would be the actual like process?
So for your ideology, Mark, right, or for what you believe in, how are we going to give people free? So for everyone that wants the same thing, right? So let's say everyone wants free homes and free food, right? So how are we going to get there?
Not necessarily free homes, but everybody deserves it. Would you agree that people deserve?
How are we going to get there?
How we can get there. But would you agree, first of all, that everybody agrees it's a safe place to go home after their job is done?
No, Mark, just tell us how to fucking get there. We're not interested in the fairy utopia part of it.
Oh, Marshall, you keep interrupting, man. Look, you're so trapped in this nasty fog.
Dude, you interrupted everybody. Mark, continuously. You won't shut up.
Mark, I will tell you what I'm for.
I have to shut up.
Mark, I will tell you what I'm for. I am for ultimate freedom for everyone to do whatever they want with any form of regulations or restrictions. That's what I'm for. Alright, so if you want to do literally whatever you want, buy yourself a nuke, anything at all, you have the freedom to do that. That's my ideology and beliefs.
Alright, so
Now,
if I want to live the way I want to live, and I will defend it with a gun, you're fine with that. And
yes. I am especially a nuke planet. Go ahead.
Imagine if they provided a nuclear ban at Lourdes. That would be great.
It would be.
Guys, we don't want to kill each other.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I am sure. I think, unless... Is that what you want to do?
That's what you guys
talk about. People wanting to kill each other. You're lamenting the fact that people kill each other. Sorry, it fucking happens. It's bad. Go on.
Look,
yeah,
Mark,
but it can change, Marshall. We could change that. And I'm not talking
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
You can.
So force them, right? Mine
just the practical
works.
Are you forcing these people to get the food? Yes or no?
I missed what you said.
How are we gonna get there, Mark? With what you believe in, right? How are we gonna get there?
Ready? In my opinion, universal income is going to be a must in a world that technological unemployment is very real. Even white-collar jobs will be gone because the machine can calculate...
We're gonna fucking...
Not done speaking, Marshall.
We're not talking about that.
Marshall, I'm not done speaking.
No. I don't need to hear your fairy elevator.
You don't have a green bean.
No, I need you to answer...
Green bean. You don't have a green bean, Marshall.
I need
you had one last one.
Wait, what? Marshall, what if this is his way of answering it?
He's not answering. What he's doing is giving us his lame sales pitch again. I don't need your fucking lame sales pitch. What I need you to tell me is how am I gonna get the fucking tomatoes out the field, bro? How is that happening? What am I doing? If I am the fucking United States Department of Agriculture and we're fucking paying for everybody's UBI and they're all sitting their asses at home, how the fuck are we gonna get our food? I'm asking you very specifically so that you don't get to fucking pontificate in your airy-fairy mushroom Mario and Luigi land.
I'm talking about, Marshall, listen, I'm talking about everybody learning how to do the basics of life.
Not what I fucking asked. What I asked was, how do I get the food out of the field? Solve a basic problem so that your idea has at least a shred of credibility. Like, at least pretend you spent your 50 fucking something years thinking about it. And not that it's like a high thought that you got. Because I get these fucking things when I get stoned too.
So how do you get the tomatoes out of the field? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If we're paying everybody for a UBI, and you still gotta get shit out of the field, and you still have to feed people, how do you do it? Lourdes' point was that it sounded like your suggestion was, in order to get enough food, we needed to force a segment of our population to become farmers.
Yeah, I think you're right about that with that assessment.
Okay, so
the majority of us,
your first
even
premise
inner city
is
people.
Hold on, we're going to establish basic
No, you said they need
your
premise,
premise, no, we're establishing first principles. Your premise is that you can force people to do it. Am I
didn't say force. I didn't say force.
I used the word force, you fucking
I don't know why you do use the word force.
You're fucking special, you're not listening.
You know why you use the word force?
What's your opinion? You think the AI's a better,
no clue how to make soil and grow food.
No,
like it's a chore.
Stop it there. If I have to hear that one more time, you're getting a machete.
Like, I don't give a shit about the fucking utopia. What I give a shit is about your inability to answer the most basic questions about the shit you say you believe.
Marsha.
Because it's a utopia. You expect a utopia to perform. You expect everything to work perfectly. You expect people not to be people, and you expect it all.
Not that I expect it. It's going to happen.
And that just is the fucking way the world works, brother.
And Marshall,
Mark, it's not your idea is not going to happen. As much as you wish it would happen, it would not happen unless if it's on like a super small island, probably like a dot compared to other countries. But
It's not going to happen worldwide. No way. No way. My ideology is most likely going to happen.
I still want to hear the answer.
Well, you gotta have more positive people on
Mark,
board.
can you answer Marshall's question? How do you get people to work in the field, to grow the tomato, and harvest and then send it to people's table?
First of all, when you're talking about Eve growing, my system of growing vertically using composted soil.
No, I understand.
I'm trying to get there.
Do that.
You ask a question, I try to get there, and then
you're not
cut
getting
me
there.
off.
You are answering the personal question. We're asking you how to feed people, motherfucker.
I'm talking about people feeding themselves. Food is money.
You have to be able to
growing food for yourselves, family and friends.
Every society in human history has had to grow their own food. No, every society in human history has to grow the fucking food. So how do you get the fucking tomato out of the field once you've given everybody a UBI? Mark, fucking stick with it.
Marshall, you gotta pick it. People gotta pick. I'm not saying we don't have to do what you would call work. A lot of people find it enjoyable to pick up tomato that you've grown.
Yeah, what about people who don't find it enjoyable?
Ever known that has
How
put
do you,
you in the
what do you do with the
fucking
people who don't find it?
18-hour day and said to you, "Oh, thank you, Mr. White Man. You let me pick fucking tomatoes." Are you high? Like, in what fucking universe is that the way that works, you dullard? Like,
I don't think I've ever heard Marshall yell before.
Marshall.
Like, you are either dense by yourself or you're being intentional.
I think Marshall likes a lot what I'm saying. That's why he gets emotionally charged.
I am irritated.
No, but think about it, Marshall. I want you to contemplate it.
To force on others.
Guess what, Marshall? If I may.
View of the world, which takes nothing into account about human history.
We have no other choice. We have no other choice.
And everybody in this room has said no thank you to the Super Mario fairies and Kitty Land. We don't fucking want it. It's not possible.
We're talking about ushering in an agrarian society using today's technology.
Nobody else is interested
because
in
food is money. And more important than gold.
You couldn't sell fucking
Mark, with that,
like
Mark,
serious.
Mark, with the food as money, that's gonna create anarchy. All right, that's gonna create anarchy either way. Because there's not enough people that's gonna enjoy making crops and all that. Not that many, as much as you hope.
We wouldn't even get that far. We would starve before we even got to anarchy. Like, first of all, like, we have to keep in mind, like, and this point is only going to take 15 seconds, I promise. We have to keep in mind, like, we can't go back to being, like, agrarian. The way the current global population is sustained due in large part to how efficient farming has gotten. So in order for us to, like, try to revert to where we're all farming, we can never do it that efficiently. So, like, you literally would be advocating for people to starve, like Mao style.
Dwight, can I run some ideas by you?
Mark, before you do, I'm the token left-tier guy on the stage. I literally have just one comment regarding anarchy or any sort of civil war that's been brewing since the pandemic or what have you, and politically divided. The only way we will see civil war in this country is if they take Netflix and Uber away. Go ahead, thank you.
Hell yeah, that's right, man. Tell them the gospel.
Guys, listen. I grow vertically using soil from buckets and 55-gallon drums or whatever. Here's the deal, in my personal opinion. If we could stop, if we understood the value of organics and how important every organic you can possibly think about.
Personal fairies and unicorns show is
but here's the
over.
Marshall, you always cut me off, man.
It is fairies and unicorns.
You always cut me off.
Unicorns. If we're fucking interested, we can listen.
And remember that when I'm somewhere talking about it and people are really paying attention, Marshall, remember how you always cut me off on Clubhouse. That's what I'd love. That's what I'm going to remember about you.
Did he seriously just say that? You're really going to take
totally.
You're really going to take an online interaction as like a formative experience for yourself?
Like, yeah, I'm going to remember you. I will remember you, Marshall.
Being a dick, which
only because you look like a ginger like myself.
I'm being a dick because you deserve it. Because instead of answering anything serious, you want to rehash your elevated.
I have answered stuff.
No, you haven't.
Not like you'd like to hear it.
What you've answered is that
But I have answered stuff.
What you've answered is that you think the world can work on fucking wish and prayer, and it doesn't fucking work
That's
that
not
way.
what I said. That's not true to what you just said right there.
You are talking about is a wish and a prayer.
And a prayer. That's rude.
Yes,
what
bro,
you just said.
You are expecting society to work
That's
in a
what
way
you got out of our
that is
conversation.
never going to work.
A wish and a
And
prayer.
you either think that because you think the people around you and the generation we have
Marshall,
is
if I
somehow
could,
super fucking special.
If I could bring it down to a few words.
Superman and the Hulk and Captain America combined, and you think we're going to figure something out.
Not think.
10
I know.
to 15,000 years of human history never quite put a rest to.
Marshall.
That arrogant.
Marshall, all is sacred, nothing wasted, will most certainly be the mentality of conscious beings. All is sacred, nothing wasted. And that mentality, I will instill in the world's people.
Unicorn fairy bullshit to people that care.
And you get all mad about it, but reality...
No, I'm mad.
This guy's a prime example of why edibles may not be a good thing for you to eat and continue to use.
In a fucking fairy tale. Instead of getting out and doing
Schizos are not potheads, Brad.
Yeah, instead of getting out and doing anything fucking decent like participating in your local school board or your fucking county race, you want to sit on Clubhouse and lecture people about Thomas Paine because it's the only fucking founder you've ever fucking read.
Yeah, Clubhouse
It's pretentious, stupid, ignorant, and what it does is it gives you a catharsis while it gives the rest of us a fucking headache because you're not serious. You can't possibly be serious, or else you have had your head in the ground every time people have revealed shit to you about human nature and human history. Again, you have to
Marshall,
some sort of
you have no
special
with
freak
my
that
growing
we're going to
system.
XG, this is one of yours, man. He's one of yours.
No, he's not.
Are we
The progressives? No, I'm tired. The progressives and the Democrats are not me. I'm a socialist. That just so happens to align with
he's all about that
socialistic. Yeah, he's a worse version of socialism. Worse.
Is he a commie?
Worse.
He's
beyond
it. Yeah, well, he has his pool though, and his tomato plants growing in Home Depot.
Fucking hell. Wait, listen. Roger can vouch. I don't fuck with the commies anymore. I haven't fucked with the commies in a minute. So that's not my side. I'm on the socialist side. I'm not a commie though, so I'm not retarded.
He's like a perverted tanky, if I could give it a label.
Can you do that, guys?
Mark, we don't care.
Bro, you sound
don't
like
care.
Danny Masterson from that 70s show, where he's sitting there really high, and he fucking says, "Oh, it's a car. It drives on water." People figured organics out thousands of fucking years ago. I'm sorry, Whole Foods has a whole fucking division of white
Marshall,
people.
time will tell, my friend. Time will tell. And remember this conversation.
I'm going to remember
so aggravating.
Nothing happened in yours in my lifetime, Mark. Trust me, it's not.
That utopia was possible as a 50-something-year-old man who apparently wasted all of his historical training on an asinine answer that doesn't use human history or behavior for anything. He uses a wish and a prayer. Oh, if I were stoned and had enough acid, everything would be great. It is fucking wish thinking, and it's dumb because it doesn't do anything special. It makes you feel better, which is fine. Feel better about it. Fucking grow your own organic tomatoes.
It could make you feel better too if you knew you were
Make
doing
your fucking
the right
compost
thing.
because I make my own compost.
Marshall,
But fucking
as you
lecturing
throw
people
all
about
your
small
organics
compost
to the
as a way to
landfill,
talk about the wider
as you
world
deposit
is
your
dumb.
outputs
It
to the water
sounds like
supply,
Danny Masterson
maybe
saying
you'll think about
cars run on water,
person
man.
who doesn't allow such things.
At least if you were fucking stoned, this would be a more pleasant conversation.
Well, who says I'm not?
Okay, well there we go. All the answers I needed.
Wait, hold up. I'm stoned too, and you still sound like a fucking moron right now. What's going on?
Why? First of all, guys, why am I a moron?
Because your
idea is unrealistic.
At least from my perspective, you're a moron because you're a commie.
Let's hear them again. Let's hear my ideas again.
Mark,
We've been asking you, Mark, throughout the whole time. You never said your idea how we get there.
I did. You're not listening to it.
No,
he did. He said organic.
One home answer.
I was saying.
To a society. No, Mark, you give me.
Marshall's speaking. Marshall's speaking.
You give me one home answer to a society.
You get so mad at what I said.
No, I'm not mad.
And and then we're all listening to him because you guys are all friends with him, right?
Plain English.
You've been in the room with him for a long time, and you love what he says. I'm friends with him.
Mark, can you just let him finish and then respond? For fuck's sakes, dude.
Mark, all we're asking is how it's done. We don't need the rest of the elevator pitch because it's low on detail and high on unicorn. And we've had enough.
Here's how it's done.
So how do you practically do it?
Here's how we do it.
We don't need the manifesto. Just tell us the point.
Here's the point. My house literally could have a dump truck come to my house once a month.
Mark, you're answering the shit you would be asking. No,
let me answer the question.
You are answering a personal question. You're answering a question about your own damn home.
It involves all of us. We have to work together to do it.
About your own home, and
Marshall, you're happy with capitalism.
No,
I'm
asking you
You're a capitalist.
The U.S. in general.
You should be.
Hopefully you are. I don't think it's that big of a to know exactly what he's talking about. So look, Mark.
Now the funny thing is, when I'm talking, Marshall always interrupts.
No, alright, so Mark, you said that we all need to work together, right? How are you going to get people to work together in what you believe in? How are you going to get people to work together without money? Without capitalism, without any form of reward at the end of work, huh?
You'd need a billionaire. You're right.
Can I debate on the socialist end? Because this is stupid. I'm going to ask one question. Mark, what's the solution to the ECP?
To the what?
To the economic calculation problem. Perfect.
I think the solution to it is we're doomed. We're doomed. The solution is that the economic.
So we have this entire fucking conversation for you to tell us everything's over?
You know it's over too.
No, you better be mailing everybody in this fucking room a bottle of like premium tequila or premium scotch. Because we had to listen to that for 45 minutes. Really? You get with all your fucking magical thinking, and when challenged and pushed on it, you come to, I guess we're fucked. Really?
It's because it's the kryptonite for commies. The ECP is kryptonite for commies. You ask them one question about it and it's over.
XG, actually.
Guys, first off, get mad at the guy. I came into a room that says, what is capitalism? I'm not an expert on a lot of this stuff, but I do know the solution to it all. Here it is.
Can I continue my
question? Fairy tale and unicorn land. We're not fucking interested. I don't want to hear about the second party. I don't want to hear about fairy and unicorn land.
If y'all are interested in moving on,
and that shit works. Like nobody wants to fucking hear that. Unless you can utter a specific about that thing. Don't talk because you're not answering anybody's question. We don't need your fucking elevator pitch.
I really am. You don't like the answers to the questions.
No, it's not an answer. It's an insufficient, vague elevator pitch which wouldn't get you any money if you were the fucking president's kid in front of Elon Musk. It is so intellectually deficient that wouldn't get you any money. And you are passing it off as some sort of educated drivel because for some reason you are obsessed with the micro idea of organic farming as a way to answer macro questions, which here's the fucking hint, motherfucker. You can't solve the world's problems with organic farming. It doesn't fucking work.
Marshall,
the fucking hippies in the 70s tried this shit when they were on acid and was smoking weed. And guess what? It fucking collapsed.
Marshall, can I run some ideas by you real quick? If you could sit back and just listen, and I'm sharing with you.
I don't want to fucking.
Marshall, I want to listen to the ideas. I'll listen to them. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, if I may. Here's the deal. Jeff Bezos, amazing marketing plan with his Amazon, right? All these buildings, these abandoned buildings for me, are farmland. Could you imagine if we could turn these buildings into farmland?
Could you imagine how fucked up the soil under that is?
I'm speaking.
Could you wait? No. Because if you're gonna say, could you imagine? Let's imagine it. Let's also imagine how fucked up the soil underneath all those buildings is because none of it's been treated in how long?
And the reason why you asked that question is because you're an idiot about making soil. I get that.
No, that's not the fucking
organics
no.
into soil.
You cannot sit here for an hour and
you guys are not speak.
And then when you get challenged,
Marshall,
you're fucking stupid. No.
Wait a minute. Let me see who said that.
No. You are being like a person on the fucking
Bobby,
bus.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Is that what you say, Bobby?
Yep.
Bobby, that was a rude statement because I'm not talking about the soil. I'm talking about organics turning into soil. It takes only 6
Bro, I don't need
months.
my local fucking garden
Marshall,
store.
if you could just be quiet for a little bit.
No, I don't need the fucking local gardening store recipe.
And
Stop.
all these buildings that are abandoned, that are sitting right smack in front of civilization where people live, can be learning centers where we learn to grow food, make soil.
So now, here's what I need, Mark. Where's the incentive for anybody to do any of this shit?
Money, get paid. Let's just say that's where universal income comes into play. And we're talking collectively.
What's your economic system again?
Eve growing, eco-vertical evolution. It will. By the way, we're talking about it now.
I don't understand what the currency
system is. Just remember this conversation as life goes on, because it will be.
It's the micro growing of organic produce in homes usually, and how Chicago has taken some of its land and turned it into farms. The problem is you couldn't turn nearly enough of the shit.
Marshall, you talk too much, my friend. You talk too much.
Believe in unicorns.
You don't have.
We both named things.
Probably never.
I'm not gonna lie. It just sounds like you're trying to make the Lorax real.
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't that sound like kind of a fucking utopia, like Marshall's been saying for like the past 30
Is it a
minutes?
utopia? Or it's never going to be a utopia, but don't people want to have a utopia? The word's an amazing word.
No, humans don't work.
Oh, you don't want everybody being happy?
No,
you don't want all of life to come out of
True happiness is the wrong people do whatever they want, Mark.
Like, seriously, man.
You guys are so trapped in this system, you can't even think outside the box. So I don't even know why you have
I can think outside the box, you fucking bozo. The issue is that I can at least look at pragmatism towards things. If I want to go towards a solution, everybody wants to go towards a more... Shut the fuck up, retard. Everybody wants to go towards a more perfect society. That's not in question. Everybody wants to make progress forward. That's not in question. Everybody wants something to be beneficial, or if we find ways to innovate, implement those innovations. That's not in question. What is in question is the retarded pragmatism that you're trying to go with and into this utopia. And yeah, sure, we all want to be in a more perfect society, but not if we have to do fucking impossible tasks in order to get there. Maybe we should put maybe 2 brain cells that we have left together and make a coherent plan as to how to go through there, rather than just being like, but what if we turned all these buildings into farmland?
But Bubba, listen, first, before I go on, because I will leave this conversation, you called me a retard.
Yeah, and what about it, retard?
Anybody on the stage. You called me a retard.
I called you riding on the short bus like 4 times. What's your fucking point?
Bubba?
What? I mean, do I need to get the 1970s ad that says fulfilled lives? Because I'll get the ad and post it, right? Like, they literally talk about retards and how they
he left. He left.
I'd be happy to tell you. He left? Okay, thank God.
I'm so sorry. If you're too much of a I'm sorry. If you're too much of a bitch to be called a retard in Roger's room, get the fuck out.
Yeah, I was about tired. Come on, that was so long of dragging on bullshit.
You know, let me ask a question. Marshall, do you really think that by engaging in the way that you're engaging is, good decorum? Is it good for your health? Like, why are you so razzled up and so animated right now, Dr. Marshall?
It's just
Is it good decorum? Absolutely not. Emily Post would be horrified. Why does it work me up? Well, I guess for 2 reasons.
Retards are irritating.
That, and I really don't like when people claim to love history and then can only quote me like one little itty bitty piece of it, and then like use that little itty bitty piece to say they understand a whole lot wider thing. I'm the first to admit I don't know everything about history. I fucking live it and I know a lot, but I'm willing to admit when I don't know. And this motherfucker couldn't admit that all he read was Thomas Paine like 25 years ago, which is fine. But like Thomas Paine should not be the only formative American writer of the Revolutionary period you read.
It's not just that. It's just a conservative version of the Marxists. Whenever the Marxists will claim, like, yeah, I'm a Marxist, I do a lot of reading, but I've only read the fucking Communist Manifesto, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a good explanation. Really good explanation, actually.
Yeah, I read Capital, but I don't know what any of it means.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get Mark to understand. Which, of course, is a waste of fucking time with a lot of people. But yeah, it's like, man, you don't we don't have to be geniuses. You know what I'm saying? We don't all have to be perfectly informed on everything. But to Marshall's point, like, man, we gotta at least read some. Like, we gotta. There's people that are, and I tell people this all the time. Like, there's people that are much smarter than us about a given subject that have already written about this shit. So why do I want to spend 20 fucking years to come to a realization that somebody already came to fucking 200 years ago? If we utilize this knowledge and information, we could have better informed conversations and not this fucking kumbaya shit that he was trying to do. It's so fucking annoying. Like, the ECP, there are proposed ideas and solutions. There's market socialism. There's algorithmic planning. There's all this different types of shit that people have proposed. Now, whether or not they work, you can have that discussion. But if you can't even point to some of these concepts, like, because look, by no means am I expert. I would consider myself like fairly new to like starting to research this shit in earnest. But even like, man, like it's very concerning knowing how little I know and how confident some people who absolutely know fucking zero are about shit. It's super fucking crazy. And then like the more you start to learn, you start to see how fucking just imaginary and whimsical people's like the fucking like, oh, we're gonna all grow our own food, bro. If you spend about, I don't know, one day like looking into how we got to where we are today, like, how the market works, how farming in general works, like, you would know we literally cannot.
Hey, Dwight, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with the U.S. national debt going to $47 trillion?
No, I think we should be trying to reduce the debt and not increasing it.
Now, here's the other question. Do you believe in a dramatic chop the arm off, or like a bit by bit over like a decade and a half?
It will have to be bit by bit. We have to start making some decisions to figure out places where we can spend less, reduce costs, and possibly, I mean, I don't know if we can, and again, look, I ain't an expert, but from my limited understanding, I don't know if we can actually, like, reduce the amount of money that the government takes in with the amount of debt that we have, at least for now. Once we get to a certain point, maybe we can, and we can kind of reduce some of that government involvement. I don't know if we can do that now, though.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion of one thing, and then you did it right, is all those agencies do cost a lot of money. I'm much more of the let's take a targeted approach to the budget, not like, hey, I'm requiring you to hit like 1/3 cuts and you're only hitting like 10%. Right? No, let's go through like a government-wide audit, like figure out what costs what, which like the good thing is there are a bunch of mechanisms in place to do a lot of that work. So if you engage the mechanisms and reform them, you can get some of the answers you need. It just depends.
Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, like reducing medical costs. If we actually had policy, if we can enact policy, I don't know, the exact, but for sure we can enact policy that will allow us to reduce the administrative costs, like cut out some of all this middleman shit is a big part of what costs us a lot of money. So that's a huge chunk right there.
Medicare. You're talking about the insurance company, right?
Marshall, you want to increase the debt, though, correct? But you want to increase it slower, because that's what you're saying.
I mean, if you're paying me down to something, yes, but for totally different reasons you actually think. Like my little brother was responsible for something called the Known Asset Reauthorization, which if you're a candidate, listen and get familiar with it, you may get asked questions about it. Who knows? The knowledge will probably benefit you over time. But he had to do the reauthorization of the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Service. And they had a couple of problems that were wrong. One, they bought Dell computers. The Dell computers were, essentially obsolete in a year or 2 years. And then the government would buy more Dell computers. Well, in the law he wrote, they got computing space, and these computers, they get the newest versions. The federal government was up to date. He then took the two G1s they had to take storm measurements, and one was always in the shop, so it always cost the federal government more money. So they kept one and then leased one, bought a Predator with the excess to like go in and take storm measurements inside of like tornadoes and hurricanes and shit, and then we're able to take the weather predicting system, partition it, get it to universities. Anyway, that bit of detail is supposed to know that he ended up saving several $1 billion. That, on a staff level, that's what I would want it to look like. If what you're suggesting is that to the public, it is rah-rah cuts, when it gets to the government, it is, okay, how do we do this in a way that makes sense? I'm on board with you. But it's always, to me, sounded like you want to take a machete to the right arm, and then you're going to be surprised when the patient bleeds out, right? Like, something's got to give with all of that funding, and people, at least post New Deal, they are not as opposed to bureaucracy as the Republican Party itself is. I mean, one thing you embody very well, actually, is the disliking of the bureaucratic state. That's a constant Republican view. But the fact that we're running up against people that have, want bureaucracy, that detail counts. It matters. And I think when it's not taken into consideration, you end up in a bad place. Again, that's not to say, I don't want to cut government programs. It's just I think that's the responsible way to do it. I think just hacking the patient's arm off is wasteful of taxpayer dollars and bad governance. I doubt that you yourself intend for bad governance. I'm just telling you that's kind of how it hits me. I get it, in your mind, you gotta take the arm to save the patient. I understand that. I'm not on board with taking the whole arm, man. And I don't think I ever will be. I think it needs to look like I described. Because it's considered, thought out, it takes into account the actual money we spend instead of just unplugging shit willy-nilly. But I understand I'm not going to convince you so. I mean, I'm welcome to mine and you're welcome to yours.
Yeah, how do we... If the debt continues to increase, what's our end game? You know what I'm saying? If we just keep spending unlimitedly, is unlimitedly a word? Fuck, my brain's so fried from that conversation with Mark. Goddamn. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. We fall apart. Countries that run out of their banking systems and they collapse because of debt consideration, they can morph into loose regional territories, or it could be all out disintegration. Probably in the United States, if that ever happened, it would be regional. But that's debt apocalypse, and correct me if I'm wrong, Edmund, but that's essentially your point. Your point's debt apocalypse, and you don't want it.
Yeah, it's we have to, we can't, because it feels like the way that our government is operating, and of course, the government is not nebulous, but it's a collective entity. It's unfailing. It's a bunch of people with different agendas doing different things, and it seems like what we're doing is just continuously growing this debt, and the solutions being proposed to some of these problems is to fucking grow the debt more, see OBBB. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm it just seems because when you ask that, was it John? When you ask that, it's I get why you're asking the question, but it's as opposed to what? What, we're just gonna keep growing the debt indefinitely until shit just crashes? We can't do that.
Well, even if every federal agency cut spending by 20% and the budgets were lowered for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the national defense, and even interest, it's still not enough. We're spending $2 trillion a year we don't have. If we could somehow get Congress to pass a law that says you can't spend more than you collect, period. Is 2.6 billion a day not enough to pay the police force to protect our national perimeter? Something has to give. There has to be a forensic accounting type of attitude to the situation. And no, you can't just keep piling on debt day after day after day, infinitely. We the people have to say this is enough. This is not how we run our personal lives. This is not how we would run a pizza shop. I mean, are we in the third grade or are we graduates? This is for children. It's just common sense. It's pragmatism.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what makes it so challenging that a lot of people don't realize is like, people say simple shit like, oh, tax the rich, which, look, trust me, bro, I'm a leftist. I 100% say tax the rich, but it's foolish to think that that's going to, like, solve our problems. If you taxed all of the rich at fucking, like, pre-Reagan era levels, if you tax the rich at, like, 70%, I forget, like, I ran the math on this, and it makes a dent in our debt, and it makes a dent in the deficit, like, year over year. But that's it. It makes a dent. People think, like, oh, yeah, we could just tax the rich. They have all the money. It's like, no, that's not. Yeah, there's a lot of individuals that have a lot of the money, but our greater economy is so much more than that. So even if you were to do that and do what you're saying, like, where you make these huge cuts, still, like, it's bad. Like, I don't know. Like, it's seriously, this is why we need to be referring to the people, and we need to be utilizing. I think that's one problem in our societies. We're not utilizing people that actually know what the fuck they're doing well enough. We have too many politicians making decisions that are maybe not, informed by sound economic judgment, because we just continue to do the shit and it doesn't change. And it's like, all right, are we gonna just keep going in this direction or what? And people, like I said, people think they have a solution, and they think it's like, oh yeah, just tax the rich, oh yeah, just cut Medicaid, oh yeah, just do this, and you can't. Like, it's way more money than that. Like, it's way more big than any of that, even combined. But do tax the rich though, because why the fuck is a billionaire paying, fucking an effective tax rate of, single digits?
You do realize, Dwight, it's not retroactive.
Middle class pays not shit.
Dwight, it's not retroactive. You don't just go back and say, hey, guess what? Now you owe us all this additional money. It's not retroactive. This is an annual budget and an annual disclosure. The point is, we have to cut borrowing and spending. If you cut spending, a lot of the rich people who profit from the federal spending, they're not going to have any income because they're not getting the money because there's nothing being spent. It's a cyclical system. The problem is the borrowing and the spending. Dwight, go ahead and tell us, what's the difference between borrowing and spending?
Well, with borrowing, you are, for one, your net cost ends up being higher than if you were just spending money. If you're spending something, you already have it. You're depleting a positive balance to zero. If you're borrowing, you are taking I guess you could say like a zero to begin with and going into the negative and adding interest on top of that in almost all cases.
Got it. And what is 100 times 1,000?
100,000.
So we asked the former speakers what 100 times 1,000 is, and they couldn't tell us what it is. Do you think that people might disclose their IQ or even their personality disorders on this app?
Oh yeah, that's our education system has failed us.
Do you think being $37 trillion in debt is a failure of the education system?
No, that's a policy failure and a result of a complex set of factors that isn't so simple to put into one sentence.
Got it. So let me ask you one more question. What does education produce?
Education produces innovation as well as a more skilled labor force. Here you go, baby boy. My toddler asked him for these Cheerios. Take them. I think that the value of education is when you have one, a more informed, like in a democracy, you want your voters to be more informed, and therefore they can make better decisions in their best interests. you have better opportunity for innovation, which is going to secure your place in a global market. I mean, obviously, if another country is outperforming us in medical innovation, or especially fucking pray to God we're not being outpaced in military innovation. And then we also have people who are like individuals who are.
Wait, Dwight, let me just interject here. Do you think that morality and intelligence, or I'm sorry, do you think morality and ethics are intelligent? Like, is it a part of intelligence to be moral and ethic?
That's a good question. I would say that most intelligent people that I know tend to be a little bit more. Actually, no. I don't know. I don't know if there's a correlation or not. I haven't really thought about that.
Because I asked you, what does education produce? And in my opinion, the purpose of education should be to produce what's called intelligence. Now, a group of people that supposedly have intelligence, they probably wouldn't go $37 trillion into debt. It's like asking the CEO and his vice president, to run up the credit card bills and destroy the company for no fucking reason. So I'm just asking if you thought maybe morality was a component of intelligence.
I'd like to think it is, but I don't know. I know some really smart and really fucked up people that I would even go so far as to describe as evil. So I don't know. Actually, you know what? I want to say, I'm going to tentatively say that I've seen information that would suggest to me that higher education levels are associated with more ethical behavior, but that's real nebulous in my mind. I haven't looked into anything like that anytime recently, but I'm a guess and say yes.
Well, congratulations. You just won yourself a $37 trillion debt as a citizen, and it's only going up from here. Congratulations.
Definitely going to go up. We are not in any way, shape, or form going in the other direction. That's for goddamn sure.
What do you know about herd psychology, Dwight? What do you think the term herd psychology means to you?
I don't know that I've looked up the technical definition of that recently, but it reminds me of identity fusion, where people will align to an ideological group, and rather than be a member of that group and still retain their individualistic positions, they will often compromise and take on the positions that are considered to be, I guess, consensus in that group. So as a result, you get people who kind of herd or become tribalistic, and as a result may behave in ways that appear irrational, unethical, or just generally bad. But it can be good too. It's not. I don't think it's inherently bad. I think it has pros and cons.
So if you think a herd of cattle or a herd of pigs walking over a cliff and all committing suicide, can be a good, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That would be an example of the bad things.
So
I think like the good thing, I can give you an example of the good. The good would be like church. Like I'm not religious. And I have like a lot of criticisms of religion, but I'm actually not against people being religious or going to church. I think that sense of community that they have is a positive impact in their life. So like there's a herd mentality that goes into that. They kind of have a shared camaraderie that I think is valuable. So that can apply to anything. I mean, any sort of group could have positive attributes, but you could also be Hamas.
So what is a good example of what we call capital?
A good example? What do you mean by that?
Well, the title of the room is, what is capitalism? So what does the word capital mean to you?
terms money. Let me look it up. What's the definition of capital? Because I'm not too proud to be like, look, let me just look up the definition before I conflate this word. Capital, wealth in the form of money or other assets owned by a person or organization or available or controlled for a particular purpose, such as starting a company or investing. So I'll go with that. And as far as good capital, I don't think there's a such thing as good or bad capital. I don't view that as inherently. I think it exists independently of morality. It's what people do with it.
And what would you consider communism to be?
Communism is, I guess, the idea that this is why, like, as I'm socialist but not communist, I think that for me the idea of communism is tied to like a classless society. It's more so, I guess I would describe it as an attempt at something that I don't think we can accomplish, which is equality. The idea is that everyone owns everything. You may be like post fiat. I mean, you might be post credit or any of that sort of thing. So I think communism is, I guess you could say kind of like an attempt to be post-capitalist by means of like eliminating class and eliminating like private ownership, specifically of the means of production, which is a trait shared by socialists, but I think in my case I'm opposed to communism because of the idea of like, I guess, seeking equality in a sense.
So if we were to make you king of America, the God Emperor, what would you do for your people?
Well, hopefully that wouldn't happen because, as admitted, I don't consider myself an expert in economics, but based on my limited understanding, I think I would do the first thing I said, which is like really focus on increasing the health. Like, I would have a sincere health initiative where various methods, like rethinking how we subsidize corn, all the corn syrup that we have so much of, we just dump it in everything, that sort of thing, as well as reducing medical costs so that we can try to reduce our spending. I think I would also, if I was king and I just had the ability to unilaterally decide, I think I would keep markets in place, but I think that one of the first things I would try would be capping CEO pay ratios, and it wouldn't be the same ratio for all size companies. For a smaller company, it would be probably a closer ratio. For a larger company, it would be a larger ratio. But I think by this is a point I made to Serendipity earlier. It's not the idea of you have $1 billion and I want to take that from you and give it to other people. It's the idea that we made $1 billion and you kept the lion's share of it to yourself. And I think I would limit, especially large corporations' ability to generate that much capital, and there would not be an unlimited ratio that the highest earner, and I say CEO, but I really just mean like any of the highest earners in the company. And I think that would help with a lot. Like, we wouldn't need, people want to get rid of Social Security, people want to get rid of Medicaid, people want to get rid of some of what they view as, people leeching off of the government. Well, yeah, I'd like to eliminate that too. The way I'd like to do that is by eliminating people's need for it. by making it to where we don't have so many people working for, say, a Walmart, where, like, the way, like, you know what I would do to make it even shorter? Walmart would not be able to operate the way that it operates. Walmart's highest earners bring in absurd amounts of income, and I'm not against that, to be clear. What I am against is for Walmart to bring in absurd amounts of income, pay its employees so little that they then have to either, take on SNAP benefits, take on Medicaid, a lot of I forget, and I haven't looked this up recently, but I think a lot of people are aware, like, Walmart's employees, like their base level employees, the amount of resources that they take from taxpayer dollars just from Walmart alone is huge. So what if Walmart was forced to pay their workers a little bit more? And not that their workers are, just inherently, it's not like an emotional appeal, like, oh, we just have to be fair. Like, no. Let's be fucking right.
Right.
Go ahead.
If you have wage controls, the obvious result that will come from that is you'll have a lack of jobs. This is what happens anytime you put wage controls in place. Because what will happen is the employer will then say, okay, well, we don't want increase in labor cost, and the government is saying that we need to increase the hourly pay for people, so we're going to have to figure out how to become more efficient. They will, especially in a world of AI and robotics, they will definitely be replacing human beings with robots. But the other thing that they'll do is they'll just continue to take full-time people, make them work part-time hours, and then just manage their productivity over that time more strictly. The thing is when you ask the government to get them to pay more wages, they don't do it. The reason why is because companies are going to pay what they can get away with. And now, what I think your frustration is that, what they can get away with is something that's too low. But I would caution you in the fact that the idea of too low is in the eye of the beholder, because there are people that are applying for those jobs, accepting those jobs, and remaining in those jobs at those wages. And while I would love for them to move up, the way for them to move up is to increase their skill, their knowledge, their abilities, and ultimately the value that they give to the company. If you can fire somebody at Walmart and instantly replace them with somebody that within 48 hours is just as productive as the person that worked there for 2 years, they don't have much leverage. And so what a better course of action would be, now it's risky, but a better course of action would be for Walmart employees to boycott, to basically strike. Even though they're not union members, they could just stop working. And if they stopped working, and if they did that across the country, how many days could Walmart afford to shut down before they have to say, okay, well, what the fuck is the grievance? And the likely thing that they would do is they would say, okay, we'll compromise. You guys are looking for $1 a raise an hour. Come back to work, and we'll give you a quarter more, or maybe we'll give you 50 cents more an hour, and then over the next 2 years we'll get you up to the full $1 an hour. You could do these things. Employees have way more control in a viable way than the government does, because if the government gets involved, you're not going to get what you want. And I'll give you the final thing I'll say about this is, in the state of Washington, the state cracked down, and the city cracked down even harder in Seattle, on Uber drivers, DoorDash drivers, people that were delivering food, said that there was a mandate for these companies to pay, I don't remember exactly the dollar amount, it was like $20 an hour, $25 an hour, and the way that they measure how to pay them is when the person is en route to picking up the food or en route to delivering the food. Majority of the time now is spent idle, because what those companies did was they raised the delivery fee to a point where it broke the system, where less people are ordering. And so now those people that were able to make money in the gig economy, driving and delivering people's food using their own vehicle, they're making less and less money despite the quote-unquote benevolent efforts of the state and the city of Seattle.
And so all I'm saying is I don't think your heart's in the wrong place. I just think that we have evidence to know that depending on what lever you pull, you might make the situation that you're against even worse.
I hear you on that. I guess my question would be, or kind of like the thing that comes to mind, like, I think that makes sense. Like, yeah, like, you know, we the workers, we outnumber, you know, CEO. They literally cannot operate without us. But I think if I'm Walmart in that situation, I do a cost-benefit analysis. What's going to cost me more money? Paying my workers more, or launching a campaign to stomp out unionization, all kinds of, like, we know companies do this, and I think Starbucks, like, I think Starbucks might be an example, if I remember, where, like, they tried to do that, and then the workers kind of overcame it. So I agree, like, the workers can do that. I'm just not sure that I see it as existing in a vacuum. Like, it seems to me that the business still has the leverage, and that they have the resources to actually suppress workers' ability to do that.
Yeah, and again, what I appreciate about the way that you've brought up this topic is we have a lot of people that are left of center, which I'm sure you are, that they argue this in a way where they have policy prescriptions that they know not to not work. And I think the good thing is that you're leading with the result that you're hoping for. And I think that's the right approach. I think people, regardless of your political persuasion, is you should think about, like, well, what is it that you're hoping to change? And then you have to figure out if the policy prescriptions you're making would do that. And in order to do that, the good thing is testing it at a city level rather than a state level, and certainly not a federal level, because if you are wrong and you make a mistake, you want to do the smallest amount of damage possible. And if you're right, you then have the benefit of being first to move, and then you can influence others to follow suit, and you can point to an example of how you instituted change, and then also lessons that you learned. Hey, this worked, and it's benefiting things, but here's some things that if we could do it over again, we would probably do different because it would be even more efficient. And so change should come from small brush fires, I think. And what I think is necessary is you need people that carry a national message, that talk about the importance of the ideas, but then it needs to inspire people at a local level to go and, you know, get the influence they need to make some of these changes. Also, I'm aware that some changes can't be done locally when you have multinational corporations that your local city council is not going to move the needle for. In those situations, a local Walmart, if every employee of the Walmart walked out, that would be a huge blow to them, even if it was just for one shift, not even the full fucking day. That brings companies like Walmart to a decision point, but you got to think of the decisions that they might make. They could decide, oh, well, maybe we'll just close that store. And that's what's happening with a lot of multinational companies. You know, Starbucks employees demanded more wages, and now we see Starbucks stores closing.
Yeah, definitely. So, and that all makes sense. And I appreciate being able to have this conversation with you and some of these other people, because it's clearly, you know, you're read on this, you know some things about it. So, my next question is, okay, let's say that all that's true, and let's say I agree. And let's say that the system as we have it still results in, like, let's just say that never happens. Like, for whatever reason, you know, we just don't have these smaller revolutions or whatever you want to call it. As the government, would it not be irresponsible for me to allow Walmart to continue to operate in a way that literally creates these, you know, quote unquote leeches to the government that are using all of these SNAP benefits and all that sort of thing? Like, shouldn't I step in and, like, try to mitigate the amount of people that require that type of assistance?
Yeah, well, I think this is where I would ask the question to somebody like a Hansen or a John Kitover, who are free market capitalists, to ask them what they think a solution would be to the abhorrent practice of a Walmart, a multinational company that makes a ton of fucking money for their shareholders and for their executives, when they're part of their training is quite literally to show employees how to fill out government forms for assistance. I think if part of your employment strategy is to augment the welfare of the employees by showing them how to fill out government forms, I think that there is a problem. I don't know if the solution is I know for me, going to the government is the absolute wrong move. That's me personally. But I would ask Hansen or John Kitover, what do you guys think could be a solution to a company like Walmart that makes plenty of money that decides, to help their employees? They literally train them on how to fill out government assistance forms, because none of us want that either. So how do we solve that if it's not the government?
Well, the solution is to terminate these welfare systems. That's the best solution. Wow. And if Walmart is Walmart is right to teach the employees to fill out the system, because it helps them to get the system, if it is out there lawfully, legally, and I applaud Walmart for offering the assistance for free. Because if it is not, if the government is setting up the system and hoping the citizens are not legally applying, then the government is doing something untoward.
We got it, Hansen. So if you were Emperor King of America, what would you do for we the people? For your people, what would you do for them, Hansen?
As the government?
Yes, Hansen.
Protect private property rights and uphold the sanctity of contracts. And nothing more.
I like how succinct that answer was. That was great, Hansen.
Thank you.
So what do you do in the event? What do you do in the event that the legal industrial complex, the lawyers, the judges become corrupted? Where does that leave you as a citizen for recourse in terms of, contracts and securing your property?
Well, that is when the government is very small, that because it immediately follows from that the government has only two functions to perform, namely protecting private property rights and uphold the sanctity of contracts. And we don't have this gargantuan, the federal system, the local system, that they can be put under the microscope very closely by we the people, more closely, and scrutinized by we the people more closely. And that's the solution. And they have less power to threaten we the people.
I think so. Hansen, help me understand that though, because what do you view as the outcome? So let's say that we do that, we eliminate any sort of social net, or eliminate those programs that you're talking about. To me, all that does in my mind is you just take away, I guess, not a solution. How do I want to word this? You're not actually solving the problem of the people being paid so little that it creates. Fuck. I wish I was as succinct, but Walmart has to operate, if we take away the social net and do nothing else, all that means is people won't be able to like have their needs met, which would lead to poverty, which would lead to Walmart actually losing workers in my mind, because like how are you gonna like live somewhere? How are you gonna have a car? How are you gonna like do anything? It just seems like it would kind of make the problem worse, even though I get that the idea is to like, you know, don't make it so convenient where people can just, you know, apply for these benefits and get them, but I don't know that taking them away solves the issue. It just takes away like an avenue for them to get by. You know what I'm saying?
How does that? Yeah, no. How does that not solve the problem? Because basically,
because they're still gonna be underpaid. And
what do you mean by underpaid? Earlier I heard you say that people are different. People's abilities are different, and they are paid accordingly. And so they paid at the price that they negotiate with, and according to their ability. You won't want well, you and I wouldn't want to be paid at the level of Elon Musk, and I suppose the other people wouldn't want that either. Or of course they want to. Everybody wants to pay more, but it is up to the people you deal with, who employ you, and who do business with you, and you to the party, the concerned party, to negotiate what's best for you too, right? So that is your price, whatever you pay. Basically, you enter into employment. It is a contract. It's a business contract. It's no different from when you do a business with, let's say, your company doing business with my company, right? So it's just voluntary trading. Whatever you want to pay me and whatever I can accept, we make the deal. Otherwise, there's no deal, right?
Right.
So let me say, okay, we will enter in this deal, and then we just we carry out the contract. So it's very simple.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like that aspect of it is simple, but what I'm saying is, like, what I mean by underpaid is, if I'm a full-time employee and I don't have enough to meet ends meet, and I need SNAP benefits in order to, you know, get by, and you take that away, like realistically, then what? Like what
I
happens?
don't understand what you mean by need that benefit. I mean, I need a I need a private jet. So should I just go to with Jeff Bezos and say, hey, you need to give me the Lamborghini plus the private jet?
No,
part of the payment.
No, we're talking about basic needs. Like I'm talking about people being able to
buy basic needs.
So food, shelter, possibly transportation, depending on what part of the country.
I understand. Right. So food. What kind of food? I sometimes go to the Michelin 3-star. That's one food, and I also go to the diner or the McDonald's. That's all food. Yeah.
Absolutely right. But this is what I'm saying. Like the people that are, you know, these employees that work for Walmart, the amount that Walmart pays them, like when you're a laborer, first of all, as a laborer, we all understand like our time in the day is limited. We can only work so many hours per week. So even if I'm working a lot of hours per week, if I'm not being paid enough to buy even the basic necessities, and I understand this situation because I've been in it. Like I was literally, I was not born into a wealthy family, I'll put it that way. And there was a time where my absolute minimum expenses, I'm talking about no fucking McDonald's,
Hey, Dwight.
no fucking avocado toast.
Dwight, the McDonald's is great, but can I just interject here and say that Hansen is suggesting that his belief that securing property rights and contract rights and leaving everything else alone is the optimal business or economic solution because it's the most efficient and everybody benefits at a higher level than with your central state planning type, opinion.
Right, but I'm saying he's saying like he would eliminate SNAP benefits and that would solve it. I'm saying how? Like all that does is it's gonna make some people not be able to work. Like people will either starve or not be able to work. Some people will do
most
better,
people, most people actually can work and get the food and all that. But when you provide these benefits, they choose not to. And so when you can get things that without working, of course you want to get things instead of go to work and then have your whatever benefit taken away.
But the reality is capitalism is rigged. It's rigged. It's rigged. If it was a
Simon, pause. No, capitalism isn't rigged. The system that we have is rigged. The system we have is not capitalism. Continue.
No, okay, in which case I take it all back and I completely disagree with you. So if it was capitalism in its purest form, absolutely. But it's not. And so therefore, we're talking about something that is not a reality. The gap between the rich and the poor is the inequality gap, if you want to call it that, is the biggest it's ever been since the 1960s.
Exchange a couple of days ago.
It's rigged.
I've said he was applying it for several
You're talking about something that is a mystical unicorn. Yeah, it's not the reality.
When you say reality, it's the status quo, right? It's the status quo. If you don't want to change the status quo, then you don't need to complain about it.
Well, I think we should tax wealth.
Well, okay, so you're saying you're accusing me of saying striving for something that is not the status quo, and on the other hand, you're the one complaining it's rigged, and maybe you want to sit on your hand and do nothing about it, and so even okay, so why are you accusing me of the not talking about reality? I mean, you're just contradicting yourself.
Sorry, I apologise. I must have misunderstood you then. I thought that you were actually saying that the current system that we have is the right system. But
no, I didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Well, I
think it is not. It is not also Roger also saying that the current system is not the pure free market capitalism. It is far away from it. And we need more free market capitalist system, and that's the way we need to strive for. So what are you talking about?
You get my question though. Like what I'm saying is, you take away these benefits, like in the scenario you gave, and then what? Because all I can see is some of those workers will rise above, some of them will not, and they're not going to be able to pay their bills. They're not going to be able to have to do basic things that would enable Walmart to continue to function. Like I think Walmart would just fucking go out of business if we did that.
So Dwight, here's a thought, right? Because I think what you're doing is you're thinking about the world that we have, the system that we have in place, where we've decided to coddle people, we've decided to provide these safety nets. If the government got out of the way, what would happen? Imagine less regulation, less costs to the business, right? Imagine no corporate taxes, right? Imagine that, right? The company would be free to do what they want with that money. Probably would invest in learning how to be more efficient. They might, depending on the company. If it's Walmart, Walmart's wildly innovative. What I mean by that is in the early going, the way that they were able to beat the competition, Walmart didn't start as the biggest company. Sam Walton decided, from a small store, that if he was going to expand, he was going to have to be more efficient than others. And the two great innovative things that they did were both related to inventory management. And so the first thing he did was said, I don't want to have a huge warehouse with a bunch of goods that sit around not being sold, that he has to pay for real estate to house products that are not being sold. the old model used to be, okay, well, if we just, we have the distributor bring the products, we keep them in our warehouse, and then once they're off the shelf, we can go and we can get them. Walmart didn't necessarily invent it, but they certainly perfected the idea of just-in-time delivery. And the way that they did that is they pressured their vendors. They have there's a Walmart top 50. That's their top 50 vendors. As you can imagine, it would be like people that sell batteries and people that sell companies that sell batteries or razors or just those commodity items that fly off the shelf of any store, right? And what they do is they went to their top 50 suppliers and they said, we need you we're going to monitor the delivery of these items, and we need you to accommodate based on the need that we have, not the old way where you just place an order and every month they bring the same amount regardless of the intelligence that you have on how fast or how slow things are flying off the shelves. So the just-in-time delivery helped them gain an advantage because they could then make a larger store that had more inventory that was on the shelf for consumers to buy, where other stores were dedicating half of the store, or at least a third of the store, to a warehouse for items that weren't being sold. The second thing they did, the enhancement, didn't come from them. It came from a technology company that said, hey, barcodes are old and inefficient. And think about, Serendipity, you want to jump in?
Yeah. No, sorry.
No, okay. So barcodes are old and outdated, and they're slow, and it causes a lot of labor concerns. So the old way of doing things with barcodes was a truck would drive in, they'd have pallets of shit, you'd unload the pallet, you'd then unload the boxes, then you would open the boxes, you'd pull out every product individually, and you would scan the barcode to scan them into inventory. What companies evolved to was a thing called RFID, which is radio frequency identification. In the beginning, it was super expensive, but Walmart knew right off the top, this is a game changer. They weren't the only one that recognized that. The Department of Defense also recognizes. And so the projection was, in order for it to be affordable, that RFID was going to take like 10 years to really get phased in because they needed to get the cost down. They needed to get adoption. Well, the Department of Defense and Walmart decided, well, we can help accelerate that. And this company said, well, how so? They said, well, we will make our top suppliers a requirement that they use RFID. And what Walmart did is they went to those top 50 suppliers and they said, moving forward, in order to remain a top 50 supplier, you have to move from barcodes to RFID. What this changed is the staffing levels at a Walmart. So when the truck comes to delivery, and they've already figured out the just-in-time delivery, right? When the truck comes, it rolls by a post that picks up the frequency. When that truck drives by this into the warehouse, it automatically scans every single individual item into inventory in one fucking fell swoop. You don't need somebody to open each box to scan each one of them. That was slow. So the time that they saved by doing that was massive. They passed the cost off to their suppliers to fix this problem for them. Point being, companies innovate, and the innovations that Walmart did is extremely important to understand, because that allowed them, by being more efficient, they can then cut some labor. They're more efficient. They're faster. They got more product on the shelf. Then what they can do is they can lower the price, where consumers can then pay less money, which is what consumers like about Walmart. If you ask Walmart shoppers what they like, they're going to say it's a wide variety of products at a cheap price. That's what they're going to say they like. When you start tinkering with Walmart and saying you must pay for this, you must pay for that, you're going to take away their competitive advantages. And the one thing that's sure to happen is they're going to reduce labor costs even further, which means that they'll innovate further and they'll replace human beings with robots. So you're not going to help those employees. You're actually going to have them not having an option to work at Walmart. And then the other thing that's going to happen is they're inevitably going to have to raise prices on their goods and services. And that means that the shoppers, the one thing that they loved about Walmart, they're not gonna have that anymore. And so you just have to be careful of what you're asking for. You have to think about the problem that you're trying to solve, and then you have to ask yourself, if implemented, does it solve it? And the question that you said, well, what about these people, that don't have money for food? If you will take your hand off the scale of the market and you will let them just innovate, they do that. And when they do that, they bring better products to market, they increase their efficiency, which lowers the prices for people, so then you need less money to be able to operate in this world. And so there's so many benefits of this, and the main benefit of free market capitalism, it's not even to the producer, it's to the consumer. Because if you make things less efficient, you're talking about higher prices. If you want to help the consumer, you need to allow companies to be more efficient, and you need to let them put their money into R&D and process improvement.
Right, exactly. On that note, when the productivity is increased, then the price for what you call quote-unquote necessity will decrease. And hopefully with the AI revolution, we'll try to drive the price of necessity to zero. So all that worry about we have no jobs and buy the things for, well, it's just solved by itself, because the productivity increases to the extent that all the necessity and food and the price will go down to zero, or the cost to zero, then you don't need the reason for universal basic income. I mean, we heard all the reason for basic income is because when AI comes, that all how are we going to pay for things? Well, precisely because of AI, the cost of things will go to zero.
It's my opinion that it's absolutely ridiculous to think that AI and robotics is going to solve our borrowing and spending problem or our economic situation. If you think that robots are going to get intelligent enough to start making more robots by themselves and create a perpetual economic system or a business, I mean, go buy a slice of pizza tonight and have a beer on me, because, that type of utopian thinking is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I hope you're not using that argument to counter my argument. If not, then I completely agree with you.
I just thought that business owners would use AI and robotics to increase their profit, which they can't do if what you're saying is, well, products and services will be zero cost.
And that's sure what you're talking about. Sorry, I had a call, but if this is going a different direction, let me know. But what I was going to ask Roger or Mojo, that all makes sense. The next thing that comes to mind, though, is in this scenario where the prices increase, also what the worker is being paid is more. So I'm more, to me, it's that sounds better to me, and the reason why is because I'd rather have more capital at my disposal
and maybe the cost of some of these goods that we've enjoyed up to this point is great, but that cost goes up, and I have to choose better as a consumer, which I think we have the leeway to do. I think we have so much choice and so many options that a lot of it is kind of like just not very valuable anyway. I don't necessarily see where the prices, increasing to an extent is necessarily bad if, everybody has more money. And because in that case, I now have more freedom as somebody who commands more capital, even as, a lower level worker, to make the decision on whether or not I want to buy something, as opposed to having to hope that I have enough money with, that I get paid enough to buy anything at all.
Well, hold on. Hands, real quick, and I'll kick it over to you because I do want to hear your take on this. But if you had a magic wand, Dwight, and you could do one thing, you had to choose one of two things. You could choose that your wage goes up, or you could choose that your knowledge, skills, and ability were increased. If you had that magic wand, you had a red button and blue button, which one are you going to press?
For me as an individual, definitely knowledge, skills, and ability.
Correct. And anybody that's wise would do that. And then so the question is always asked, what can we do to institute a policy where we put pressure on an employer, where they have to pay more money, and the government has. This is why the government, you shouldn't ask them to do that, because if the people are asking them and the government says, oh, okay, yeah, we'll do that, because they can buy votes, they can make that happen. But if you artificially increase the wage, you're harming the company that has to pay them, because you artificially, you force them to pay a higher labor cost. So you're harming them, and you're taking from their pool that they could have spent money in innovation and process improvement, and ultimately becoming more efficient to be able to lower the cost of goods to consumers. You're creating that problem, and you're never solving and addressing the skills problem. And I'm simply saying that a better ask of, and maybe not of government, because I'm in the Hansen camp of, I want the government to do very little, but if you're looking for a solution to society's problems, it would be, and I would argue, a free market solution to this, where we put a huge emphasis on how do we get a maximum amount of people to obtain skills that are desirable, that produce value, that will help them make more money than working at Walmart. I think the focus on telling people that work at Walmart or McDonald's that they need to get more money, yes, I get it that somebody's got to work there. I think McDonald's can absolutely be run between AI, robotics, teens that are getting their first job, and retirees that want to supplement their income. I do not believe that McDonald's is the type of place where it makes sense for people, let's say, after the age of 25 to work, or under the age of 60 to work. I think what we should reserve those types of jobs for are people that truly, either they're just looking for an initial break, or they're looking to wind things down at the end. But some people see those as career options, and they think that, well, it could be a viable career if only they got paid more. And the problem with that is that there's this value that people on the left have, where what they are suggesting is that that pay should be tied to the amount of time that people spend working. And there is a much better way of measuring this, and it should be your pay should be tied to the value that you produce. And I think that's the underlying issue there. And if you obtain more knowledge, skills, and ability, you'd be able to produce more value. And I think that trying to take a shortcut is avoiding the real issue, which is we absolutely need to up level our skill.
Yeah, definitely. And the price is a relative quantity. It's a ratio. So the whether you lower the price or the up your income, the salary, it's the same thing, right? And what also what Roger was talking about is actually somebody actually was here on stage mentioning that it's a socialism calculation problem. So government is a blunt, very, very blunt instrument, and it doesn't have the capacity, it doesn't have the observation, data collection, and computational capacity to compute the price needed and the feedback mechanism of the social interaction. And if you look up socialism calculation problem, that's why the central planning doesn't work. And all this interaction between the boss and you and your colleagues, and customers, and different customers, and this whole interaction, this whole universe of interaction cannot possibly be computed by a central planning agency. So they don't have not only they don't have the capacity, they don't have the IQ, they don't have the computational power, they don't have the incentive to do these computation, and not only they don't have the incentive to do this computation for you, they have their own agenda. If you ask them to deal with your problem, they have to be paid to do so. And however the highfalutin, the slogan they slap on themselves to be the public servants, they are trying to make money just as you do. And with the power now putting in their hands, they can only do evil things, whether intentional or not, or unintentionally. And so, and then you can look up the rent-seeking behavior of government, the agency problems, all the stupid economic problems that comes with it. And then also I want to address the previous question, how to deal with the people who have basic needs. I think I've already addressed that with the productivity increase. You don't need to worry about the necessity. These kind of things will decrease. But also, more directly, we just mentioned that Walmart is asking or helping the employees to fill out the benefit forms and all that. And I said I command them to do that. Yes, but the thing is, it also reflects the other side of it. Is that when you put up, dole out the benefit, of course everybody will take advantage of it. They're legal to do so, including the corporation. So if you take that away, then Walmart have to pay more to the employees, and it cannot get the free ride. And so basically, Walmart is asking, well, not asking, but the government is handing Walmart the opportunity to get a free ride on other taxpayer, and this is like a very evil design. So yeah, that's the answer.
Understood. I get what you're saying. Like basically, the forces of the market would force Walmart to pay their employees more, or basically like go out of business, thus eliminating the need for SNAP benefits. Am I following you?
Yeah. This is one aspect of it. Yes. But the general, the bigger picture is that with the government out of the hands, out of people's, the pens, the people will be better off from all, in all accounts. But I do recommend that you look up whether Wikipedia or somewhere else, the socialism calculation problem.
You're talking about the economic calculation problem?
Is it called economic calculation problem? Let me check it.
Yeah, because it's basically like you can't price.
Yes, there's the knowledge problem, and then there's the economic calculation problem, which go hand in hand. If you want to learn more about it, you can look into Ludwig von Mises, who originally came up with this, and then you can also look into Friedrich Hayek that expanded on it. And if you're not interested in looking up either of those things because economics isn't your thing, I would point you to a different book called Economics in One Lesson by Henry Hazlitt. If anybody is interested, just back channel me. I could send you a copy of that. I have a garage full of those.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is called the economic calculation problem. And yeah, and then the yeah, but I don't want to mention. Well, I guess I'll it basically is in refutation of Marxist economic system.
If that happens, so because I'm just thinking like I can't help because I get what you're saying, like it makes perfect sense, like it truly does. I just can't help but feel like if I'm Walmart in that situation, I would still try to avoid paying more even if I have that market pressure. So maybe I try to figure out a way to outsource the work. Like you get what I'm saying? Like
I agree. I get what you're saying. If you're a boss, if you're a company, like I said earlier, it's two companies dealing with each other. You, maybe you're a company of one, right? Dealing with each other. Of course, you want to get the best deal for yourself, right? I mean, that's how the negotiation works, and then this is how you want to make the most profit out of your the deal, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. And so of course that you want to just like also Mojo was talking about it. He gets the best deal or the lowest price, but then it passes on the price benefit to the consumer, right? So you as an employee, you go. Walmart is not the only employer, right? If Walmart doesn't employ you, they give you a good enough benefit, good enough salary, you go to the next one, right? Costco, and whatever other price, Aldi, so many retailers, and also there's so many. You don't have to be a salesperson. You don't have to be if you go to pick up some skills, you can be a programmer. Go for go work for Google, or go to culinary school or something. That be a chef.
Yeah, it just seems like.
Well, hold on. I want to make sure we're touching grass here. Even though I'm in Hanson's camp, I think like advising people to go work for Google. I know the hiring folks at Google in many departments, and if you don't have a 4-year degree,
I know. I'm just saying that it's not that Walmart is not the only.
I accept that. I just wanted to clarify that Google of all places, even if you have a 4-year degree, they're the one company that looks at your GPA. They're another company that'll look at which 4-year institution you went to. They're extremely picky, and the reason they can be is because everybody wants to work at Google, that they can sort the best and brightest. The only people that I've ever known that have gotten jobs there that didn't have a degree were people that worked at a startup that got acquired by Google. So I'm just saying that if we're going to give the advice of what you can do, I would make more realistic recommendations of things that that's within the grasp of people to do that maybe don't have a degree or maybe tech's not their thing. But your point is well accepted.
I just mentioned Costco. It's not.
Costco's a great employer. And then on top of that, you have companies, that are hiring in industries where they do have trade unions. Like if you go to a trade school, become an electrician, become a plumber, that's a very viable thing. In fact, I would say for anybody that's got kids that are thinking about going to college soon, I would say that at this point in time, unless they're looking to be an engineer, a doctor, or a lawyer, they're probably better off going into a trade school than accruing debt at a college. Now, if they want to go to college just to learn, I would say you could take credits for free at many major universities. Actually, you don't get credit for it, but you could drop into the class and you could get the same education. You just don't get the certificates and the credential. But if all you want to do is learn, you can go to many of the best universities.
Can I ask one last question, and then I'm gonna actually focus on everything else? So in that scenario, we've eliminated welfare, and now the companies should have to pay workers more. It would seem to me that although I can work for another company, all of the larger corporations still have all the leverage there. They're still going to pay as little as they can. So me as the worker, I'm not only at a disadvantage in terms of like it's me versus this larger entity, but I'm also less organized because I'm one person and Walmart has a whole network of people. So like how would that actually benefit the worker or the general person more so in the way that you're describing? Like how would they not just basically control the market themselves and utilize their leverage to keep wages low or even lower?
First of all, because of free market, you have we already mentioned that the Walmart is not the only retailer or grocery store. A Costco is one, and then I think and then what's the other one? Sam's Club or Aldi and whatever. What are the other grocery stores? I have to list all of them. Just Google it. So the market already provides the competitors, and then also they will compete for your wages. And the other thing is you can up your skills and put yourself in a better negotiating positions. That's why I said if you can go pick up your computer skills or plumbing, be a plumber or something, and choose a better market to competing. And then also, third, there's nothing wrong to form a labor company. There's nothing wrong to form a union. I don't disagree that you can have a union and then you form a company. A union is nothing but a company. You can collectively bargain with your employer. And one thing I am against the union, the present union is this union is the present status of the union is above the law. It is not treated as a company, just like any other company. It is treated as an extra-legal organization, like a mafia. And so the law, called like many states, for example, Illinois, called union with extra-legal privileges. And so you cannot fire a union member. You're basically this is it's a kind of a what can I say more? The extra-legal organization. So it is not treated as just like another company. That's the problem. There's nothing wrong with forming a union if it is just another company. And then so basically you deal with you can form a company, and then collectively it's like a labor company, and bargain for your employee. You basically you can be a partner in the company, or you can be an employee of the labor company, and negotiating with the company will represent you and negotiate with another company, and after you basically work for another company just like a consultant. I mean, there's so many forms that you can do this.
I'm gonna check out these books. I definitely get the points being made. I think I have some, I don't know, I need to choose some of these concepts over.
Yeah, and another book I would recommend is Milton Friedman's Freedom and Capital. Dwight, I put the author and title in the chat.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm actually taking these down. I know most of mentioned economics in one lesson. So I mentioned powernomics. I'm gonna check these out at least, to some extent. I'm not hugely into economics, but obviously I've got, some level of interest in it. I'm just trying to, I like having these conversations to kind of wrap my head around, because obviously I see things a certain way, but I'm not one of these people that it's like, oh yeah, I've decided on what I've decided, and that's what I'm sticking with, whether it's logical or not. It's like, all I really care about is what's actually best, what actually makes the most sense. I'm not married to anything. So this is all, I don't know, this is a good combo.
Yeah, great. It's a great conversation.
All the economics and all these other things, but Roger touched on it really good earlier. There's a book, Thinking in Systems. It's a book by Danella Meadows. I don't know if I'm saying her name right or not. But a lot of people just want to break it down to one piece, one sector, one kind of topic. And yeah, you can do that to try and parse out what that one thing is doing, but you can't forget about all the other things interacting with it at the same time. So that's a good book for anyone to listen to. I try to listen to it once every other year or so, just because everything is a system and works together that way, and it is not fully independent. So if you move one lever, you're going to adjust something else on your undesired or desired outcomes. So that's the problem everybody has. They think, oh, well, egg workers should be paid more, but then you pay egg workers more, then the farmer, it costs them more to produce something, so they either A, go out of business, or B, charge more. Well, then the food costs more, or we're at the mercy of some other country or some major company that now has pretty much a monopoly on the production of that said item. That's the same for any industry. But once you get monopolized, then you can say, well, you can't get it from anywhere else, so I can raise my prices now, and now you don't have enough competition to moderate the prices. So that's what it all comes back down to. We can say everybody needs to be paid more, or we just realize what it takes to live. And I know everybody isn't going to be able to be a CEO, but everybody is able to better themselves in their situation, even if it does take time. and they have extra hurdles.
What was the Mises one that you said, Motel? M-I-S-E-S, right? I've heard. I'm familiar.
Well, what's your question?
You said a book by Ludwig von Mises.
He's written a lot. He's got a book called Liberalism, which I highly recommend everybody read. The one that you're going to want to look into more than anything is his critique on socialism. In fact, here's what I'll do. I'll drop links in the chat to the order in which I would read his books. I think that there's some that are a little too dense. One of the problems with Mises is that he wrote for academics. He didn't care about. He wasn't writing for you and I to read it. He was writing for academics to take his ideas and expand on it. But one of such academics, one of his pupils, Friedrich Hayek, wrote books to be far more accessible to people. And so I'll put links to the books that I would read in order if you want to get an understanding. But I would say if you've never studied economics and you're just curious, my starting point always is with Henry Hazlitt, Economics in One Lesson, because anybody can pick it up, anybody can read it, anybody can understand it.
Yep, I got that one written down. I actually wrote down these books.
Yeah, I'll put links in there right now.
Sorry, appreciate it.
Well, by the way, Freedom and Capitalism, I believe you can even find it, just Google online and get a free PDF copy.
Yeah, I pirate shit sometimes, so if all else fails, like I'll pay for shit, I don't have a problem. Not fucking poor or something buy shit, but yeah, anything, if I have trouble finding it, like, look, if you're not gonna make it accessible to me, I'm just gonna fucking steal it, you know? But that's just me.
Yeah.
Not literal things, copyright shit.
No, I know. Yeah.
I have a lot to think about. Usually when I talk about this sort of shit, it's people that are younger than me, so like I'll learn nothing. But I feel like at least in like many of you all's case, not Mark, because he's fucking retarded, but at least with y'all, like I see shit different. But
Yo, Dwight, just look at Argentina. Just look at Argentina and what Javier Milei has done there by restricting government spending. He has enticed investors to want to come in, and that has caused an economic boom and more jobs and more income for the people. And, more housing inventory, lower rates. The whole economy becomes more efficient, and it raises all, ships that were sunk. So, unless something is done in this country, I mean, it's just immoral and unethical and not intelligent in terms of central planning that we're doing. And in fact, we shouldn't be doing central planning. That's what makes it so unintelligent, is we don't let the market efficiencies take place to essentially create, more productivity and more growth. Do you understand how less is more in terms of government intervention?
oh yeah, I definitely follow the argument. Now whether I agree on every point or grasp some of the ideas presented, that's something I'll have to look into. But no, I definitely, I'm familiar with the argument, and I would say that I agree to an extent. It's a long story. I kind of have a question though, because I noticed you have the Trump hat and I don't know if that's PTR, but do y'all feel like we have a U.S. party that is committed? I mean, I don't see that Republicans or Democrats.
No, the answer is no.
Yeah, like they're both growing the government, and Republicans like allege that they don't want that, but then they do that. I don't know.
Oh, before I think Serendipity put a link to the free book, Freedom to Choose. So you can just click on the link. And also, there's a YouTube channel on Free to Choose Network, and it has collected all the, maybe not all, many of the Freeman debates on the channel.
There's an essay you guys can look up. It's a quick read by Friedrich Hayek, who I just put to the books that I would recommend that you read of his. But there's an essay where he writes about why he's not a conservative. So for those of you that identify as conservative, or let's say you don't, here's somebody that was a free market zealot, and a lot of times conservatives claim to be free market capitalists, and it's a great essay by Hayek himself to explain why he's not a conservative.
Hey, Raj.
Talk to me, Goose.
Goose. I never got into politics. Never got into. And since I came to your rooms during the pandemic, during the whole Clubhouse, it was interesting. What would you say? Why would you think someone leans very conservative now? Why would you think someone leans very liberal?
I guess it depends on the context. If we're thinking about these terms and how they were created and what they were supposed to mean, liberals were influenced by Enlightenment thinkers, guys like John Locke and John Stuart Mill. The kind of maybe the connector of liberalism and conservatism, in the bridge to conservatism would be Edmund Burke. The way that I like to think of it is that in the U.S. context is that radical liberals gave us this country. They said, to hell with these oppressive tyrants that want to rule over us, and they fought for freedom, wrote their own constitution, inserted a Bill of Rights, and then conservatives are kind of like these Johnny-come-latelys that they wait for the radicals to do the hard work, come up with the ideas, and then whatever worked and whatever sticks, they say, well, tradition is important too. Maybe we can find some traditions that work well, and whether those traditions come from politics or religion or economics or wherever they might come from, science, doesn't matter. Conservatives, the whole idea is to find those things that we want to keep as traditions. But I think the two need each other. I think liberals need to push the envelope on coming up with new ideas on how to expand human freedom, because that individual freedom is a liberal idea. Conservatives took on the idea that they were going to protect it, quote unquote. And I think the enemy to both of them are these progressives, ones that believe that collective rights.
Okay, pause you for a second. So, yeah, that's interesting because when you started with the liberals and how they were able to create innovation and fight for something worthy of fighting for, it sounds very patriotic. But in the past couple of years that I've been paying attention more to politics, to me it seemed like liberals, you got the LGBT community, you got all the identity politics and all these things, and just freedom of speech and freedom of, they all collide. This is where it gets a little confusing.
I think to make clarity here, liberals want you to have individual freedom, and so on. To some extent, they would say, hey, if somebody wants to claim that they're a woman when they are a man, let them do it. The difference is a progressive will use the government, weaponize it, restrict your individual freedom by instituting the idea that you must address them, you must accept their delusional claims of being a man or being a woman, and declaring that by fiat. And so the difference between progressives and liberals, the important distinction, there's two important distinctions. One is that the progressives are for collective rights, whereas liberals are for individual rights, at least in the classical sense of liberalism. The other
that makes sense, Mojo, because that reminds me of Bill Maher, right? He would be a liberal, right? In the concept of what you're talking about, sounds like he would be a liberal, right?
Correct.
Right, I get it. Okay. Yeah. And
if you want an example on this app of a liberal, El Normo is as classically liberal as you're going to find on this app.
Right. So, yeah. Instead of impeding the progressives are impeding their view of the world in a way where they want to change laws and all this stuff. Yeah, I understand.
They've also become the Puritans. It used to be the conservatives would say, hey, based on tradition, we believe this to be right, and this is where you hear about things like traditional family values, Christian values, whatever it might be, where the conservatives would say, look, you ought to do this because, and then they tell you why they're so smart. Well, the progressives do the same thing, but what they've done is they've decided that everything's for the collective, it's always for a group, and the policies are always extremely divisive, because whereas individual rights would say that everybody should have the same equal protection under the law, the progressives are going to say, oh, well, this group over here has been fucked over for so long, so what we need to do is pass a law that gives special favor, not equal rights. They want unequal rights. And this is why I genuinely feel that if people had honest conversations, we could divide this thing into a few very, very specific camps where you have the authoritarian right, which I would say that many Republicans fall into that. And then you have the more libertarian right, which is where you would find someone like myself, you find someone like Hansen. Then you have the libertarian left, which is the libertarian left is more liberty-leaning, and that's where you would find some remnants of those classical liberals, like someone like an El Normo. And then you have the authoritarian left, which is the progressives, and those are the people like the Bernie Sanders and the AOCs and that sort of thing. And I think that if we can more clearly divide the parties along those lines, if we had 4 parties where you could have your authoritarian left, your libertarian left, your libertarian right, and your authoritarian right, I think that would be a better way to draw up the battle lines than to put the libertarian and authoritarian right together, because the authoritarians are always going to seek more power for government, and it's really an uphill battle for the more libertarians on the left or the right. By the way, I can find common ground with libertarian lefties. I definitely nitpick the shit out of some of their ideas, but it's just that it's nitpicking. And the authoritarian right, they might say a lot of the things that align with some of my thought. What they're willing to do to institute their ideas would be completely unacceptable to me. And then the authoritarian left, their ideas are shit, and they're willing to put you up against the wall to get their ideas through. So if I were ranking these in order, I would say libertarian right, that's at the top of the heap. Libertarian left, that would be the next rung. And then authoritarian right would be, second to last, and then the authoritarian left, that is at the bottom. That's how I would rank those. And that's coming from my personal viewpoints, but that would be also in consistency with my values, which is I value liberty over all else. So if that's true for you too, then you might see it similarly.
Oh yeah.
Roger, one of these days I'm going to buy you a Roman statue of Libertas and send it to you. Just so you can constantly think of it as your part motivation for liberty.
Well, that's what, I definitely agree about liberty. And moving along, right?
So what do you think of the, can you even see the poll question at the top? Or have you not updated the app? So if you haven't updated the app...
I have to update the app?
Yeah,
I'll go through that.
Yeah, go update the app, and we've got a poll question for you.
I'm on update too. I don't see it.
You guys got an update.
So,
I too hard on that guy earlier. It really got me going. But
Marshall, I don't think you've ever been too hard on people. If there's one thing that you might be guilty of on this app, aside from being a great guy, is maybe being too soft on people.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
So what is the difference between liberty and justice?
Liberty is the... I will give you the Stuart Mill definition, that you should be free to do what you want to do, provided that you're not harming other people. So your liberty does not give you the right to violate somebody else's liberty. Justice is simply ensuring that people's individual liberty is protected. So they definitely go hand in hand. I would mark them as 1A and 1B. Equality, I typically just throw out the window, because I don't believe that we're equal. I think that we have different knowledge, we have different skills, we have different abilities. We're all very different. And so I think equality is a myth. There's a great book out there called Equal is Unfair. It's written by an objectivist, so you got to take a little bit with a grain of salt. But I think he makes a very good point that the things that you would have to do to make people equal would be a violation of people's liberty. And if you did that, that wouldn't be very just. And so for me, it goes liberty, justice, and equality is not even a consideration for me.
Mojo, so what I see, I pick liberty, right? But I also see that because human beings tend to live inside of this container of right and wrong, right? Duality, polarity. And in general, men tend to be more, they'll project their power, right, more than females, or you could say it's a different type of power that men have. They will make someone wrong, even if it's, I'm not saying that, well, they may do something physical, but they'll condemn, they'll condemn. In a libertarian, let's say in a libertarian environment, there's going to be some disagreements, isn't there?
Yeah, you can have agreements, but I think first and foremost, you have to. I think if you're going to have a country,
I said disagreement. It's not agreement. There'll be agreements, but there'll be disagreements.
Yeah, of course you're going to have disagreements, but ultimately the disagreement has to come. The thing that you must agree on is that you can't harm others, and then so the only task there is going to be defining what harm is. And when you have disagreements about that, you will need a judge. This is why anarchy is so stupid. You do need somebody that could adjudicate disputes. And so if you and I believe that individual freedom is good, and that we define it on you should be free to do what you want to do provided you don't harm other people, when we get into that definition of what is harm, you and I might have different ideas, and we're going to need to have a system for figuring out what equates to harm. And I think there's some tough questions. Like, for example, if you wanted to get a popular issue, you could say, well, what about abortion? One person could argue, well, if you get an abortion, you're harming the baby. You are literally killing a human being. And the other side might say, well, if you restrict me from ejecting this unwanted fetus from my body, you're restricting my individual liberty to bodily autonomy. And I think both of those arguments are interesting and valid. Then the question comes down to, well, what's a greater harm? And I think if you're talking about discomfiture versus murder, I mean, that's what guides me into the camp that I'm in. But it's not that I don't see the argument for bodily autonomy, which is why I like what Walter Block has to say about this. He's an evictionist, where once technology can get us to the place where we can reduce the age of viability to a very, very short term, what will happen is you make abortion a moot point by allowing the person that wants the bodily autonomy to evict the fetus from their body. Okay, it's your body, your choice. You can evict the body, but you cannot kill it, because that would be immoral. And so, if technology guides the way here, I think evictionism is going to be a good.
What do you mean evictionism?
It quite literally means that you can evict the baby, but you can't murder it. And then when you then remove the baby from the woman, you would then put it in an artificial womb. And so the technology that's necessary is advancements on artificial womb technology that can reduce the age of viability. So
it'll never work, Mojo, never.
Well, you could continue to say that, but we're getting better and better at it every day.
No, because the reason why is, first of all, it's a woman, right? And the husband or boyfriend, right, who might be in disagreement with the whole thing. Therein lies one issue. Another issue would be that the woman wouldn't want it to go to any person. They would have to prove. There's all those complications.
Well, but the complication is less when you have technology.
Well, so, I understand what you're saying, but really, look, when you think about a human being is layered, has many layers to it. Every individual has many, many, many layers, and the biggest thing is what we all know, and it's fear. And so people are pretending all throughout the day and all throughout the night, and they're just walking through life in this fashion. So ultimately, when that pretense is, the layers are taken off, I got a question for you, Mojo. What's underneath all the pretense?
Which pretense are you referring to?
Nothing, Mojo, nothing.
I mean, I can give you my...
I'm not asking you to tell me your pretenses, but would you agree that all human beings have layers of pretense?
Well, of course. The question is, who's got the good ideas, and who's good at selling their ideas. And I think that the political ideas that I subscribe to are good ideas. I just don't think that we have anybody that's really good at selling them. And that's why I'm here. But sometimes I just prefer to be performative and, I don't know, be over the top and thought provoking. For example, a typical conversation with me about abortion, I would just I would refer to abortion as baby murder rather than abortion, and I would refer to the doctor and the mother as murderers, and I would then I would then make an emotional plea to mothers to love their baby instead of killing their baby. And this typically gets people that are in the quote-unquote pro-choice camp really agitated, which I like, because I think they're hypocrites. If they really cared about choice, they would talk about the choices that happen before a woman gets pregnant. You can choose to abstain. You can choose to use birth control. You could choose to put a child up for adoption should you get pregnant. You have all kinds of choices, but they don't really seem to be advocating for all those other choices. What they seem to be advocating for is the right to kill their baby.
But Mojo, the reason why I went to human beings, right, and their pretenses is, you talked about, you have good ideas, right? You're intelligent enough to know enough about the landscape of politics and human beings to have ideas. Now, I like this quote. I'm sure you heard it. Plenty of other people have heard it about Einstein's quote that problems cannot be solved with the same level of consciousness that created them, right? You know that quote, right?
It's a great quote.
Right. So basically what it's saying is, if you want a new world, you have to change the way you think and the way what you believe in. You have to change it. You have to change who you are. So that's why I talked about the pretenses, right? People just to say to someone, well, you're pretending, they're going to get defensive. So just to acknowledge that you're pretending, that all of us are pretending, that's just a whole war right there. Right? Yeah, fresh ideas is what we want, but first we have to deal with the pretense. I'm sorry, Roger. How do we? I have my ideas, right? But how do we approach? We start in America. We start in our own household, right? We start in our own household. You can start with yourself, right? But as in a big way, you have a leader that wants people to take off the masks and let's rise to a new level of consciousness. And what would that new level of consciousness be? Can you articulate? You follow me?
I do. The part that I like the best is starting with ourselves. So, like, tying it back to the previous conversation, I can start by vowing not to kill any babies. I could then vow to influence friends and family to not kill their babies. And then hopefully they would influence their friends and family to not kill babies.
Right, but then remember, so this is where I was talking about in that libertarian environment, right? You don't harm anybody else, right? Well, what about that guy that came in the room the other day, right? And he said, Mojo, well, I didn't think that it was very nice the way you were talking. So you were talking about harm, right? So you see what I'm saying? Everybody has different beliefs of what harm is, so it gets extremely complicated.
Well, this is true, and you can't look. Some people are just pussies, if we're going to be honest. You have some people that have decided to say that words are harmful, and in fact, they will even tell you that words are violence, right? And I think that the people that say words are violence are actually leading to an increase in physical violence, because if words are violence, then physical violence and words are the same thing. So why should I stop at words? Why shouldn't I just be physically violent? And so I think that the lack of common sense in these issues is what really is the problem. There's some people that will get a slogan like that, like words are violence, and they'll say it without really thinking about what the consequences of saying that is.
Well, but Roger, that's when you would have someone that wants to take on that leadership role, right? That would argue a point. You know, how are words of violence? I would say that words are not violence. I would say fear of what words can get you is what you're talking about. Fear of what a word might have, something that might happen in the future. But that's not, the word itself is not violence.
So, time out. Who do you think is supposed to lead us out of this? Do you think it's going to be born on Clubhouse?
Well, if you go back to the way I see it, human beings live in a very barbaric environment, right? Very different than what we live in America. You might say similar to someplace like Iran, but even worse than Iran, or worse than these kind of authoritarian countries where they'll kill anybody that goes against the government, all these kind of things, they'll murder the family, all these kind of things.
Well, it will take something pretty bad to be worse than what the IRGC is doing in Iran. In Iran, they allow people to marry girls at the age of 8 years and 9 months, partially because they have a fundamentalist attachment to a death cult called Islam, where they worship a pedophile cult leader.
Right, well, what I'm saying is, let's go back.
Can you just let that one breathe for a minute, Timok? I want the waves to crash in on the people in the goo, and then that way, if we've got anybody that's a member of the death cult, they could go, wait a minute, did he just call Prophet Muhammad a pedophile? And then I could say, yeah, I did. He's a fucking pedophile. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So just think about, because being an actor, put yourself in. And you have to create a history. Let's say you're playing a character. So, let's say you're playing a character from the past, right? Thousands of years ago. So you have to put yourself in that in that world. And so I did, like, the last role I played was on a TV show called Double Cross, and I played a psychopathic sex trafficking kingpin. And I said to myself, okay, let me talk to a psychologist. So I really want to put myself in the world. So in this case, talking about the different worlds that have existed, I go back to thousands and thousands of years ago. Like, for example, the Mayans. Did you ever see that movie Apocalypto? I loved it. Mel Gibson.
Yes, it is absolutely fantastic. Their set design for the obsidian knives gets them archaeologically correct.
Did you see it, Mojo?
Apocalypto? Yeah, very good.
Right. So just imagine an environment right now where they're just taking over your whole neighborhood, taking you and killing your family in front of you, and then taking you to the top of a structure and cutting your heart up, and you're next in line. That's a whole different reality. So the reason why I alluded to all this is because in those times, there has been intelligence out of this suffering that, you know, I'm not very religious, but I have had spiritual moments, supernatural moments, where a higher intelligence came to me. So, you could say the yogi.
Were you on GMT?
No, I wasn't. I was straight. I didn't take it. I don't take drugs. So, what I'm getting at is these. For example, the first yogi, which I told you about, the first yogi. It's gonna, times call for a different state of consciousness. Well, those times back then, it called for a higher state of consciousness. The Egyptians, right? The Mayans. So there's the Kundalini exercises, right? This is not a very common thing. I don't know how many people in this room have done any of the breath work, the Kundalini, right? Because trauma is held in the first three chakras, right? The perineum, right below the navel, and then below the sternum. And these are all ways to pull these traumas out from the past, right? And open up your heart, and your mind thinks differently. So to have a libertarian environment, there has to be these kind of practices, is what I'm trying to say.
So we have to do yoga before we can, turn to libertarian?
Yeah, but you never did it, brother. It's an idea to you, a yoga. Yoga to you is some kind of, silly movement, contort. That's just the physical. Yeah.
So I've tried meditation. I've downloaded apps. I've watched these YouTube videos and stuff. And maybe I'm just watching the wrong stuff, but they're like, hey, you got to sit this particular way. And I'll sit that way, and I'm like, dude, this is uncomfortable as shit. And then it's like, and then they want you to clear your mind of stuff. And I will say, because I did this for 10 days straight. I was actually on Clubhouse when I was doing this. I would do it before I'd get on. And the first couple days, I couldn't at all clear my mind of anything. And then you get this moment where it's like, it's like a split second, like a blink. It's like you recognize that you blinked. And then you're like, oh, there was this gap of not thinking about anything for just a fraction of a second. But then all of a sudden something else would pop in my mind, and then
right,
and then you have to deal with that. And so
my question is, was that experience for you? It was annoying, right?
It was frustrating in the sense that you can't truly clear your mind for any significant period of time.
Well, you can, but you couldn't.
Well, I couldn't. I certainly couldn't. And then when the ideas come into your head, it's almost like when you're telling yourself, okay, I'm going to think about nothing, and then it's like, fuck, chocolate, that sounds delicious. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, the mind is a crazy place. The idea that you can, get so much control over it that you could rid it of thoughts, like it's kind of scary.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're talking about. So it is a skill to be developed. The thing is, like Buddhism, yoga, whatever, right? It's the idea is to become aware. Because as soon as you become aware, right, of those thoughts, we are people. We are a species that thinks. We think things, right? There's a lot of power in that because it actually has an electrical charge to it. Every thought has an electrical charge. So your thoughts are creating things, right? So the fact that people don't take this seriously, I mean, it's going to change in the next 10 years. This thing's going to flip on a dime, and everybody's going to start paying attention, really doing it. Your thoughts are Bruce Lee, Alan Watts, that Bruce Lee, Krishnamurti, Bruce Lee followed, Alan Watts. He's talked, lectures around the world, and many others. But when you become aware, you find out what you're thinking about more clearly, and then what happens there, right? Some people have done bad things, and they have to forgive themselves, and they have to free themselves. If you haven't done any of this work, then you're walking around just with the mask on, and it's actually unhealthy because it signals the genes in a way that you don't want your genes to be signals. It doesn't make those beautiful proteins that cure you of cancer and everything else.
What does this have to do with the dead?
I don't know, I'm taking up singing, that's what I'm gonna do. I like to sing. Can you sing, Roger?
When I used to drink, I used to karaoke. I had a couple songs in the repertoire.
Which one? What songs did you sing?
I would do Eye of the Tiger. I would do Welcome to the Jungle.
You had to be drunk, though, right?
I had to be very drunk.
Yeah.
I could do some Waylon Jennings. Some Johnny Cash. But Eye of the Tiger was like one of my go-tos. There's another song that I like. I'll bring down the house with a song. I don't know if you've heard the song Alice. Who the fuck is Alice? It's a sing-along. You guys can go Google it, look it up. It's a great karaoke song.
Wow. I could see why Koreans have taken over the market. Right? That's like a religion to them. Doing karaoke, going in there and just I've done it a couple times. But.
So you know what the move is if you go into like a crowded karaoke bar and there's a bunch of people. You walk over to the KJ, which is the karaoke jockey, and you would slip up a 20 and you say, "Here's my song. I want to go after somebody comes up here and is total dog shit. Do not pull me up. Don't pull me up after Luther Vandross's cousin gets done singing. I want, like, when somebody is just terrible, then you're gonna say,
I like it.
Then you're gonna say, hey, back from his European tour, please introduce, and then boom, they give you a little intro. You slip up a 20, he does that, and then people are like, European tour, who the fuck is this guy? And then you get up there, and like, you've got their attention. And the thing is you're going to be better than the last person. And so that's what people remember.
I was visiting a friend in Italy, and he brought me and some friends up to a mountain in Italy. And it was a restaurant, not too big, a medium-sized restaurant. And just for the average folk, it was a nice villagey crowd. And they were doing karaoke. And the owner would set the songs and different people sang. So I sung a Frank Sinatra song. They liked it, and I was surprised because my father was a singer, but I never, it wasn't a thing that I really pursued. But I liked this song, so it was. They videotaped it, so one day I'll shoot.
Do you remember the song?
Yeah, let me try and remember because there's a few of them. Oh God, let me get it. I'll go find it.
Are you guys familiar with Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi's one of the dumbest people on the app. But Chi-Chi loves coming to this room, and we love Chi-Chi being here. Chi-Chi, how are you?
I'm one of the most intelligent people on the app.
Yeah, I was just mad that I'm just did not give me him some knowledge. That's why.
Have you ever seen The Usual Suspects?
The fuck is that? I don't watch TV.
It's a movie, and you remind me of the Benito del Toro character that can't speak.
Nigga, you just didn't understand what the fuck I'm saying, so clearly I don't remind you of no motherfucking character. Thank you.
One of the most famous lines that he has in that movie is he says, "Give me the keys, you conquer with a fall."
Really, I really don't know what you're trying to imply, but listen, I really don't know what you're trying to imply, but whatever you're trying to imply is clearly not what you're hearing. I just think it's funny that y'all really think this nigga is really, really hilarious. Like, this nigga's not funny. Not funny in any way.
Chichi, I think you're funny. Why don't you tell everybody a joke? Go ahead.
Listen, I don't tell jokes. I'm not a comedian. That's the difference between me and you're a comedian. I'm not a comedian.
Do you think that's the biggest difference between you and me?
Yeah, well, actually, the other biggest difference is that I'm actually good looking and you're not. So just that as well.
When you say actually good looking, are you saying that this avatar that I'm using, you think it's good looking, but that in real life I might not be as good looking as the avatar that I am?
No, I was not saying that. I was saying the quite opposite.
Are you just mad that I'm blacker than you?
You're more delusional. That's what you is. Hey, stop this. Come on.
It was Lucky a Lady, Roger. It was Lucky a Lady.
Oh, it's a great song. Great song. Great song. Chi-Chi, can I ask you a question?
No, you can't.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess we'll go to the next person. Jason, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How many cocks do you think Chi-Chi has sucked?
Oh, wow. It's a big number. I mean, he must... I suppose we should start by estimating his age, and then assume a reasonable number per year.
Listen, that's all the dumbest fucking question
100
I've
per
ever...
year.
Listen.
And then how...
Okay, wait, hold on. If that was a dumb question, let me see if I can get a better question in here. Chi-Chi, can I ask you a question?
You can't ask me shit, nigga.
Okay, all right. Well, then I guess I have to ask my questions of everybody else on the stage. Nye, I have a question for you.
I'm scared to put a question. I'm cranking up. Yes, go ahead.
Do you think Chi-Chi spits or swallows?
Swallows, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Chi-Chi, your thoughts?
Everything's about obsession. That's what I think. I think I have obsession.
You know, it's definitely some mumble shit. I didn't even understand it.
Yeah, it's...
I think he's got a cock in his mouth at the moment.
Dude, he's like Mushmouth from Fat Albert mixed with being a trans. It's just, I just can't even wrap my head around this. Chi-Chi, where do you live?
Why is you so fucking furious, nigga? Like,
Bring back the free costs. Bring back those free costs, right, Chi-Chi?
Yeah, I saw your mother had a fucking freak off, bitch.
Ooh, my God. Wait, my mother was at a freak off? Hold on. Let me ask. Mom! I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna get her on the phone here. Hold on.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna ask her if she's ever been at a freak off. Where was this alleged freak off?
She knows exactly where it was. That's what I said.
Where was it at?
She knows exactly where it was.
Did it involve men or women?
Both.
Who were you partaking with at this freak off that you saw her at? Were you going down on a man or a woman?
I was just participating in the extracurricular activities I usually.
Very much that. Hey, come here.
Chi-Chi, have you voted in the poll, Bubba?
No.
What do you think is more important, equality, justice, or liberty?
In this case, it would probably be justice,
None. They're all trash.
Oh, they're all trash. Got it.
Damn right.
So, Chi-Chi, do you discriminate on the cocks that you suck? Are you an Asian cocks, Hispanics cocks, black?
I'm definitely a discriminator. Thank you.
So which cocks do you prefer?
The one that is going to involve you. That's the one.
Small ones, big ones, ones that
The ones that don't involve you.
Okay, got it. Thank God.
That's all. Damn right.
Chi-Chi, what rooms do you normally go into on this app?
Any room that I feel like it.
Are they typically the gay rooms?
Well, definitely not. You see, the difference between me and you is I got a car. You don't. I'm popping in real life. Thank you.
He said he had a car. What do you say, Moses?
Something about a car. I think he sucks dick in a car.
He has a car. Okay. Yeah, a Tesla.
What kind of car do you drive, Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi, you still with us?
He's coming to your house, right? He's coming to your house right now.
I don't like the poll because it never adds up to 100. It's always adding up to either 101 or 102%. It's not computing for me.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say about this, I was telling you about before, was the whole thing about new state of consciousness, new mind, right? A new world, blah, 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 is starts with yourself, right? So you have to get to the unknown. You have to get to the unknown. Everything in the mind, right, is from where? It's from the past, right? So it's the past. Every time you think, you're thinking about something that you learned already. So it's an old state of mind. It's projected into your future. So once, to be present, you have to let go of all of that. That's the power of meditation.
I think future Congressman Kitover probably does meditation. John, do you do meditation?
The mayor of New York does over here. He does it with a friend of mine.
What's going on over there?
Never mind it, baby.
That's different. If you had to guess, what do you think Chi-Chi does for a living? Simon, I'm going to call on you. What do you think Chi-Chi does for a living? I need your prediction. Simon.
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think he does for a living? Spit it out.
I think he's a taxi driver.
A taxi driver? Okay, alright. That's not a bad guess. Nye, what do you think he does?
Nothing, just complain on Clubhouse, talk shit. But no, if I had to guess, he probably is a babysitter. He probably babysits children.
Simon, what do they call the crossing guard in the UK?
The crossing guard?
Yeah, the one that carries the stop sign and allows people.
What do they call that? Yeah,
Lollipop man.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
The lollipop man.
But it's usually female, so it's a lollipop lady. Usually.
The lollipop lady. Okay, Chi-Chi can be a lollipop lady. I think
I'm a bit suspicious if someone's got a PTR is completely blacked out. I always think, what does that mean? Yeah, it's a bit.
Can you tell everybody though on the stage that I'm not making this shit up, that it's literally the crossing
lady. So
yeah, the crossing guard. You guys in the U.S.
We call it a zebra crossing, where it's for people to cross the road and the vehicles have to stop, and they're usually outside of schools. And it's a lady with a stick with a round thing on the top, which is why it's called the lollipop lady.
Yeah, so in the U.S. we have like these people at like school crossings. They'll come out and they'll have like a little a stick with the stop sign, and they'll walk out and they'll tell the traffic to stop so the kids can cross the street. But I think it's amazing that you referred to them as the lollipop lady.
Yeah, because that's just because of the shape of the thing. I'll try and get a picture of it. Yeah, yes, but you're correct. You remember that better than I did. The lollipop lady. There we go.
There you go, lollipop lady. And Simon's PTR. Serendipity, did you know that? Oh, she's on a call.
How did you know that, Roger?
I have more useless knowledge in this brain of mine than you can imagine.
All right, I like that one.
You imagine a room with Astro and Chi-Chi and the other guy from yesterday. Imagine all in the one room. What would that be like?
Oh, Jesus. It would be called chillism.
What kind of cult would that be?
Have you ever been in the room, time out, called chillism?
I come in your room to have a laugh, to learn about politics. I like to learn about politics and these kind of things that you discuss where it gets a little boring, but I'm learning something. And I go to, sometimes there's the writing rooms, and that's about it, that's it. Not like the old days. And I'm getting better, so I'm going to be out more, so I won't be on Clubhouse much again. So it's a slow process when you're healing the nerves. So anyway.
Time out. When will you have the dates for the release at the AMC theaters?
Yeah, well, it releases October 19th for a week around the country, but there's going to be some other things happening as well with it. I'll know more in the upcoming week or two. I'll know more.
Okay, week of October 19th. Do you have any commitments to like go places like LA or somewhere like that for a premiere?
Yeah, well, I talked to my agent about that today, and he's calling corporate and discussing them. Yeah. So basically, it's just choosing cities. Obviously, we're going to choose big cities, and then everything work out well. I'll let you know right away which cities we're going to first and all that kind of thing. Yeah. I had a really good idea. I think you guys would really like it. First, something came up from a fan sent a marching band that I'll send it to you. A marching band playing the Glow song. Yeah. This is great. And what came to mind was, imagine in the parade, 50 show-nuffs, different colors, different LGBT showing up, everything. Imagine that. That'd be funny as hell.
Well, you know what I think is something that should be considered for this and maybe you can get like the super fans, and I'm happy to help in this regard, to encourage people not only to come out and see this, but to treat it the way they would if they were going to see Rocky Horror. And maybe what is necessary is to get local acting troupes to dress up as the characters in the theater and act it out. Have you ever been to a theater showing of Rocky Horror?
Yeah, sure. We've done some things like this, and that was one of the things. I was gonna tell people, look, have stuff, do the whole thing, but maybe a real pointed direction for them to make a real thing, and maybe that would inspire them to do it even more. Like you're talking about, like Rocky Horror Show. So that's a great.
Awesome. Can I just pause real quick and just say hi to the sexiest woman on the history of Clubhouse streets?
Oh, that's so sweet, Nyla.
Monica. Can I just share with people why I adore you so much? First of all, she's got the voice of an angel. Secondly, she's incredibly intelligent. She's feisty, and Monica is my favorite female on the app. And she absolutely loves the attention that I give her. No speech?
No, like for real.
I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
We were singing your accolades.
No, right before that, because
can you guys look at her PTR? Power couple of the year. Did you vote? Yeah, you did vote. That's amazing. Let's see. I think we're almost up to 1,000 members of this house. 971 members. Just gotta get a few more people.
Well deserved.
That's good for the post-Clubhouse hurrah.
No, it's excellent. Dolly, you have to do the newest update. They launched it yesterday. Unfortunately, with the cool poll tool, they also have you being able to eavesdrop in the hallway to different rooms, which is meh to me. But the poll is excellent.
Yeah, the poll right now, it's got 58 votes, and the question is, what is more important, equality, justice, or liberty? Right now, liberty is winning. Thank God. Monica, how was your day today? Did you enjoy chillism? Babysitting the retards?
I wouldn't call that what I do, but concrete was a prominent feature in there, and it's so funny how much I irritate him.
Yeah, he doesn't like me either, and it's probably because of the way that I feel about you. Welcome, Hakima.
What's up, Roger? Mojo.
I'm just sitting here saying nice things to my future wife, Monica.
Roger, I was disappointed yesterday. Sorry.
Disappointed in what?
I didn't hear your take on my room about the crime of being white, and I didn't want your feedback on it.
Oh, I fell asleep. Sorry.
Well, that says a lot, and we can turn into something now.
No.
It was so entertaining that you fell asleep.
No,
Okay.
it was a super long day. I had gotten up at like 4 a.m., so it was a really long day. Akiba.
Yo.
Have you seen Monica's photograph? The PTR?
Oh yeah, I'm checking it out. I just looked at it.
Yeah, isn't it hot, huh?
It's a cartoon, but yeah, it's not a bad looking cartoon.
Do you notice the gold chain?
I think she got my bling on.
Kind of looks like somebody else's bling.
Oh wow, y'all got matching bling. Hey, I must say, y'all done came a long way from that day Monica came to your room with a list of grievances that she had. Yeah, you guys have came a long way. I'm proud of you.
What? Monica, you got grievances? Are we fighting?
You know what I'm talking about. She know what I'm talking about. When she had it was about 2 years ago maybe. And she was talking about some list of rooms she got recorded, and she had a list of grievances. Something about you didn't treat her right. Something happened. She felt slighted or treated unfair and stuff. I forgot the context, but it was something.
I'm very gentle with her. Akima, have you met Chi-Chi?
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Chi-Chi.
How familiar?
About as much familiarity you can get for a person I heard speak about 3 different times, 3 different rooms. Your room particularly. I know Chi-Chi don't take no shit. He'll cuss you out. I heard him cuss you out a couple times.
How many dicks do you think Chi-Chi's sucked?
That's out of my realm of knowledge. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
You know those things where like they got a big giant gumball machine, and if you can count how many gumballs are in it, you win a big prize. Like this is kind of the same kind of question. Like how many dicks do you think Chi-Chi's sucked?
You probably can ask him. He might tell you if any or how many.
Monica, are you there? I shared a link in the chat you might find interesting if you haven't seen it already.
Thanks, Nine.
Have we gotten to the bottom of why Nathan changed his PTR?
You have to ask him directly. I don't know. I asked him what his intent was, and he never really answered.
I was in that room earlier. They had a fucking hour-long discussion about whether fish get thirsty or not. They had Brad arguing and shit. Like, are y'all fucking serious? You gonna argue about whether fucking fish get thirsty or not? I could not believe that shit.
Wait, the fact that Brad was involved makes it even more funny. I hate that I missed it just to hear Brad's take.
And it was serious. Like it wasn't a laughing matter. They was chat GPTing, giving their scientific thoughts on this shit. I'm like, y'all cannot be that bored. Like what? I guess I was bored too. But I sat there and listened to the bullshit, so I'm guilty. But what the fuck?
Akima, are you aware that taxpayer dollars here in the U.S. went to a study that put fish on treadmills?
I wonder what they learned, what they gathered from that shit.
They were trying to test the stress on them in certain situations. But yeah, we put fish on treadmills.
Good old US of A. Good US of A. That's capitalism hard at work right there, Roger. That is capitalism hard.
That ain't got nothing to do with capitalism.
Yes, it do. they run out of shit to spend money on, so they got to keep spending for the economy. So they're gonna make up shit to fucking spend money on.
I think the fucking taxpayers should pay me for the shit I do on this app, opening these rooms. Put in a good solid 8 hours today.
I wonder who paying you to be so Islamophobic? That got to be a check coming with that. That you going way too hard.
What does Islamophobic mean to you?
I don't know. I guess first it don't like Islam.
Same as racism, right?
What's they talking about?
Same as racism, right?
Kind of, sort of. They're the same group, I guess.
Wait, Islam's a race now?
Oh, definitely not. But I said it's the same concept. I guess it falls in the same group of not liking.
Why are we interested in propping up and protecting and keeping away from scrutiny a group of people that believe that the perfect human that's ever walked the earth fucks little girls? Like shouldn't we all hold hands and unite and say, hey, that's not a good thing?
I think what you miss, and it's pretty big what you're missing, is that Muslims don't worship Muhammad. He's just a messenger from God, and like no matter what you say about him or anyone else, like nobody's perfect, and like and God would choose just about anybody to get his message through. So like I think you're missing that. Like no one worships Muhammad. He's the messenger.
You know, one of my favorite things about the old clubhouse is that you can go into some of these rooms and there'll be cultures there, like there were these Pakistanis there that.
You can't call them Pakis. That's racist. But go on.
Pakis? Yeah, well, I can do it pretty good, that accent. They kind of cornered this young lady. She must have been no older than 22 or 23, and she was talking about what you're talking about, like the scriptures, the vague scriptures, and there were men there that they seemed like between the ages of 25 and 55, you know, and they were kind of honing her in on what she was she was kind of squirming around, talking about this thing about men having sex with children.
I don't know nobody that looks like that who was ever trying to call me out my motherfucking name, bitch. I'm be fucked up.
Wow, she woke up. And so and there's somebody that taped it. It was out of this world hilarious, but basically they were spending an hour getting her to nail her down, and she said it. Yes, it's in the Vedas, and I believe it. It's okay. Basically, she was saying it was okay, right? And they were, you get the fuck out of this room, you fucking bitch. They were calling every kind of name. It was so hilarious. Yeah. So some of these, it's interesting. Sometimes it could be a woman that supports these kind of things, you know?
Well, the woman that wrote it was the Prophet's wife, and she's one of the more respected scholars of Islam. And she wrote, like acknowledging that, that they had sex when she was 9, married when she was 6. And by the way, when he met her, he was 51. When they consummated, he was 54. And she also talked about, stains, God, I don't even want to get into the details of it. I just think that if a group formed today that said, hey, the greatest dude ever is this guy, and then you talk about all the things that he's about, if
if he was a pedophile, people would go, "Oh my God, you guys are propping up a pedophile." But because he was a pedophile, 1,400 years ago, like that makes it okay. And not only does it make it okay then, they will say even today in 2025 that she was old.
Right. That's what they were cornering this girl about. That's the exact conversation. And yeah.
Did Monica really choose equality? Monica, can you explain?
I was bored of being so agreeable.
Wow. Who picked equality? I'm looking around. Are you the only one in here that picked equality? The only one that's currently here. It's amazing.
If they picked it, are they honest enough to say they picked it? That's the question.
I can see who picked
They
it.
can't hide it. It's on their profiles. This is like
On
the
your
biggest
profiles.
self-outing ever. It's hilarious. And I just did it. It's so funny. You just noticed and I just did it.
What Monica? You can see what they posted.
Yeah, you pick Liberty. The top left, you see the color purple?
Yeah. Oh, the people.
That was an ironic. Yeah, and Kima picked Justice for blue, and Dolly picked Justice. Justice is not a bad one. I can make the argument for equality of opportunity, but not equality of outcome or equity.
So women aren't equal to men?
In what way?
Oh, God.
Well, they should have equal protection under the law, and I think that
Yes.
those that ask for equal, equal outcomes or even equal opportunities are, going against the idea that you should have equal protection under the law. What you're asking for with equal outcomes and equal opportunities is to have special treatment, and I don't think you should have special treatment. Here's an example.
Well, wait a minute. I think those are two different things, though, Roger. But go ahead.
Well, when people say that, hey, I'm not for equal outcomes, but I'm for equal opportunities, I first think of okay, what if you were a professional ball player and you were like, I should have the opportunity to try out for the New York Yankees. If the New York Yankees don't think that you're good enough, they don't need to give you an opportunity to try out. And so, no, you cannot force an opportunity for people. You have to earn opportunities.
Roland Fryer said something in his interview with Barry Weiss at the University of, I think it was Arizona, it's not a very old interview, about a year old. And he said something that really struck me. He said, the DEI had noble purposes. The desire to give opportunity to people who are truly disadvantaged is a good one, but they mismanaged it and bungled it. And he said there are diamonds in the rough that stay in the rough because people don't see their potential. They're not given the opportunity to shine. And then there's coal in the jewelry shops that are rocks. Let's do rocks, not coal. Who are polished and paid attention to, and every ounce of their limited shine is maximized and amplified. And that's
Monica,
my example.
What do you have on in the background?
I'm sorry, it's loud.
No,
Professor of Rock.
What is it?
Professor of Rock YouTube channel.
But can I ask you a question? Why do you have a loud TV on and then you talk here? What's going on, Monica?
I didn't know it was that disturbing. I apologize.
Well, look, I'm living through it. I'm just wondering if I could hear it that loud. like that you must hear it even louder, and I'm just wondering how you get through the. Like, can you hear me and the TV right now?
Yes.
Well, you're
No,
better.
she can't hear you in the TV.
You're better at
Yes, I
multitasking.
can't hear him in the TV.
You're better at multitasking than I am, Monica.
Oh, Monica, you can hear the TV and listen in. I got you. Yeah, but you know you can.
Did anyone want to comment on the commentary of Roland Fryer?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hold on, before you do, Monica, can we do a room on Roland Fryer at some point?
You want me to start it now? Can we have a replay?
I'll tell you what. If you want to start a room right now about Roland Fryer, you could title it. I will. I don't even need to mod. You could open it right here in the muff.
Give me the keys. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the keys. Rich, go ahead while we.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, Timok, have you ever trained any kudo or no?
Trained what?
Kudo.
Kudo.
It's Kyokushin mixed with more judo, more grappling and stuff like that. It's like Kyokushin.
Yeah, I trained at a time where you would, the more Kyokushin guys. So I trained with a few Kyokushin guys, and then separately I would train with some judo guys.
Okay. Yeah, there's one called Kudo that it's like a amorphous of Kyokushin, but adding more judo grappling. That's pretty good stuff.
That's correct.
Monica, go ahead and open it, and then I will go ahead and funnel people over. The Roland Fryer stuff is important.
Do you have a preference on the title? How far back do you want me to go? When he was cancel cultured from Harvard, or?
Monica, this is going to be your room. This is going to be your show. Go ahead and just open it up, and I'm there to just absorb your wisdom.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Hey, who was Roland Fryer? What's wrong without me Googling it?
Yeah, who is Roland Fryer?
He's a Harvard professor.
What is his
I think he was, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was like one of the youngest ones to get tenure.
And what's he, everybody?
What's the scandal? I'm lost.
He was, he was suspended at Harvard or something, and then they ended up asking him to come back. I don't remember what the scandal was around him.
Yeah, let Monica explain it. I don't know. But Mojo, you should know, right?
That's why we're about to do an entire room about it. It's coming right now. Let me see if she's set it up here.
You're gonna marry her, so you better know what you're marrying first, Mojo.
Yeah, well, listen. You don't
jump right in like that, Mojo.
You're sounding jealous.
No, I'm a free-loving guy,
That's right. It was false sexual allegation.
What?
I think he was doing something. He came out with some study that was not very woke, and so I think they were ticked at him, and some girl charged him with sexual harassment or something.
It sounds like Trump and everything is more interested.
Trump, Epstein, and other people.
Yeah, and the rest of the U.S. government and the UK government, Mossad and CIA. That's more interesting than Roland Fryer.
There used to be a comedian, a black chick, they sang out in downtown Manhattan, the Village, and she would collect the crowd in a comedy show, she would go, "The power of the pussy, the power," and everybody started laughing. That was one of her lines. Nye, can you say the power of the pussy?
I sure can, but I'm not going to do it. Time out.
Yeah, you got to do it. Either you or what's that girl?
Wait, hold on. I gotta close my ears. I can't be listening to this.
Power. She used to do. She was black, so it came out really. It was the best. The power of the. Good.
I am not. Time out. I'm trying to put my last story in so I can get off work. I refuse. Not in this room.
Hey, time out. You done came a long way from the movie. You wanted to get taught how to do some moves, and now you're talking about. You done came a long way.
Hey, Hakima. You know movies aren't real, right?
Are you serious?
Okay.
Wrestling's real.
You mean?
Yeah, wrestling's real. Yeah, all of it. They really hate each other.
I'm talking about that glow wasn't real. You wasn't going for it.
It was real. Everything is real. It's just.
That's what I thought.
It's just
that. Rich.
Look at Dungeons and Dragons life, ain't you, Hakima? Everything is real.
I wish you wasn't real, Rich.
Your mom should have swallowed you, Hakima.
I think your mom did swallow you. That's why you came out like this. You went through the wrong end. You went through her vagina. You went through her fucking mouth.
Hey, not everybody can be retarded like you, Hakima.
The definition of it.
Mecca is in Chicago.
Rich has been activated.
What?
I mean, I haven't heard your voice all day. Now you're here, talking shit. I say that humorously, of course, Rich.
I've been busy today.
That's good. That's cool. It's good to have a life. It's good to have things to do.
Y'all want to hear something funny? I'm staying with my son and my daughter-in-law. We're waiting in the new place. She came in.
Your name is Crack.
Apparently, but
Oh God, he was crashing out, wasn't he? Staring at you.
Hold on, everyone. The link to Monica room is up above, and I'm gonna count down backwards from 10, and I'm gonna end this room. So everyone click on that link so they could go over there. I'm just gonna start counting. Just click that link that's posted up top. 10, 9.
Search. And what I'm doing right now is I'm talking about his work with education. And this is a black economist. So he said what he did. And Serendipity, can I mod you so you could help me? Nye, would you like to mod this space too? And I think that would be enough for the mods. Like, we keep the mod panel to 4 and see how it goes. And that way you guys can bring people up while I set the stage for Roland Fryer. I'm so thrilled and honored that Roger's going to let me talk about Roland Fryer, because he really is truly one of my favorite Americans currently living. Him, Thomas Sowell, and there's a handful of others, Victor Davis Hanson. But Roland Fryer started out with very limited resources. He was raised by his grandmother. And he actually is incredibly funny, too, and witty. And arrogant, but arrogant with competency. So it's like he deserves to be a little cocky, right? Because if you're confident and you have the skills that equal your confidence, then it's not narcissism. It's just accurate. So Roland Fryer, I said earlier, won a prestigious award as a black economist. He's done amazing research and education, and he said what we did with the kids is we bribed them. We paid them to make good grades. And people were like, oh, you can't do that. Well, we did, and it worked. And then we offered classes for their parents, after school classes, financial literacy classes, functional classes for their parents. And I don't know if he paid them too, but he might have. And the parents came. And they became invested in the kids' education even more than they might have already been. And it became a culture in school. And so even the schools with very limited resources, the kids did okay. And I just thought that was great. That is from a Barcelona lecture that he did. And that's one that, when he came out with his police study, I did research on him, and I found that education video, and I brought it to Clubhouse on a replay, because, you know, that's what I do. I'm looking for it really quickly to put it in the chat, because it is old. It's 13 years old. He flew to Barcelona, and the title of this video is Roland Fryer, Racial Inequality in the 21st Century, the Declining Significance of Discrimination. And yeah. So let me pause while I fetch this link. Does anybody have any comments so far?
You said this is old, Monica. What has he been doing lately?
So in about, let's see, was it 2018, 2019? Around that time, could have been a couple years off, he did a police study, and he went around the country visiting different police precincts, and he studied the tendency for cops to use lethal force and excessive force among Americans. And his premise was that there was racial discrimination in the use of lethal force for Black Americans in our country. And he had his research pulled, and he had his data, statisticians or whatever, and they came out with no. In fact, there was no racial discrimination in the use of lethal force against Black male Americans primarily. He did find there was evidence and racial discrimination in the use of excessive force. But what happened was, because everybody thought it was general knowledge that the police were actively trying to hunt and kill Black Americans, they rejected his paper. So after he ran this work, he said that can't be right. He replaced all those people and hired a whole new crew to run the numbers. And he came out with the same results. So when I would bring this to Doug Biden, he would say, yeah, but there's something wrong with the study. It's not quite accurate. You're making, like, blah, 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 blah. However,
the platform, but...
And that's what I mean. That's why I did the room, because I was in Jen's room. Jen had her own. But I didn't know it was going to trigger you like that. So you looking at my question of me asking you that, like, bitch ass nigga. And I didn't even say bitch ass nigga, but that's what you think in your mind. Like, it's like, no, I just asked you simply, like, you know,
listen,
stop
man.
acting like you didn't need the people, because you did need the people. And you still need the people. To be honest with you, there's some good creators on Clubhouse.
Listen, man, I tell you this, right? Grant's got a point. You know, at the end of the day, right? You gotta listen to my elders sometimes, you know? And listen, I'm an Aquarius, man. I've got a short fuse, a very short fuse.
Man, don't blame this on your zodiac, man. That's just.
I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah, don't put that on Aquarius, because I'm an Aquarius and I'm nothing like you.
No, I definitely get tripped. What? Nothing like me screaming on this
You cannot blame this.
Yeah, because your ass is in there banning me. I get a message, like, and then you want to come on here and joke about it, talking about, isn't that cool? No, that wasn't cool to have control over me like that. Like, if I feel like you're a narcissist now. Like, I kind of look at you a little different. It's like, damn, you want to giggle about you banning me? Yeah,
You want to get a banner? Like, which one is it? Like, what's the deal?
Well, you're gonna fuck around and ban me again. That's what you're gonna do. Now, if I got banned already, And I haven't even started a life on that app. I could just imagine what happens in the future, you know.
He bans me every month. I'm banned almost every month, but I keep coming back.
Take your crazy ass to the goo, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Mute your mic, crazy girl.
Crazy ass definitely get banned.
And I want to say this, Nelson. Don't act like you didn't get your crowd from starting COVID rooms. When I first seen you coming on the app, because I was on this app before you were pushing the vaccine. And I always wanted to ask you this question. Did you get the vaccine, Nelson? Did you and Johnny get the vaccine? Because when I first seen you on this app,
we went and got it together, Jen.
Right, Grant.
Yeah, and they had a little boy party and went and got that vaccine.
Okay.
Left shoulder, right shoulder.
Listen. I definitely got 2 shots because I had a kid in 2020.
Absolute sellout sack of shit. You got 2 shots.
But guess what? But what was I pushing, Marty? What was I pushing? What was I pushing? Keep it real.
No, I know what you was pushing everything against vaccines. I know, but I didn't know until right now that your ass got stabbed.
Of course, I got a baby in 2020.
But Nelson, that's how you end up getting your audience, because you came on the app. At first, I thought you was some type of, honestly, I thought you was some type of secret agent or something like that, because you came on the app around COVID season, and all you did was promote the vaccine, and that's how you got big, and then you end up doing other topics. But I honestly thought somebody paid you. I swear to God, this is my honest to God thoughts. I honestly thought somebody paid you to come on the app to push the vaccine to black people.
Real quick. Let me ask you this question. Based off of what you saw in that Freddy's room in the first 10 minutes, how much money do you think I would have monetized as a creator if we had chatter back then?
Well, I mean, yeah, you'll make a lot. You would have made a lot.
Millions of freaking dollars.
But that's besides what I just said. You're trying to go around my question.
What it had to do with you being a damn psyops?
Right, Grant.
What did that have to do with what Jen just said? You just admit it. You and Copeland and Jonathan Bing are all psyops connected with the federal government trying to vaccinate everybody.
Go join Dr. Ho, goddammit. Listen.
You can't send me down, son.
Listen. The most important thing is this, at the end of the day. Jan, I probably owe you an apology. I probably should have handled it.
Yes, you do. Yeah, you don't probably owe one, just apologize.
That's not kind of an apology. I probably owe you an apology.
Wait, do you think I owe her an apology, Ma?
Listen, at this point, if somebody was offended, right? Just let's put our business cap on. And she's offended, that's her truth, right?
Yeah, but
I wasn't in the room, so I have no idea. But if we can just put this to bed and everybody says, I love you and I'm sorry, everybody's good. Go on with your weekend. Enjoy it.
But it really is the weekend, though.
Yeah, you owe an apology, Nelson.
Lionel Richie's not dead, so if you're seeing that on your Instagram, it's fake news.
Big ass news.
Hey, Nelson, Jen is the coolest